I made $1.6 million in the last 12 months from my truck dispatching business, and in this free course, I'm going to show you exactly how I did that. The free course that you're about to go through right now is actually split up into 7 different videos where I show you step by step how to start a truck dispatching business from scratch, even if you have no experience. In this video specifically, we're going to talk about the basics. So what dispatching really is, how it works, how much you can make, and why you need to start right now before it's too late. So without wasting any more time, let's just jump right into it. So here we are inside the basics training video, and here's what I'm going to cover. First and foremost, just going to give you my background, show you who I am and why you should listen to me. Then I'm going to show you the roadmap. So the next 7 videos that you're going to be watching in this free course, what are you actually going to learn? What are those videos going to be on? So I'm going to show you that. Then I'm going to explain the what, why, and the how of truck dispatching. What truck dispatchers actually are, what they do, why you should become a truck dispatcher, and how much you can actually make. And then finally, I'm just going to summarize this video, give you your action steps, maybe some homework for you to do as well. Also, just a quick pro tip, you can actually watch this video in 2x speed, which is something I really recommend. On YouTube, you could just check on the bottom right-hand side. There's something called playback speed. You can change that. I recommend changing it to 1.25 or 1.5 times speed, maybe even 2 times speed, okay? It'll just speed up the video and make it less boring. You have to sit through less of me yapping, essentially. So make sure you go do that right now. It's really gonna save you a bunch of time. Anyways, let's just get into the video. So really quickly, I'm just gonna make this short and sweet. Okay, I'm not gonna stick around on this too long. So who am I? Just gonna give you my background a little bit. So my name is Gurpreet Gill. I am the CEO of our truck dispatching company. I also have a brother, Mani Gill. He runs the Gill 22 side of things. So we have an asset company where we have our trucking company and we have our truck dispatching side of the business. I run the truck dispatching side, and me and my brother, we initially started the Gill 22 brand. We started that in 2016 as just a truck dispatching business. So I was just straight out of high school, and within the first 8 months of both of us working together, we were making $100,000 per year in gross revenue. Okay. Now we fast forward 9 years later, and me and my brother, we're both 50-50 owners. We're making more than $100K per month, much more than $100K per month just in gross revenue. So times have really changed from where we started, but you know, we didn't start off too bad, but now we're doing a lot better. I'm not saying all that to flex. Honestly, I'm just trying to show you guys that I know what I'm doing. Okay, I'm not just someone who got a few trucks and then he's trying to tell you guys what to do. Okay, to get to 100K per month, you need to do something repeatedly. Okay, you can't just get lucky. You have to repeatedly put systems into place so you can get consistent results. That's exactly what I've done. Okay, that's why I'm making a free course now rather than when I first started making 100K per year. Now, on top of that, I have not only made money for myself from truck dispatching, but I also teach other people how to do it as well. So yes, I also have a paid course, but you don't need to join it. Okay, I swear this is not a pitch to join Dispatcher University or anything like that. Only reason I'm bringing it up right now is just to show you that I have also helped hundreds of other people, make thousands of dollars per month. We have over 50 plus real life success stories that you can actually go through. You can check them out yourself. These are real people, and a bunch of them are also making over $10,000 per month within just 30, 60, 90 days of joining Dispatcher University. Again, as I mentioned, I'm not here to sell you my paid course. Okay. This free course is going to be completely free. The paid course that I'm running, it's $97 per month. It literally makes up less than 7% of my income. I am not a guru. I don't make my money off of courses or anything like that. I make my money off of truck dispatching. This free course is all you need to get started. I'm not going to hold anything back. Okay. I will only mention the paid course at the end of these videos because the paid course has a lot more advanced training. You get one-on-one support. You get all my templates, tools, contracts, and I also give a 100% money back guarantee that you will find your first carrier in 90 days of joining, or again, you get all your money back. So at any point, if any of that sounds interesting to you, if you want more advanced training, if you know this is what you want to do, then you can check out Dispatcher University. It's literally the cheapest course on the market right now. Okay. But again, I have made money for myself. I run a 7-figure trucking company, truck dispatching business. I have also helped other people change their life and make thousands and thousands of dollars starting a truck dispatching business themselves. So you're learning from the right guy. That's all I'm trying to say. So without that self-glaze out the way, let's just jump into the roadmap. I want to show you guys what you can expect throughout this free course. So here's how the free course is broken down, okay? I couldn't fit all of this really into just like one simple video. I had to break it down into 7 different parts. So first and foremost, let's just go through this in order. The video that you're watching right now, the basics. In this video, I'm going to show you what dispatching is, how it works, why you should become a dispatcher, how much you can make. I'm going to show you all of that, like the basics of truck dispatching. In the next video, I'm going to show you the business side of things. So how to set up your LLC, how to get all the tools and the software that you need, what do you actually need to get started, and how to build out your business plan. So I'm going to actually have downloadable worksheets for you to go through, some homework for you to go through and start building your actual business. So I'm going to show you all that in the next video. After that, we're going to talk about your funnel. Okay, so I have already made like a pre-made website or a funnel that is going to help bring in leads and turn them into paying carriers. So it's a really crazy software that I've already built out for you. You get a pre-made website, pre-made funnel, pre-made automations, phone numbers, emails. I have already done all of that work for you. You literally just get it and plug and play. Okay, you just start your business, you're fully set to go. So I'm going to show you that in the funnel side of things. After that video, we're going to talk about the marketing. So I'm going to show you the 4 traffic methods that you can use to find carriers and get them to sign a contract with you. So when you're on a sales call with them, what do you actually say? I'm going to break that down step by step as well. And I'll also give you a free contract template that you can use and sign with carriers. Again, I'm just going to be giving away a bunch of free stuff throughout this free course, okay? I'm not holding anything back behind a paywall. After that video, we're going to talk about the service side of things. So, like the dispatching side, how do you actually dispatch? So I'm going to show you how to find the hot markets. I'm going to show you how to negotiate with brokers and essentially how to book high paying loads for your carriers that you're working with. I get this question a lot. I'm going to break it all down in that video. And then after that, we have the money. So you've done all this work, you want to get paid for it. So I'm going to show you how much you should be charging, how you can charge, what type of payment structure you should have, how to send invoices to carriers, how to work with factoring companies, and how to make sure you get paid on time. We'll cover all that in detail. And then finally, we're going to talk about the scale. Okay, you're starting to make around $10,000 per month at this point, but how do you grow to $1 million per year, just like I have? So I'm going to explain all the details there. I'm going to show you how to find even more carriers, how to make them worth more, and how to keep them around for a longer period of time. So again, these are a little bit more advanced strategies, but I'm going to cover all of that. So yeah, hopefully you guys can see that you're going to be getting a ton of free value throughout this course. I'm not holding anything back. And this right here is enough to change your life. Okay, just give me like 30, 40 minutes of your time with each of these videos. And this is literally all you need to know. You're gonna start a $10,000 per month business just by going through this free course. I promise you. Anyways, with that big picture stuff out of the way, let's actually jump into the basics. So let me just start off with the what. I'm sure you're asking yourself, some of you are asking yourself, what is a truck dispatcher? What do they actually do? So in the simplest terms, a truck dispatcher is just a matchmaker, okay? It connects someone that can move loads or wants to move a load to someone that has a load, that needs a load moved. That's all that a truck dispatcher is doing, okay? That's their entire job. So again, they're essentially the people that will find the loads, they will book the load, so they'll negotiate the rates, and they will assign the load to the person that can move it, okay? And the person that can move a load is called a carrier. So the carrier is just the trucking company that will be moving the load, okay? Sometimes they're called carriers, sometimes they're called owner-operators. If it's just a one-man show, if it's just a one person that's gonna be driving the truck and they're running their entire trucking company, they're called owner-operators. But they mean the same thing. It's essentially just a trucking company. This is the person that actually owns a truck, they own their own trailer, and they're gonna make their money by actually owning assets and moving trucks. So hopefully that makes sense. So we have the dispatcher and then we have the carrier. Both the carrier and the dispatcher are allies, okay? They are on the same team. They're working together, and their job at the end of the day is to make as much money as possible from every single load that is booked, okay? The more that the dispatcher books the load for, the higher amount of money that they're going to get because they work typically on a percentage. So they charge 10% per load, 8%, whatever you're going to charge. You make more money if you book a higher load rate. Same thing goes for the carrier. They also want to make the most amount of money from every single load because then they get paid more. So as you can see, the carrier and the dispatcher, they are on the same team. They are not enemies. They're allies of each other. You as a dispatcher, you're basically like the frontline soldier for a carrier. Think of it like that, okay? Now, let's look at the other side. On the other side, we have a party called the shipper, okay? The shipper is essentially the company that needs the load moved. So think of this in terms of like a manufacturing company, okay? You're Nike, you're making a bunch of shoes, and now you want to move those shoes to another, facility or to your end consumer, whatever it might be. You need these shoes moved from one location to the next. You, the manufacturer, the person that's going to be paying the money to move the load is called the shipper, okay? So you are technically the end client. You are the person that's paying everyone's bill in this entire logistics chain. So we have the shipper on that side, and then the frontline soldier for the shipper, the ally of the shipper, is someone called a broker. You're going to hear this a lot. Freight broker, broker agent, whatever you want to call them. But essentially the broker, in the simplest terms, is just a reseller. Generally speaking, what the broker does is they'll find a bunch of shippers like this, bunch of people that need their loads moved. They will go up to the shipper and tell them, hey, why don't you give me this load? You're paying $1,000, give it to me for $1,000. I will do all the vetting for you. I will find the right carrier for you, the right person to move this load. And you don't need to hire this like super big, expensive in-house team, all these employees to do all this work for you. I will do that for you instead. It's going to be a much cheaper for you and much less operational headache for you to take care of. Okay. Let me handle that for you. Now, what they're going to do, they're going to take that load, let's say for $1,000 from the shipper, and then they're going to mark it down, let's say by 10 to 20%. That's typically their rate. So the broker is going to take their percentage, 10 to 20%, and for $800, they're going to give this load to the carrier. Okay. So that's essentially what they do. They're essentially a reseller. They come in between, they take their cut, and they pass it along, whatever's left over, to the carrier. So that's why I like to call them resellers. Now, as I mentioned before, the shipper and the broker, they're on the same team. They are allies. Okay. They're working together. So both the broker and both the shipper, their main job is to pay as little money as possible to move this load. So the shipper wants to pay the least amount of money possible, and so does the broker, okay? The less that they can pay, the more that they can keep for themselves. Think of it like that. So hopefully you guys are following along. Just to recap, we have the carrier, the person moving the load, and we have the dispatcher. You as the dispatcher, you are an ally of the carrier. You're technically working for the carrier, okay? You are an independent contractor for the carrier, so they will be giving you 1099s and all that good stuff. You are technically like an employee of the carrier. You are not their boss. They are your boss, okay? So you guys are on the same team. You're trying to make as much money as possible from every single load. And then on the other side, we have the broker and the shipper. They're allies. They're working with each other. They're going to keep each other's best interest in mind. They're trying to pay as little money as possible. And then in the middle, we have the intersection. That's where you as the dispatcher, you're going to be reaching out to brokers to book loads from them. Okay. You're going to be going on load boards. These are softwares called load boards. You're going to learn about them in a future training video, but that's where part of your job comes in to find loads, book loads. You're going to be booking all that stuff through the broker, not the shipper. Okay. So hopefully you guys, with this visual representation, you're understanding the logistics chain, how everything works. Now, one quick distinction I also have to make. I get this question a lot as well. Is the dispatcher the same thing as a broker? Well, hopefully you guys know by now, it's clearly not. These are two very different jobs, okay? Both people are trying to find someone that wants a load moved and someone that can move that load. Both of you guys are technically doing the same thing, but you're representing different parties. Now, if you're wondering, well, okay, which one should I be? Should I become a truck dispatcher? Should I become a freight broker? What's better for me? Well, here's just a quick list of things that, you should consider. For a truck dispatcher, you have very low risk, whereas for a broker, you have high risk. As a dispatcher, you're just an independent contractor for the carrier, whereas a broker, you are a separate entity. Okay, you are your own separate business. You are someone that's going to be listed on the shipping contract. So you have a lot more exposure, a lot more risk. If anything goes wrong with the load, or if there's any sort of damages or anything like that, the broker can be held liable for it. Okay, they can get sued, they can be held liable. Whereas you, as a truck dispatcher, that can't happen to you, or it technically can't happen to you. Okay, you have very low risk. You're just an independent contractor, technically like an employee for the carrier. So you essentially have almost little to no risk, whereas the broker, you have very high risk. Speaking of which, you also don't need an MC authority. You know, this is going to cost a lot of money. It invites a lot more regulations. You don't need that as a dispatcher. You're just an independent contractor. For a broker, you do need a broker MC, okay, which again, you're going to have to pay a lot of money in insurance, you know, to have like a surety bond and everything. It's going to be a whole process. And then finally, think about the cost. As a dispatcher, you could literally spend just $500 per month and make $20,000 per month. Whereas as a broker, that's not possible. Okay, you're gonna have to invest a lot more capital to get started in that business. So at the end of the day, if you want to make money, if that's your goal, if you want to make a lot of money with a little amount of effort, I would say go the truck dispatching route. Okay. Anyways, that's the what. Now let's talk about the why. Why should you become a truck dispatcher? You know what it is. Why should you become one? Well, first and foremost, very, very low cost. Okay. Truck dispatching is literally the cheapest trucking business that you can start. All you really need is a phone, laptop, decent Wi-Fi, and some software, and that's really about it. Okay. As I mentioned before, just with $500 per month, you could be making six figures very, very easily. I've helped a ton of people in the Dispatcher University community, in our school community, do just that. Okay, so they can vouch for me as well. It doesn't take a lot of money to make a lot of money in this industry. If you wanted to start, like, let's say a trucking company, you would have to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to make six figures. Whereas with this, you have very little cost to get started. So it's super easy to get started. Also, another benefit is that you can work from anywhere. You don't even need to live in the US or be a US citizen to start a truck dispatching business in the US. You can work from anywhere in the world. You have the freedom to work from wherever and whenever you want. And honestly, guys, I am living proof of this, okay? For the past 8-9 years that we've been doing this, I have been granted the privilege to literally travel the world, do whatever I want to do, buy whatever I want. And I'm not a very materialistic person, okay? If you are, there's no shame in that. From the pictures, some of these pictures, it does seem like I'm pretty materialistic, but you know, those are just for Instagram. But generally speaking, I just want the freedom to travel, okay? See all the different parts of the world and spend more time with my family. Just provide my family the type of life that I knew that we could always live, okay? You might have similar goals. Truck dispatching can provide that for you. Okay, there's not a lot of businesses that I know that can offer that. Okay, where you can just travel the world and just work from your laptop. You hear that a lot. A lot of people say that you can start a business like that, but it's really just a pipe dream. Okay, it's not a reality. But with truck dispatching, it literally is a reality. Okay, I do it. Everyone that is working as a truck dispatcher, even in Dispatcher University, they're doing it too. But anyways, doesn't matter if you're materialistic or not. If you enjoy those type of things, if you just want to buy a bigger boat, if you want to drive around in Lamborghinis, you have the potential to do that. Okay, no one's judging you. The other thing I want to talk about is generational wealth. Okay, so if you think about it, I'm gonna mention this a little bit more in a later part of this video, but on average, one semi-truck, drive-in semi-truck, let's say, one truck can bring you $2,000 to $3,000 per month in revenue, okay? That's money going to you, your pocket, $2,000 to $3,000 per month from just one truck. And one person, you as a solo dispatcher, you can dispatch for around 7 to 12 trucks on average. None of these numbers are exaggerated, okay? Ask anyone that's doing this in this business. They will tell you these are very real numbers, very achievable numbers. $2,000 to $3,000 per month, 7 to 12 trucks. Just do the math. How much money can you potentially make? $36,000, $37,000 per month. Okay, it's pretty insane what you can do. It doesn't take a lot of work or a lot of carriers to start making silly money. okay, to completely change your life. Just think of how many trucks you would need to dispatch for to quit your full-time job. I'm sure it's not many. Okay, and think about how many semi-trucks there are, or box trucks there are, or hot shots. How many of those type of trucks are there in the United States? A lot more than 3 or 4 or 5, the amount it would take for you to quit your job. So a lot of opportunity in this business. Hopefully you jump in before the opportunity goes away. Also, low risk. You don't need insurance, you don't need permits, you don't need any sort of special license or DOT or MC number, any expensive trucks and trailers, or anything like that. You don't need any of that. As a truck dispatcher, you have the least risk out of any business in trucking, even if you quote unquote fail as a truck dispatcher. Let's say you tried it out, it didn't work for you, you're only going to end up losing a couple $100s. That's it. If you started a trucking company or you tried to do any other type of business, you would end up losing thousands and thousands of dollars, potentially even risking bankruptcy. With truck dispatching, you don't have that risk. Okay, you don't have that hanging over yourself. You can get started, you can try it out without, risking everything, putting everything on the line. So it's very low pressure. Also, I should mention that as a truck dispatcher, you're always going to be needed. Because think about it, shippers will always need to move loads, 365 days a year in any sort of economy, whether there's a recession or a boom, there's always loads that are going to need to be moved. And then carriers will always need help finding and booking those loads at the highest rate. So logically, there will always be a demand for dispatchers, and AI can't easily replace it. There's already been some AI dispatchers that have been on the market for a while now. None of them do anything. Okay, I'm still making 7 figures. It hasn't affected my business at all, literally at all. This is not something that you can just chat GPT away. Okay, this business is going to be around for a while. This opportunity is not something that AI can just readily replace. Who knows what could happen in the future, but again, from what I foresee for the next 10 years, this is not a real concern that we need to worry about. And then finally, you can be your own boss. You control everything. You decide how much money you want to make. You decide when you want to work. If you're happy working alone and you only want to make around $20,000 to $30,000 per month, you can do that. You have the power to do that. If you want to build a dispatch empire and you want to make hundreds of thousands of dollars per month, you can also do that. Okay, that's in your control as well. At the end of the day, you call all the shots. As corny as it sounds, you literally control your destiny. Okay? So, that being said, let's talk about the good stuff. The how. How much money can you actually make as a truck dispatcher? Now, I already kind of touched on this, but I'll go through this again. So let's say you as a truck dispatcher, you're going to charge 10% per load. Okay. Now in a future training video, in the money training video, I'm actually going to show you how much you can charge, how much you can get away with, how much value you need to provide to charge a lot of money. But 10% is not a crazy amount. Okay. It's on the higher end of the spectrum, but it's not out of the equation. So 10% is very reasonable if you're providing a lot of value. So let's just go with that. Let's say you're charging 10% per load as a truck dispatcher, and you're making your carrier $20,000 per month in load revenue, which again is on the lower side. I'm being very, very conservative with these numbers. Typically, any decent, half decent dispatcher can make a semi-truck $20,000 to $30,000 per month in any economy, whether there's a recession, boom. I've been in this industry for almost a decade now. I know this is a very reasonable amount, okay? So again, being very conservative, you're charging 10%, you're making your carrier, one truck, $20,000 per month. Now let's say you're doing this for 10 different trucks at the same time. We add all this stuff together, we multiply it all together, how much you're making, how much are you making as a dispatcher in profit every single month? You're making $20,000 just off of 10 trucks. There's literally hundreds and hundreds of thousands of trucks on the road right now. You just need 10 to start making $20,000 per month. Now imagine if you're working with 25 or 50 or 100 trucks. How much would you be making then? Obviously a ton of money. Now, if you're thinking in your mind, well, okay, $20,000 per month, that kind of sounds like unreasonable. It doesn't sound like very achievable to me. Just look at the other people in Dispatcher University. Okay, these are real people that started at the same place as you. They didn't know anything about truck dispatching. Look at Arthur. Okay, I literally just talked to him a few weeks ago and I recorded this video with him. He ended up making $16,500 per month in literally just 30 days. And in that video, if you guys want, I can show you where to watch this video. He shows you how he did that step by step. Okay. And you can see all these posts that he made inside our school community. You can see him like every few days. He's just saying, oh, I just signed on 6 carriers. I have another carrier now. I have 2 more people that want to jump on a call with me. I have 3 carriers that want to join me now. People like him are getting results. Okay. He's not alone. There's a bunch of people like him getting results. And I can actually show you, like, if you want to, here, let me zoom out of this. If you actually want to see this video, like if you want to check it out, see what he has to say, how he actually made that money, you can go to school.com/dispatch. This is where my school community is. And actually, when you land on this page, it'll look something like this. And you can see, you can watch this video right here, but this second video is the Arthur video that I'm talking about. It's just 10 minutes long. Click play and you can watch this video. $16,500 per month in 30 days. And then we have Oscar. He made $14,000 per month in 30 days. You can listen to him, see how he did it. And then I have a whole bunch of other people that are making crazy amount of money. There's Richard. He signed on 7 or 8 trucks by joining Dispatcher University. And you can just see there's a 17-year-old in here that's signing on carriers and making money. But we have so many testimonials, so many people getting results and winning. You could just go check it out for yourself, okay? Not trying to plug this too heavily, but again, if you want the advanced training, if this is something that you feel like you would be good at, you can join the school community. It's literally the cheapest course on the planet. And just a quick plug for it again, if you don't find your first carrier in 90 days, I will give you 100% of your money back. No one else can say that. So if you want the 100+ hours of advanced training, if you want one-on-one access to me, if you want to jump on a live call with me every single week and ask me questions, if you want to guarantee that you will find success after you join this course and you will actually find success with your dispatching business, this is where you need to join. Literally the cheapest truck dispatching community course, whatever you want to call it, on the planet right now. Just go to school.com/dispatch. I'll also leave a link in the description below. But anyways, let me just summarize this video up for you guys. So first and foremost, you need to understand your role. You work for the carrier, not the broker or shipper. You are the carrier's ally. That's what you are as a truck dispatcher. Your job is just to get the best rates for your carriers and keep their trucks moving, okay? Also, you have to understand why you should do this. This is a very, very rare opportunity. There's low cost to start. You can work from anywhere. There's high earning potential, low risk, always in demand, and you can be your own boss. So many positives for truck dispatching. Don't let this opportunity slip by. If you've been watching this video up until this point, you are serious about this. Okay, you can get started. You can completely change your life. The third thing, the money. One truck can bring $2,000 to $3,000 per month. 10 trucks can bring you $20,000 per month. It literally just depends on how much you want to make. You can make a ton of money in this industry with very little work. And then finally, hopefully you understood the entire logistics chain. You understand that shippers need loads moved. Brokers are the ones that kind of get in between, they lower the rates. They're resellers, you can say. I have nothing against brokers, by the way. And then dispatchers are the people that are fighting for carriers. Okay, so pretty simple logistics chain. So all that out of the way, this is the video you need to watch next, the business. So I'm going to show you how to set up your LLC, how to get all the tools, all the software that you need, and how to build a 7-figure business plan. We're going to make one together. And to watch that video, you can just click right over here. Make sure you go watch that right now, and I will see you in the business training video. I made $1.6 million in the last 12 months from my truck dispatching business, and in this free course, I'm going to show you exactly how I did that. The free course that you're about to go through right now is actually split up into 7 different videos where I show you step by step how to start a truck dispatching business from scratch, even if you have no experience. Now, in this video specifically, we're going to talk about the business. So how to set up your LLC, all the tools that you'll need as a dispatcher, and how to actually find the most profitable niche to make money in. So without wasting any more time, let's just jump right into it. First and foremost, I'm going to walk you through all the legal stuff. So how to actually set up your truck dispatching business, how to file your LLC, how to get your EIN, all that good stuff. So I'm going to walk you through that step by step. Then I'm going to show you all the tools that you'll need as a truck dispatcher, all the necessary tools so you don't waste all your money. And then also I have some worksheets for you. So this is going to help you set up your niche, pick the right market so you don't make the mistake going after the wrong trucking companies. I'm going to show you which trucking companies to avoid and which ones to go for. I've created some free worksheets for you to help you do that. And then finally, I'm just going to summarize this video up at the end. This video in total should take around 30 to 45 minutes, which is pretty long, but pro tip, you can watch this video in 2x speed or 1.5 times speed. Just change the playback speed of this YouTube video in the bottom right-hand corner. Go ahead and do that right now. I promise you, it's going to make this video go by much quicker and it'll be much more tolerable. So go ahead and do that right now. Oh, and then one quick note, if you want more advanced training and if you want more one-on-one help from me, you can think about joining Dispatcher University. It's my private school community. I guarantee I'll help you find your first carrier in 90 days, or you get all your money back. Okay, it's literally $97 to join. You could go to school.com/dispatch. You don't need to join if you don't want to. I don't really care. Here's the free stuff that you came for. So first and foremost, let's just talk about the legal stuff. So how do you actually, set up your business? The very first note I need to make is that none of this is required. You don't technically need a business to start dispatching, especially if you live in another country. Even if you live in the US, you don't need an LLC, you don't need all that stuff right away in the beginning. You could run everything under your own name, so you could be a sole proprietor, but the risk with that is you're putting all your personal assets at risk if anything goes wrong. Again, I'm not really a legal expert. I'm not authorized to give advice on that. I can only give you my opinion. So talk to like a actual attorney to figure out what's right for you. But in my opinion, the way that I would do it if I could go back is I wouldn't have spent money filing an LLC, going through the EIN, setting all that stuff up. I wouldn't have done that in the beginning until I started making at least $5,000 to $10,000 per month. Before that point, there's really not a lot of value there you're getting out of it. You could end up spending $300, $400 trying to set up an LLC just to find out you're not really good at this business. You don't really like this business and you just wasted $300. So instead of doing that, start the business first. You don't need any fancy LLC or anything like that. Start the business first, and then you can come back and do this. Or if you just want to do this from the beginning, you can do that as well. So the type of business that you should set up is an LLC, in my opinion. This is the most common type of business that people set up in the US. It stands for Limited Liability Company. It's this entity that you're going to set up, this LLC. What it does is it basically protects you from your business. Okay, so it separates your business assets and your personal assets, your business activity from your personal activity. So for example, if your carrier that you're working with or if a broker that you're working with tries to blame you for something or tries to sue your company for something, they can't come after your personal assets. So if they sued ABC Dispatch, they can't come after me as the person. They can only go after my assets that are under my company. They can't come for my car, my home, that I live in. They can't put that up for sale if I can't pay the money. They can't do stuff like that. Okay. They can't come after me personally. They can only go after my business. Again, not a legal expert. I'm giving you very general idea of how this works. Again, there's a lot deeper understanding to this. But just for like the broad knowledge of what you need to know, that's exactly what an LLC is there for, is to protect your business activity from your personal activity. It's like a shield that you can use. So that's the LLC. It's at the state level. Then we have the EIN, which is at the federal level. Okay. So this is basically like your business's social security number. It's free from the IRS. You don't need to pay anyone to do this for you. Also, once you get your EIN, this is exactly what you're going to use to open up business bank accounts, file taxes, even get credit cards. This is the information that you need to do all that stuff. You don't want to use your social security number or anything, when it comes to running your dispatching business. You want to use your EIN number instead. Okay. You want to link all your business assets to your business. So you're going to need your EIN number to do that. So you need an LLC. I'm going to show you how to file that. And you need an EIN from the federal government. Those are the two things that you need, okay, to fully form your business. Once you have both those things done, then you can go to a bank and set up a business bank account. Again, the reason for this, we're separating our business activity from our personal activity. Keeps your business income clean and separate. Also, it helps when it's, around tax time, helps with tracking your financial data, and it helps protect you from piercing the corporate veil. So a mistake that I see a lot of dispatchers make is they'll go through the trouble of setting up an LLC, setting up an EIN, all that good stuff. But then when they start getting paid money from their company, they start making $10,000, $20,000 per month. all that money goes straight into their personal account. They never set up a business bank account. So what happens if they ever do end up getting in trouble? They're going to look at that information. They're going to see, hey, all this income that you're getting from your business, it's going straight into your personal account. You're telling us that your business entity is separate from your personal entity. That's why you set up an LLC, to protect your personal stuff. But the way that you're acting, you're combining the two things. Okay, you're blurring the lines. So that could be very dangerous. That's called piercing the corporate veil. The shield that you're using, it's getting damaged, it's getting murky because you're mixing your personal and business income and assets. So we don't want to do that. Keep your business income separate from your personal income. Speaking of which, after you set up your business bank account, you're going to need a business credit card. It's great for covering dispatch expenses and building your business credit, which is separate from your personal credit. Business credit will help you get business loans. Personal credit helps you get personal loans. And of course, once you get a business credit card, you can use it for tools that you need for your dispatching business, like a load board, CRM software, Google Workspace, all that good stuff. And also, obviously, make sure that you're paying your credit card off monthly. Okay, pay the full balance off. Now, one quick pro tip that I would also recommend doing, not a lot of people do this, you can apply for a free DUNS number with Dun & Bradstreet. It kickstarts your business credit file, and most dispatchers miss this and then they end up regretting it later, but it just helps build up your business credit. Okay, it's free to do, doesn't really hurt to do it. Might as well add it to the list of things to do. So I realized this was a lot of stuff. You don't really know where to get started, what to do first. So let me just break it down step by step, exactly what you need to do. I just wanted to show you all the different steps. Now I'm going to take you through step by step how to do all this stuff in order. So here's the 7 steps that you need to take to fully form your business, okay, the legal entity of your business. The very first step when it comes to setting up your truck dispatching business is picking a name. A lot of people get stuck on this. They try to get really creative with this. They try to be perfectionists, come up with the most incredible business name. Don't do that, okay? Just pick a name that sounds professional, pick a name that's easy, get it out of the way, and just get it registered. That's it. Okay. The easiest name to pick is just use some part of your name. So for example, my name is Gurpreet Gill. I could use Gill Dispatch or Gurpreet Dispatch. Gill Dispatch sounds better. You can do the same thing. If your name is John Doe, you could say John Dispatch or Doe Dispatch. Just keep it very simple. Use the word dispatch somewhere in your business name. So when other trucking companies hear it, they know exactly what type of service you provide. You can always change this stuff in the future. Don't get bogged down with perfectionism at this step. Just pick a quick name, look online, look on your in your state's government website to see if that name is already taken or not. If it is taken, then you can't register it. You're going to need to come up with a different name. If it's not taken, that means you can obviously register it. The easiest way to check this, just go on Google and just type in business name search in and then your state. So for example, if I was living in California, business name search in California. Go ahead and do that. It'll bring you to the website where you can obviously check to see if that name is taken or not. So that's the first step. Once you've picked out a professional sounding name, the next thing you need to do is file for your LLC, okay, at the state level. So how do you do that? You basically go to Google again. You go to file an LLC in, and then your state. So file an LLC in California, wherever. Go to your state's website and just file it online. It's literally that simple. Now, I know a lot of you guys are like confused when it comes to filing government paperwork, and that's totally understandable, okay? If you know you're one of those people, you can actually pay a third-party service to do it for you for not a lot of money. I believe on average, they only take like $50 or $100 more to do that stuff for you. So you can just completely lay back. You just let them do all the confusing government paperwork stuff, and you just give them the basic information. They'll go ahead and do all the hard work for you. Okay, for like $50 extra or $100 extra. So one of these websites is Busy. That's what I used. I'm not sponsored by them or anything like that. Bizee. Okay, that's one company. Another one, if you're from outside of the US. Okay, if you live in Canada, Pakistan, India, wherever. If you don't live in the US, you're from outside of the country, but you want to start an LLC in the US, then you can use a website like Doola, Doola. Okay, they will help you set all this stuff up. There's a few extra steps you need to take as a foreign investor in the US. You're going to need a registered agent. You might need a US virtual address. So there's some extra steps that you'll need to take, but Doula will help you do that. Okay. If you're in the US, just end up using something like Busy. They can set all this stuff up for you. Or you can do it online, save yourself some $50 or $100, somewhere around there. On average, this is going to take you around like 10, 15 minutes. It's very quick. It takes around $200 to $300, depending on the state. Every state's fees for setting up an LLC is a little different. So look into yours. So that's really about it. Your state will tell you exactly how to file the LLC, all the forms that you need to submit as well. Just look at the government website for your state that you're in. So that's step number 2. Step number 3, file your EIN. This is at the federal level now. So once we're done registering our business with the state, now we need to register it with the federal government, which is the EIN number. So to do that, you're just going to visit the IRS website, so irs.gov, and you can look at, you can find the EIN form on their website. You're basically going to apply for it. It's going to be very, very quick. This is super simple. It takes like 5 minutes to do, and it's completely free. Okay. The IRS, the federal government, they don't charge you anything to get an EIN number. So once you get your LLC, then you can file for your EIN. It's going to take 5 minutes, free to do, and you should get that information right away. Okay, you should get your EIN number right away after you're done filing. So you can go ahead and do this step yourself, or again, if you don't feel comfortable doing this, you can pay Busy or Doula to do it for you. So now you've got your name picked out, you registered an LLC under that name, and you set up your EIN number. You're already like most of the way there. The next thing you need to do after you get all that stuff squared away is set up a business bank account. If you're in the US, it doesn't really matter. Pick a local credit union, pick a national bank. It doesn't really matter. The one thing I will say is try to stay away from those online banks. Okay, like Bluevine or Mercury Bank or something like that. Try to stay away from those type of banks. You want access to your money. You want access to talk to a representative and talk to someone in real life, in person, because your money is going to be going into this account. Okay. So you don't want to take that risk. So just pick a local credit union, pick a national bank, park your money in there, just set up a business bank account with them. Make sure you bring your LLC documents that you just set up and your EIN, because they're going to ask for that. Okay. When you open up a business bank account, but you can shop around a little bit, see what rates you get, what type of benefits they give you. It's not really a big deal. Just pick one, get going. Now, if you're someone that's abroad, you don't live in the US, again, you're living in a different country, then you might not be able to set up a business bank account in the US. Okay. You might just need to pick a national bank account in your country that also operates in the US. So I would just find whatever bank that is, whatever national big bank there is that also operates in the US, and open up a business bank account with them. That way it's easier to transfer money back and forth. So that's the bank. One of the final things you need to do, set up a business credit card. After you get your business bank account, again, you're going to start building your business credit. That's what we're using this for. Again, there's literally thousands of cards to pick from. Just pick one that has no annual fee. Okay. And it has good reporting and it's widely accepted. So pick like a Visa credit card that again, just doesn't have any annual fees. You don't need any travel perks or, these points or anything like that. You don't need any of that stuff right now. Okay. You can always get more cards in the future and you can get newer cards, better cards, travel cards. Right now, you just need something simple that won't cost you any money. Pick a very simple card, like a Visa card that's accepted everywhere and it has no annual fee or very low annual fees. And then finally, set up your DUNS number. Very simple. Again, just go to Google, look up Dun & Bradstreet. I think their domain name is dnb.com, I believe. Or just Google Dun & Bradstreet. It'll come up. It's free to, register your business. Again, it's going to help you build your business credit profile. Now, once you're done doing all that, the last step, the final step that you need to do, once you've already set up all your business, the last visible step for your business is the funnel. So you need like a website, like a online presence for your truck dispatching business. Nowadays, having a website, having a funnel, like a online presence, it's just as important as setting up all the legal stuff for your business as well. Okay, that's the age that we live in. So you need a very robust funnel. You need to buy your domain name. You need to connect it to a sales platform. And then you need to start building out your funnel to start getting carriers. This is where you're going to start sending leads. So once you start doing your marketing, once you start making content, you start running paid ads, you start getting referrals, you need a place to send all those people to, all those carriers. and turn them into paying clients. This is exactly where we're going to send them. The entire next video, I'm going to show you how to set this up. I actually have a software that I built for you guys. But again, we can cover that in the next training video. So yeah, that's really about it. Okay. That's literally all the steps you need to do to set up your truck dispatching business from scratch. If there was anything confusing about that, again, just reach out to me in the community, if you're in my school community, or just leave a comment if you're in YouTube, and I'm more than willing to help you guys out. Anyways, now let's get into the tools that you will need as a truck dispatcher. A lot of you guys are interested in this. So there's really only 3 tools that you need. Okay. These are like the essential tools, the necessary tools that you will need as a truck dispatcher. Everything else you can add on to this. Okay. You can get more fancy stuff if you want to, but it's not really necessary. These 3 things, the only tools that you need to set up to start making $20,000, $30,000 per month. The first tool is Truck AI. This is my software, just to be completely transparent with you guys. And in this software, basically you treat it like a sales system. So this is where you'll get a funnel. This is where you get your automations. This is where you set up your website, your CRM. So all the leads that you get, all their contact information, you need a place to store all that information. So this also does that for you. You want to be able to send out invoices. You want to be able to sign contracts. You can do all of that stuff inside this one software. And the best part is you don't even have to set it up from scratch. I have already done that for you, for your truck dispatching business. So as soon as you get access to the software, you already get all this stuff pre-built for truck dispatching. That also means that you don't really need any tech skills to set all this stuff up. Okay. You literally just plug in your information and you start signing carriers. That's really how simple it is. Okay. You just customize it a little bit, start signing carriers. Now, this one tool, Truck AI, it replaces over 25 tools. So tools like Calendly, like DocuSign, like MailChimp, like Wix. You don't need 6 or 7 or 8 different softwares all connected together. That would get really confusing. Okay, most of you guys would not be able to do that. It requires a lot of tech knowledge. So instead of doing all that and paying for like 8 different softwares, like $400, $500 per month, you get all this stuff for just $97 per month. Okay, all of that in just this one software. But again, don't buy it right now. I'm going to show you how to connect all this stuff, do all this funnel stuff in the next training video. But I just wanted to show you, this is one of the necessary tools that you will need. The second thing you'll need after a sales system is DAT, or basically any load board. So the one that I recommend that's like the gold standard in our industry is DAT1 Select. So this is where you can go to find, filter, and post loads for your carriers in real time. This is how you're going to make your carriers money. Okay, so obviously you're going to need something like this. With DAT1 Select, if you get that specific plan, you can see lane rates, you can get broker credit scores, you can see days to pay information before you book a load. So you don't end up getting scammed. Okay, you don't work with bad brokers that will just harm your business and give your carriers a bad taste. So you get to see all that information. And just a quick note, because I do get this comment a lot, I do get this question a lot as well. You can't get access to DAT without first finding a carrier. Okay, you need to have a carrier first. You need to sign on a carrier first and have them provide you access to DAT. So during the onboarding process, when you sign a carrier and you're doing the onboarding for them, you will tell them, hey, we need access to this DAT tool. You need to provide it for me. Okay. You're going to go to DAT. You're going to talk to their sales team. They're going to check to see if your MC is legit. And then they're going to provide you access to DAT1 Select. I will pay you the amount of money that they ask for. I will pay you that every single month, but you just provide me access to it. I will pay for it and I will use it to find you loads. It's very typical. It's very common in our industry now. DAT put this check in there to prevent freight fraud. Okay. As truck dispatchers, you don't need an MC or DOT number. You're not restricted by regulations or anything like that. But that also means there's very big opportunity for bad actors. Let's just say, people that can scam and, run double brokering schemes and stuff like that. So to prevent that, DAT only gives out their load board to people with an MC number. Do not reach out to DAT and try to ask them for access. You need to find a carrier first, have that carrier give you access to DAT. Okay. In the meantime, obviously you need a load board to practice with. In the meantime, you can use some free load boards or some other paid load boards that don't have an MC check, like 123 load boards. So you can look them up, or Truckloads by Trucker Path. So at the time of making this video, they don't require MC checks. So you can look into them. Anyways, the gold standard, once you find a carrier and you get access to DAT, this is going to run you around $199 per month. Okay. And then finally, the last tool you need is Google Workspace. So Google Workspace is going to come with your business email. That's where we're going to set it up. It's also going to come with a bunch of apps that we're going to use. So Google Docs, Google Sheets, Google Drive, Google Calendar, and much, much more. So you get all of these apps in this one software. And like I already mentioned, this is what we're going to use to set up our business email. So you will make a business email like your name at yourcompanyname.com. So if my company name was ABC Dispatch, I could set up an email that said something like Gurpreet at abcdispatch.com. Okay. Makes it look very professional. And then finally, the last thing I should mention about this is that the apps that you get in here in Google Workspace, you can use Google Sheets to track your loads, to track your financial information, how much money you're making with this carrier. You can use Google Docs to create SOPs. So when you start hiring dispatchers, they can go through these SOPs in Google Drive and, they don't have to keep coming to you to ask questions. That's exactly what we do. And then finally, like Google Drive, you can use that to store documents, your load information, BOLs, PODs, all that good stuff. Guess how much it's going to cost you to get Google Workspace? $8 per month. Okay, so as you guys can see, these are the only necessary tools that you need. With these tools, you can make honestly $20,000 to $30,000 per month. Okay, people in my Dispatcher University community, they're making like $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 per month just using these three tools. And all this together is what, $300? Barely $300. So yeah, you guys can see just how accessible truck dispatching is as an industry. You can spend $300 per month. You don't need a loan, a business loan, or anything crazy like that. Even if you just wanted to try it out, you can spend $300, which is not a lot of money for a business. You spend $300, your potential is that you could potentially make $20,000 to $30,000 per month. That's not even that crazy of a number. Now, finally, the last thing I have for you guys is the worksheets. So I actually want to help you guys, get your feet wet, start researching the industry a little bit. So you guys aren't just watching a couple of videos. I want you to do some research into this industry if you're actually serious about making money as a truck dispatcher. So there's 3 different worksheets I have for you. The first one is your niche selection worksheet. So by going through this worksheet, we're going to help you answer, who do you actually help? What type of niche are you going to go after in trucking? And yeah, who are you going to provide loads for? So we'll help you do that. Then we have a market research worksheet. So once you figure out who you want to help, then we have to figure out what problems do they have? What do they want? How do they solve it currently? We need to answer all those questions. And then finally, your customer avatar worksheet. So this is a fictional idea of your perfect customer. We're going to sketch them out. We're going to detail their demographic interests and needs. We need to do this because when we go to market our business, we need to know exactly how our person looks. What are they interested in? Where are they from? What are they what do they actually need? We need to know all these details so our marketing actually hits. We don't want to just be, throwing darts with the blindfold on. We want to know exactly who our target audience is so we can attract them. So these are 3 worksheets I have for you. The easiest way to access them is just look in the description. I will leave a link to all 3 of these worksheets in the description and also in the comments as well. If you're in my school community, they should be in the resources section down below, or you can just go to just open up a new tab and go to dispatcheruniversity.com/niche-selection for the niche selection worksheet. For the market research worksheet, it would be dispatcheruniversity.com/market-research. And then finally, for the customer avatar worksheet, it's dispatcheruniversity.com/customer-avatar. Now, I'm not going to go through all 3 of these together with you. I will just go through the first one, just so you guys can see how this worksheet actually looks. So this is what the worksheet is going to look like once you open it up and get access to it. Let me zoom in a little bit. So let's just go through it really quickly together, just so you know how to fill this out. So first and foremost, read this note up here. Before you start, remember, you don't need to only work in one niche. In the beginning, you'll work with any carriers you can get. Okay, we want to spread a wide net. This worksheet is here to help you choose one niche to research first, so you can understand their business, find their problems, and figure out how to help them. Use this worksheet to guide your thinking. Use ChatGPT if you want to help you do some research. Okay, this is super, super helpful if you use it for research purposes. So here we go. Step number 1, highlight one niche you want to work with first. Remember, you'll work with any type of carrier you can get, but pick one to start researching. So there might be one niche that you're more interested in. Maybe you have some family members that have some experience in here. Maybe you've heard some good things about it. So whatever that niche is, whatever it's calling to you, just start with that one, okay? Now, I will say a lot of people start with box trucks. And this is a really, really good niche to get into, okay? It's very easy to find carriers that are box truck carriers. So this is what I would recommend for a beginner, honestly. So if I was interested in box trucks, I would go ahead, highlight that, and I'll go ahead and highlight the yellow. Okay, so this is the one that I want to focus on. And then step number 2, write down 5 skills or areas of expertise you currently have. As you can see, I've already given you an example of what this can look like. So for me, I would say something like, hey, I know friends with trucking companies. I have a degree in finance. I'm good in front of the camera. I can easily make friends, and I know how to do sales and marketing. So these are like the 5 skills that I have. They don't need to apply to trucking. These are just generally things that I know about myself to be true. Okay. So you would go ahead and do the same thing. What are 5 skills that you have that you think you can apply into your truck dispatching business? So you would go ahead and write that down over here. I am good at making videos. I don't know if, you would come up with something. And then for the third one, you could say something like, I can easily do cold calls without getting overwhelmed, and so on and so forth. Okay. Step 3, list the problems, fears, and desires of your chosen niche. Again, you get an example of what I've written. Don't just copy me. Put your own effort into this. Okay. Think about it, do your own research. And this is exactly what it's there for. Now, if you're really struggling, I think you guys get the idea of that, but let's say if you're really struggling trying to fill these worksheets out, you can actually use ChatGPT to help you out. So let me show you how to do that. What you can do, if you want the help of AI, you can just copy this entire worksheet. So I'm going to go ahead and do this right now. Copy this entire worksheet that I have for you. And then I'll open up ChatGPT right over here. And I'll just say something like this. Hey, I need your help doing some market or doing some research. I'm going through a free truck dispatching course, and here is the niche selection worksheet that I need to complete in detail. And then I will go ahead and paste everything that I just copied. And then I'll go down and say something like, can you help me do research into the box truck niche and fill this out? Please ask me questions first in detail, and then use my answers to fill out this template. Boom, just like that. Okay. The reason I'm telling ChatGPT to ask me questions is so it doesn't just provide me like the same broad general information that it's going to provide to everyone. I'm assuming a lot of people that are watching this video, they're probably going to use ChatGPT to do all the research for them. I wouldn't really recommend that. Again, put some effort in yourself, do some Googling, read some articles, search out information yourself. AI isn't really perfect yet, but the way that we can get it to work is by letting it ask you questions instead. Here's the template, ask me questions, and then use my answers to fill this stuff out. So you can see right here, perfect. Let's slow down and do this the right way. Before I fill out the box truck niche selection worksheet for you, I need to collect some details from you so it's customized to your situation. Exactly. That's exactly what we're trying to do. So again, if you know how to use AI the right way, you can get very, very, very good information from it. Okay. So you can see it's asking us some questions. Besides making videos, blah, blah, blah. Do you have any experience or knowledge? So you can just answer the questions that ChatGPT is asking you. And once you provide all these answers, then it will customize your answers, use your answers, and then look online, do some research online as well, mix those two things together and, help you fill out this niche selection worksheet. So I just think that's a really cool idea. That's something that you can consider. But again, put some effort into this. Do your own research. Don't just rely on ChatGPT as a crutch. Put a lot of effort into this. This is what's going to separate you from the people who barely try, and get no results, to the people who, make a lot of money in this industry. So anyways, I think you guys get the idea of how these worksheets work. So I'm not gonna, go on about it. So that's the niche selection, market research, customer avatar. You can find all the links in the description below. Finally, last thing I should mention, Dispatcher University, I kind of mentioned it at the beginning. If you guys like this free course, but you want more advanced training and you want more help from me personally, I can guarantee you that if you join Dispatcher University, I will help you find your first carrier in 90 days, or I'll give you 100% of your money back. Okay. You literally have no risk. You could check out what Dispatcher University is at school.com/dispatch. So I would just, go ahead, go check it out. And just so you know, we've gotten people some crazy results. So Oscar, he started making $14,000 per month in 30 days. Arthur made $16,500 in 30 days. Laura, who's now working for us, made $6,200 in 30 days. Now she's making over $10,000 per month in 90 days. And these aren't even the craziest results, by the way. These are real people that you can talk to. These aren't fake reviews or anything like that. These are real people that you can actually reach out to right now. You can DM them and ask them, hey, is this legit? I have some questions. So if you want to do something like that, again, let me just show you. If I open up my school community, I go to my paid school community right over here, and look at this, okay? Got my first carrier appointment. This was 2 days ago. I finally signed a carrier 4 days ago. 6 days ago, Eric signed 2 carriers signed, 4 more signing soon. So 6 carriers Eric signed. OMG, amazing training, 6 carriers in 30 days, 3 carriers in 30 days. Oscar made $8,975 and $660 in 2 days. So he's sharing that. That was 12 days ago. Okay. I signed my first carrier, first client with 2 18-wheelers and 2 box trucks. Again, I can keep going on and on and on and on. This is all within the last 2 weeks that people have posted this. All right. These are real people. I'm getting them some pretty crazy results. It just goes to show you that the stuff that we're doing in Dispatcher University is real. By the way, it literally costs $97. You don't need to join if you don't want to. I'm just going to give away a lot of free information in this free course. Okay. So this is not a pitch to join my paid course for thousands of dollars. It's $97. If you want to join, great. If you want more advanced training, that's what it's there for. And if you want more one-on-one help with me. If not, if you can do everything by yourself for free, then do that. Okay. Don't pay me money, save your money, and use it for your business. Anyways, to summarize this video, here's the things that you need to do. First and foremost, your business setup. You don't need an LLC, but it protects you. It makes you look more legit. Just if you do want to set up your LLC, make sure you also set up an EIN, a business bank account, and a business credit card to keep things clean and separate. Don't pierce the corporate veil. Secondly, you know about the key tools that you need, the 3 tools. So all you really need in truck dispatching is Truck AI, DAT1 Select or a load board, and Google Workspace. That's really about it. Okay. It's going to run you around $300 to $500, depending on all the tools and everything that you might want to get. Not a lot of money. Okay. So just budget $300 to $500 per month. These will cover your dispatching costs. This will do everything that you need in your business. It'll cover your dispatching, your sales, your documents, your daily operations, all that good stuff. You literally spend $300 to $500 and you're going to be making $20,000 to $30,000 per month. The next thing is planning. So make sure you go through the worksheets. That's what it's there for, to help you plan. You need to choose a niche, study the market, and define your ideal carrier. The clearer you are, the more effort you put into this part, okay, into this early stage, the faster you're going to get results. If you don't spend a lot of time in here, you try to rush to the finish line, you're going to end up burnt out. You're not going to get any results. And then you're going to wonder oh, this didn't work for me. I wonder why it didn't work for me. You didn't put the effort in. Okay. So go ahead and use those worksheets, set up your business. Finally, the funnel. We're going to set up your website and sales funnel to start getting leads. We're going to do that in the next training video. So Truck AI is the software that I made. That's just what we're going to use. It does all that in one place. You don't need any tech skills or anything like that. Again, we'll set this up in the next training video. Finally, Dispatcher University. I think you guys know what it is. Join for more advanced training. You can find your first carrier in 90 days, or I'll give you 100% of your money back. You saw all the people winning, so it's a legitimate thing. It's just $97 per month. I'm probably going to change the price to $1,000 per year at 500 members just to keep it more, just to keep it smaller. But right now it's $97. Literally the cheapest thing on the market. You have no risk. I'll give you all your money back if you don't get results. If you're interested in that, you can go to school.com/dispatch. If you can't afford it, if you don't want to go through a paid course, that's totally fine. Save your money. Okay, save your money and spend it on your own business. You can just go through this free course and make a lot of money in this industry. Okay, you don't need to pay anyone anything. You don't need to buy a course or anything like that. Anyways, the next video that we're going to go through in this free course, the 7-part series, is the funnel. So I'm going to show you how to build a simple website or funnel that brings in leads and turns them into paying carriers. And to watch that, you can just click on this video right here. And yeah, I'll see you in that video. I made $1.6 million in the last 12 months from my truck dispatching business, and in this free course, I'm going to show you exactly how I did that. The free course that you're about to go through right now is actually split up into 7 different videos where I show you step by step how to start a truck dispatching business from scratch, even if you have no experience. Now, in this video specifically, we're going to talk about the funnel. So I'm basically just going to expose my entire business to you, which I'm kind of scared about, and show you the exact blueprint that I used to find and sign over 700 carriers in the last 10 years that I've been working, plus the software that I use on the back end to automate all of this for me. So without wasting any more time, let's just jump right into it. All right, so here we are inside the presentation, and here's what we're going to cover. First and foremost, I'm just going to give you the big picture overview of how my business actually works, why we're able to work with so many carriers, why we've been so successful. So I'm just going to give you the entire blueprint, and it's the entire funnel of, how we bring people in and how we sign those carriers on the back end. Then I'm going to show you the software that I use to automate all of this for me. Without it, we would not be successful. So I'm just going to show you how it is. And then finally, just give you a quick walkthrough of the software as well. Just a quick note, this is a software that I have built for my truck dispatching company, and now we're just giving it to you guys as well, okay? So I just want to make that super clear. This video is not just to plug the software. You will see for yourself how valuable this thing is, but we'll get to that in just a minute. And then finally, just going to summarize this video up at the end, give you your action steps for the day, some homework for you, so you can actually start building your truck dispatching business. Now, quick pro tip before we jump in, watch this video in 1.5 times speed. Okay, this is super important. So where you see my picture right now, just below me, there should be an option to change the playback speed on YouTube. Change it to 1.5 times speed. It'll make this video go by much, much quicker and make it a lot less boring. Okay, it'll make it more tolerable. So make sure you go ahead and do that. All right, first and foremost, let's just talk about the funnel. Okay, let me just show you like the big picture overview. Now you can open this up yourself if you want to, look at what the entire funnel looks like. So if you're interested, you can go to dispatcheruniversity.com/funnel, but I'm also going to open it up on my end. And then we can just go through this together. Okay. So this right here is why our company is so successful. Okay. It's completely mapped out. I'm not hiding anything. This is how it functions. Okay. So let's just start from the beginning. This might look a little confusing to you. So let me just break it down step by step. So let's just start at the beginning where it all begins, which is the traffic. In order to sign carriers, people have to be first aware of who you are. Right now, no one knows about your truck dispatching business. So you need traffic. You need a way to market yourself to other people. There's a few different ways you can do it. The best way that I like is content. Okay, so it's just making content on YouTube, on Instagram, on TikTok. It could be short form, long form. This is the primary way that we get all of our customers, is just through these YouTube videos on Instagram, TikTok, YouTube Shorts as well. That's how we get most of our carriers that want to work with us. This can work for you as well, okay? You don't need to be an expert. Trust me, you can very, very easily make a great content. So content is the first method. You can also do paid ads, another great method that we use on the back end. So just run ads on Facebook and Instagram. That works super, super well to find carriers. And then we have some other strategies that you might be more familiar with. So for example, cold outreach. So think about cold calling. That is the method that's really popular with a lot of dispatchers, but it doesn't work that great. You have to make a lot of calls in order to get even one person interested in wanting to work with you, but it can work. So there's cold calling, there's warm outreach. So reaching out to the people in your network already. I'm sure you have like over 1,000 people that are following you on Instagram, on Facebook, that you're following them, people in your contacts, on your phone contacts. All of these people are people you can reach out to and let them know, hey, I'm starting this truck dispatching business. Do you know anyone that might be interested in this? So you could go ahead and do that right now. Find your first carrier by the end of this video. But most people are too scared to do that. So you're hindering yourself. Okay, this is like the easiest method to find your first carrier, but anyways, I digress. So that's another method. Affiliates. So you're reaching out to other businesses that work in the same industry as you. Think about lenders. So people that give out loans. There's a lot of trucking companies, new trucking companies that need loans to get started. So you can reach out to them, partner with them. You can reach out to fuel companies, factoring companies, other influencers in the space. Just reach out to them, offer them a deal. Hey, if you bring someone in, I'll give you a certain percentage for every person that you bring in, or I'll just pay you a certain set fee for every person you bring in. Not a lot of dispatchers use this. It's super effective. And then finally, referrals. You already have clients. You can just get referrals, more clients from your existing clients. Again, most people are too scared to ask when they get a carrier for more carriers from that person. But, who does a truck driver know if not other carriers in the industry? So again, these are all the different methods that you can use to send traffic to essentially your website, your funnel. So this is where it all starts for me. Okay. I primarily focus on content, and I also do all of these other strategies as well. But primarily for me, it's content and paid ads. Now, another thing I do with the content that I make, I run retargeting ads on that. So I tell Facebook, hey, these people watched my YouTube video. They watched it for this amount of time. I want you to hit them with an ad on other videos that they watch, or if they go on Facebook. So I want you to give them an ad and, tell them about my truck dispatching service. A lot of you have probably already seen my ads on YouTube and Facebook. I'm sorry about that, but that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm just running retargeting ads to people that I know have already known about me. They've seen my content. They might like me. They know a little bit about me. So I want to get in front of those people again and just tell them about my offer, my truck dispatching service. So those retargeting ads and the content and all this strategy, all this traffic, I direct all of it to my landing page, my VSL page. Okay, this is super important now. Now we're getting into like the actual funnel. So I have a VSL page, super simple, just has a little headline, has a little video in there explaining what I do. And the headline just says, all dispatcher truck free for 14 days, no BS. Super catchy, tells them exactly what I'm about to offer them, makes a no-brainer offer. So it works super, super well. In the video, I also show them a bunch of social proof. Here's all the people that we worked with in the past, and look at the results we got them. So that works great. Now, let's say someone watches that, they land on that landing page, they watch the video, they're interested. They'll click on a button to apply to work with us, and this is the page that they land on. They get a little survey pop up, okay? On the survey, they have to qualify themselves. They have to answer a few questions. How long have they had their MC? What equipment are they running? How many years of experience do they have? All that good stuff. So they answer all that survey. Once they fill out that survey, I'm automatically sending them follow-up emails and follow-up text messages. I'm not sitting there, wasting my time trying to, individually type out all these messages. I have a software in the back end that's doing all this for me. And again, this is the exact software that I built, custom built for my truck dispatching company. And now I'm giving it to you guys. So I'm pretty excited about that. But yeah, this software, that's what you guys are going to be using as well. You just run automated campaigns. As soon as someone fills out this form, they're going to automatically start getting a bunch of messages from you that you can customize. Okay. Just letting them know like, hey, your next step, I just saw that you filled out this form. You want to work with us. Your next step is to book a call with us. So now they have qualified themselves. We don't just want to work with any random person. I want to work with experienced drive-in semi-truck carriers. That's my niche. So this is the form that's going to help us qualify them. If they're qualified, then we send them to the scheduling page, to our calendar page. This is where they just book a call and again, answer some more questions. And we're going to send them to another automated reminders, just sending them an email 24 hours before the call. Hey, your call's in 24 hours. Remember to show up for it. Here's the meeting link. Another email and text an hour before the meeting. Hey, your meeting's coming up in an hour. Here's the link. Make sure you join. And then 5 minutes before the meeting as well. We want to increase the show rate as much as possible. We don't want to leak potential leads at this stage. So these automations, they help us do that, okay? That's why our show up rate is 80% right now, which is pretty high. So after they book a call, obviously on the day of the call, they're going to jump on a call with us. We're going to do a quick sales call. This was just a test with me and my brother, but we're going to run a quick sales call with them, tell them what we're offering, what we're going to do for them. They get put in our sales pipeline. So we can see like exactly where they are in the sales stage? Did we actually close this deal? Did they say they were interested, but they need more information so we can, move them in the pipeline so we know exactly where they are? Or did they just say, no, hey, we don't want to work with you, so we can remove them from our pipeline? So I know that was a lot of information. You don't need to understand all of it right now. Okay. We're going to go through, like, in this free course. Again, we're just going to go through all this stuff step by step. So it'll make a lot more sense. Okay. I'm not going to leave any details out for like a paid course or anything like that. You can just go through this free course. You'll have all the information. But yeah. So this funnel right here, this is all going to take place on the software that I have for you guys. I'm going to cover it in just a second. The last thing, obviously, to build a successful truck dispatching business and why we have been successful is because of our offer. We have an absolutely, just like a no-brainer offer, such an insane offer. And it basically is a free trial. So I'll give you 14 days of free dispatching. All I want in return is a video testimonial. That's it. So I will dispatch your truck 14 days for free. In return, you will jump on a call with me and just give me like a review. Like, give me your honest review. Did you like working with us? Before you started working with us, how much money were you making? Were you concerned about anything? Did you have any fears about this industry? After working with us, how much money have you made? Could you tell everyone, that's going to be watching this video? And would you recommend us to anyone else? Okay. Like, what would you say to people that are probably on the fence? So just stuff like that, we just ask them questions and basically make like a testimonial video out of it. It's basically like a review, but in video form, because those are much more powerful. That's our insane offer. Now, you might be thinking, well, okay, I offer something for free and I'm getting a testimonial in return, but where do I make the money? Like, where do I make money in this? Great question. So after the video testimonial, which we do around day 10, so it's a 14-day free trial. On day 10, we do the video testimonial. On that same day, after the video testimonial, they've been hyping us up. They're giving us this like really glowing review. It's going to be a much higher chance of converting them into a paid client. So you could tell them like, hey, great. Thank you so much for the video testimonial. Like you said on the call, you have made a lot of money with us. Why don't we just keep working together? Okay. Usually I charge 10%, but for you, I will charge 8%. Or usually we charge 12%. For you, I'm going to charge 10%. How does that sound? We made you money already for the 14 days. We're going to keep making you money now. Around 50 to 60% of people that you work with on this free trial should convert into the paid contract with you. Okay. So that's my upsell. It's the actual paid dispatching service. Also, we charge a higher amount of money. We don't charge 2%, 3%. At that point, it's not even worth it to dispatch for people. Okay. You need to charge a high amount of money. It makes your time and effort more valuable. Plus, since you already gave the free trial, they already received the results with you. You don't need to, penny pinch and give them like the lowest rate possible. They're willing, these free trial clients, they've seen results firsthand for themselves. They are much more willing to pay a higher amount of money. So 8 to 10%. That's why everyone that is in Dispatcher University, like my private school community, plus for our truck dispatching company, that's how we're able to charge, 8, 9, 10% per load. It's because we go through this offer structure. So we have the free trial, then we have the paid service as the upsell. Let's assume they don't want to pay, 8, 9, 10% to, continue the dispatching service. That's totally fine. What I'll do instead is offer them a downsell. So they don't want to pay for the service. That's totally fine. I've already got the video testimonial from you that I'm going to use to find more carriers and get paid from them. So I'm not worried about that, but I'm still going to try to downsell you into something, which is the referral. So, hey, no worries. I know you want to leave. That's totally fine. It was great to work with you. Before you leave though, would you mind giving me 3 referrals? Okay. 3 people, 3 friends that you have in the industry, just so I can offer that free trial to them. So you got that free trial. I can also offer your friends and help make them money as well in this industry. So you can see it's such like a robust offer. Not a lot of truck dispatchers have this. Okay, this is kind of like our secret sauce right over here that I just gave to you for free. So this is the entire offer. Start with the free trial. You sell them into the paid, you upsell them into the paid service on day 10, day 11, after you've gotten them some results and after you collect the video testimonial. That's super important. If they say no to that, you can get some referrals out of them. Okay, that's totally fine. How about I just offer that free trial to 2 or 3 of your friends as well? Okay, just recommend 2 or 3 people to me. I will just, do a good job for them, give them the free trial as well. Super, super effective. Okay, so this is the entire funnel over here. Again, you might not fully grasp it just by me going through it really quickly. If you don't understand it, you can go back in this video and watch it again. But as we go through the free course, it's going to make a lot more sense. So I've been hyping up this software. You know, what is this software in the middle? You can see right over here in this entire middle section, we are basically automating all of this. I don't have to do a thing over here. I don't even have to lift a finger for this entire process to take place. I just make some videos. Those videos send people to this entire funnel. Okay, it filters them through. It helps me find the best possible clients for me that will pay me the highest amount of money. And all I have to do is literally just check my calendar, jump on a call with them, and pitch them this offer that I have. That's it. This middle portion, I don't have to do a damn thing. You know, what is the software that I'm using for this? Well, we can actually talk about that. So let's talk about the software. Now, the software that I'm using or that I've built, you know, customized for my truck dispatching company is called Truck AI. Okay, TRUK.ai. So the reason I built it is because there's a lot of features packed into it. Because, for example, these are all the features that you will need as a truck dispatching company. So first and foremost, you will need like a CRM and pipeline management tool. All the contacts that you have, all the carriers that you get, you need a place to store all of them. So, you know, think of like HubSpot. They're going to charge you $99 per month just for that one feature. Okay. And that's included in Truck AI. You're also going to need to build a sales funnel, kind of like what I just showed you, you know, that entire process of people just going in and out through all these website pages. That's called a sales funnel. So think about ClickFunnels. You can look up ClickFunnels right now. Just for that alone, it's $300 per month to build out a sales funnel. It's $300 per month. Then you can also have some website builders, obviously just to make a simple website, make some different landing pages if you want to test them out. So you can use Wix, Squarespace, WordPress. These are probably some companies that you've heard about. That's like $29 per month just for that feature. Surveys and forms is going to be $49. Email marketing is going to cost you around $99 per month to just send out emails to a bunch of carriers. Two-way SMS marketing to be able to send out commercial text messages, you know, promoting your business. That's another $99 per month. Booking in appointments to schedule meetings, workflow automations. Again, those automations that I was talking about, I don't have to send people emails or text messages. I have automation set up inside Truck AI that does that for me. Okay, and that just for that feature alone from other companies, it's going to cost you $169 per month. Courses and products. This is like if you start to scale, you start hiring dispatchers, you're going to need to teach them how to dispatch. So you can just build out a course like a SOP and you can offer that to them. Again, if you want to host your course somewhere, you know, all these videos somewhere, that's going to cost you $99 per month just to do that. Call tracking, reputation management, tracking and analytics, communities, invoices and contracts. Yeah. Even just to send out invoices and contracts, you know, through DocuSign, that's going to cost you money. Okay, you're going to need to do that, obviously, as a truck dispatcher. That's $47 per month right there. Also, 24/7 live tech support, also a mobile app. That's something that we're working on for Truck AI. So that will be included as well. But you can see all these different features. You're going to need them for your truck dispatching company. You're going to need all these features, all these tools. Imagine how complicated it's going to be to set all these different products up and how much money you're going to be paying. Actually, I can just tell you, if you wanted all these features, all these softwares, it would cost you $1,600 per month to do all this. And with Truck AI, it literally costs $97. I don't think I need to explain how crazy that is. Okay, how much stuff you're getting just for $97. And again, the whole reason that I customized and built this software for myself is because it solved my problem for my truck dispatching business. Now I'm just giving it to you guys. I could be charging like $500,000 per month for this product, but giving it to you guys for less than $100 per month. Also, speaking of which, if you want to buy it and if you want to get access to it, it automatically comes pre-built for truck dispatchers. So I've already built all this stuff out for you guys. So you don't have to build this from scratch. Okay. So here's all the stuff in there. First and foremost, a scheduling calendar. You don't need to build this out from scratch. I have already done that for you. I've already given you like sample questions that you can ask. And again, as soon as you buy the software, this is already going to be ready for you to go. You just need to customize it a little bit and that's it. You also get a dispatch dashboard, again, just to see how many carriers landed on your website, how many carriers booked a call with you, how much money you've made. You can see all this information right away. Okay, you don't need to be a math wizard to do all this. You also get every message in one inbox. So let's say, for example, a carrier emails you, but then a different carrier sends you a text message. You don't need to open up like a different tab for all this stuff. Okay, you don't need to have like a bunch of different softwares tracking. If they send you an email, if they send you a WhatsApp message, if they send you a text message, you can see all of those messages in this app. Okay, you can see them all in one place, and you can respond to them through all those mediums as well. So through this app, you can just send them an email back if you wanted to. If you wanted to send them a text message, you could send them a text message. If you wanted to send them a WhatsApp message, you could even do that. So that in and of itself, again, is super crazy. You get a pre-built funnel for truck dispatching. You don't need to make a website from scratch. I've already done that for you. Built out a website that actually converts people into clients. Also a dispatch sales pipeline. Obviously, we talked about that. Templated marketing. You get automated email and SMS messages. You don't need to build out the automations. I have already built them out for you. Again, you just need to customize them a little bit. And I've also built out contracts and invoices for you guys as well. Okay, so you can just use that as a template. You don't need to come up with one from scratch. So I hope you guys can see like just how much stuff you get for truck dispatching ready to go. It's literally like a plug and play type of business. Tried to make this as easy as possible for you guys. Anyways, this is like the only sales platform that you need that's specifically built for truck dispatchers as well. Everything you need in one platform, only $97 per month. You can check it out if you want to. So really quickly, let me just walk you through it. Again, the only reason I'm talking about this is because this is genuinely what I use. And this is genuinely, like the most important tool of my truck dispatching business. So I want to share that with you guys, but we can just sign up for it together if you guys are interested. So we're going to sign up for Truck AI together, start the setup. And also once you've purchased a subscription, so once you have access to it, if you want to log into your Truck AI account, you have to go to app.truck.ai. But to sign up for it, I will just show you right now. If you want to just sign up for the Truck AI software, just go to truck.ai. Okay, so you can see right here, truk.ai. Just search for that, and this is the page that will come up. So on this page, pretty simple. There's not like a video over here or anything. Again, I'm not selling this to a bunch of people. It's only to truck dispatchers that really want to start a business. I'm not trying to like make this mainstream or anything like that. So you can see there's not a lot of like information over here, but again, I'll show you how to get like all the training and everything that you need in just a second. But you're just going to land straight on the sign up page. So over here, just go ahead and fill out this form. Again, you can see right here, it's going to be $97 per month. Just fill in your card details over here. Check this box, make sure you read the terms of service and privacy policy, blah, blah, blah. Check this box and you will click on complete order. Okay. When you click on complete order, you're going to get two important emails. This is very important. Follow along with me now. You're going to get two important emails. Make sure your email address is correct. So these are the two emails that you're going to get. First and foremost, the first one you're going to get is just thanking you for your purchase. And I'm also going to give you like an invoice. So you can see your sales invoice over here, how much you paid, which is going to be $97. The second email, this is super important. Make sure that you actually get this email. It's going to activate your Truck AI account. I don't want some bots getting access to this. So I want a real human to actually be using the software. So you're going to need to activate your Truck AI account. Very simple to do that. Just open this email and you will see the first name that you entered, the last name. It'll show you your email address. This is what you're going to use to log into the software. And all you need to do is just click on this button right here. Click here to log in. When you click on that button, it's going to take you to a page that looks like this. Okay. It's going to ask you to update your password. So you can, fill out a password that you will remember, and it will ask you to sign in to the software. So once you've updated the password, you can just enter in your email address over here, enter in your new password that you just put in, and then click on sign in. You do all that stuff, you've done everything successfully. Okay, it's not that complicated. You're just activating your account, look out for this email, click here to log in, and just follow the steps that it tells you to. Now, that's how you sign up for this. Okay, super straightforward. Now you might be asking yourself, well, okay, I signed up for it, but I don't really know how to use this software. Okay, you just kind of just gave me access to it, but what's inside there? Like, how do you connect everything? Great question. To get the full Truck AI training, I've made like 7 videos walking you through exactly how you buy your domain name, how you connect your domain to your website, how do you get like a professional email address. I've shown you how to do all of that stuff by going through dispatcheruniversity.com/truckAI. So I've put those videos on YouTube. They're privated, so you can't just search for them. You have to go through dispatcheruniversity.com/truckAI. Okay. So make sure you go over here, go to this website or this link. I'll leave a link to this in the description as well. And there will be like a playlist on YouTube where I show you step by step. Just follow those videos step by step. I'm going to show you exactly how to use TruckAI, what you get inside of it. But again, just to show you what it looks like, here's like the software. This is what it'll look like when you get access to it. You have the dashboard over here. You have the conversations tab over here. This is where you can go back and forth with your carriers, talk to them. Here's your calendar tab. Here's all the contacts that you can see in your TruckAI account. These are all the carriers that will fill out their information, and you will just get all their information over here. What is their phone number? What is their email address that they gave you? So you can always reach out to them. In the opportunities tab, we have the sales pipeline. We have, let's see over here, we have some automations over here as well. As you can see, we have 2 automations built out for you already. We have your website already built out. So the dispatch funnel, you can see 4 or 5 different pages for you to go through and customize. And I'm going to show you how to customize all this stuff again in the TruckAI training. But yeah, just go through the TruckAI training. That's super important. Please don't forget to do that if you sign up for this software. Otherwise, you're going to be completely lost. Another thing I need to talk about is the billing. So if you want to cancel your subscription to TruckAI at any time, no problem. I really don't care. But don't reach out to me to do that for you, because you can do it yourself. Okay. You can just cancel your own subscription within the software. To do that, you literally just go to the settings in the bottom left-hand corner. You go to billing, which is like this. It's the second link over here on the left-hand side. And then in here, you can see your TruckAI plan. You can see $97 per month. I want to modify or cancel the subscription. I will go ahead and click on that and just click, I wish to cancel the subscription. Okay. You click cancel over here. I want to continue to cancel. I'm not interested in the software anymore. Continue to cancel. And then the last thing you need to do is just type out the word cancel and click cancel subscription. That's it. Okay. Just do that yourself. Don't reach out to us. Don't be like, oh, I don't know how to cancel the subscription. I just showed you how to do it. So yeah, that's super important as well. And then finally, if you do end up getting stuck, if you really need our help, if there's something confusing, only in like emergencies, please reach out to us, because we don't want to be dealing with questions that we've already answered. So if you get stuck or if you have any questions on the software, you can either join Dispatcher University and just message me. I will help you out. I'll give you access to the 24/7 live chat support agents that we have. So we have people in the software that can just, help you with anything. Any question that you have, they can jump on a Zoom call with you. They can, through the chat support widget over here. So if I click over here, you can just talk to them, okay, directly inside the software as well. But yeah, if you don't want to join Dispatcher University, that's totally fine. You can also just email our team by going to support@truck.ai. So you can just email us over here. So yeah, a lot of boring stuff, but hey, this software is so important. No one is really using this, again, because we haven't made it available to a lot of people. But if you end up using this software, you'll just see how crazy this stuff is. But yeah, that's like my entire funnel. Real quick, one last note I should make. I keep mentioning Dispatcher University. That's the private school community that I have. So if you want like more advanced training from me, if you like the free course but you want more advanced training, I can guarantee that if you join Dispatcher University, I will help you find your first carrier in 90 days, or I will give you 100% money back. Okay, so you basically have no risk. It's just $97 per month to join. Nothing crazy. Okay, we're not making millions of dollars trying to sell a course or anything like that. It's just a community of other truck dispatchers, other successful people, $97 per month. I will give you all your money back if I don't help you find your first carrier. So just go to school.com/dispatch if you're interested in that. Have a whole bunch of people that have gotten some crazy results. Oscar's making $14,000 in 30 days. Arthur's making $16,500 in 30 days. Laura made $6,200, but then she ended up making $10,000 in 90 days, and she's now working with us. So that's pretty cool. But yeah, I can also show you really quickly. This is what Dispatcher University looks like. We have like the community tab over here. We have like the courses that we have for, all the members in here that you can go through. So the Dispatcher University course, It's like the main course that we have. But the thing that I want to show you, if we just go by wins, you can see like at all the people that are getting like crazy results. So Eric got his first carrier appointment. That was 4 days ago. Maninder signed his first carrier. That was 5 days ago. Eric signed 6 carriers. Okay, so that was 8 days ago. Let's see, amazing training, 6 carriers in 30 days. So Deepinder, she just put that in 9 days ago. Again, these are real people in here. 3 carriers in 30 days. Oscar made $9,000 from his box truck. Andrew signed his first carrier. Richard found 4 carriers. He signed on 4 carriers. 2 more appointments over here. Let's see, cold calling has paid off. He has signed on 3 trucks just through cold calling. Kenneth, 3 leads so far, 2 inquiries. Let's see, 3 carriers in 21 days. A 17-year-old that's working with carriers and making this business happen. First carrier officially signed. So I could just keep going on and on and on. A lot of people are finding success in Dispatcher University. That's my passion. So yeah, if you're interested in more advanced training, this is where you should go. That's all I'm trying to say. If you don't have the money for that, don't worry. You could just go through the free course. You'll get everything you need. You don't need to pay me money. Okay. So just to summarize this video, first and foremost, check out Truck AI. That's literally like the entire funnel that we use to bring people in. We, warm them up, get them, to jump on a call with us, and then we sell them on the sales call. Without Truck AI, we would not be able to do that. It's physically impossible. You just don't have enough time in the day to do all that stuff. So that's how you need to build your sales funnel. It's on Truck AI. You can just sign up for $97. So nothing crazy. This is the only sales system that is built for truck dispatchers. Also, just understand the entire funnel. So this is how it works. Carriers will see your ad or your content. They will watch your VSL video. They will fill out the form. They will book a call with you. And then on the call, you close them into your free trial. It's that simple. Okay. All of this needs to run on autopilot, and we can do that inside Truck AI. So you can just focus on the important stuff, which is dispatching your carriers and bringing traffic in. Okay, that's what's actually making your business money, not reaching out to carriers every single day. Also, make sure if you do sign up for Truck AI, watch the full Truck AI setup videos. If you don't watch them, you're going to be completely lost. Go to dispatcheruniversity.com/truckAI. And then for any billing and support, you can cancel your subscription of Truck AI anytime yourself by going into the settings. You don't need to reach out to us for that. But if you do need help, if you're stuck on something, just email our team at support@truck.ai. And then finally, if you're interested, you can join Dispatcher University, find your first carrier in 90 days, or you get 100% of your money back. You can join now just for $97. Okay, nothing crazy. School.com/dispatch. The next video in this free course is going to be about the marketing. So in the next video, I'm just going to show you like literally step by step how I actually put out my content, how I make my ads. I'm going to show you how to do all this stuff, how to bring carriers in the door. Okay, that's literally the first step to signing a carrier. It's bringing them in. So I'm going to show you how I do all of my marketing and how we're able to get thousands and thousands of leads every single week. To watch that video, just click right over here. Just click on this video. It will take you to part 4, which is the marketing. So I'll see you there. I made $1.6 million in the last 12 months from my truck dispatching business, and in this free course, I'm going to show you exactly how I did that. The free course that you're about to go through right now is actually split up into 7 different videos where I show you step by step how to start a truck dispatching business from scratch, even if you have no experience. In this video specifically, we're going to talk about the marketing. So I'm basically just going to expose the entire system that I use to find and sign carriers. I'm going to give you my exact offer. I'm going to show you all the different ways that I find carriers. And I'm also going to show you how I run my sales calls, so you can always sign a carrier when you jump on a call with them. So without wasting any more time, let's just jump right into it. All right, so here we are inside the presentation, and here's what we're going to cover. First and foremost, we're going to talk about the offer. So I'm going to tell you what it is, why it's so important, and what offer you need to use to find a bunch of carriers. Then we're going to talk about the traffic methods. So there, again, I told you there's only 4 ways to find carriers. I'm going to show you all of them step by step, and I'm going to tell you what the best one is and how to use it. And then finally, when you actually get in front of a carrier, when you're talking to a carrier, how do you actually convince them to say yes to working with you, to using your dispatching service? So I'm going to show you how to do that. I'm going to tell you literally step by step exactly what you need to say. And then finally, at the end of this video, just going to summarize this video up, give you some homework to do as well. So you can, all this knowledge that you're going to learn, you can actually put it into action for free and start making money. Okay, so I hope you guys are excited for that. Now, just a quick pro tip, make sure you watch this video in 1.5 times speed. So where you see my image right now, like this little circle where you can see me floating, right below me, there should be like a gear icon. Click on that and change the playback speed to at least 1.5 times, okay? It'll make this video go by much quicker. You can change it to 2 times if you want. I tend to yap a lot, so it'll make it much less boring and you'll stick around for a longer time period. So make sure you go ahead and do that. Anyways, with all that out of the way, let's just jump right in and talk about the offer. Now, before I explain what the offer is, I should just give a quick shout out to this book that I read by Alex Hormozi. It's called $100 Million Offers. Some of you might know who Alex Hormozi is, some of you don't, but do yourself a favor, pick this book up. I'm not getting paid or anything to promote this. This book completely changed my life. When I started using like the concepts that I learned in this book in my truck dispatching business, we grew from $500,000 in yearly annual recurring revenue to 1.3 million in ARR, essentially. And we did that in just a couple of years, 3 or 4 years. So this is what I credit all that success to. But in this video, I'm not just going to copy what Alex Hormozi says. I'm just going to show you what I applied in truck dispatching, what worked for me. And yeah, you can just use that yourself. But make sure you go ahead and read this book. It's going to be very, very valuable for you. Anyways, all that out of the way. So what is an offer? I keep saying offer, offer, offer. What is that? An offer is everything that makes someone say yes. Okay. It's the hook. It's the promise that you make them. It's the price, the guarantee, the way that you deliver your product or service. It's all of that wrapped up into one. That is an offer. And another way to think about this is that the offer is not really what you do, but it's how you sell it. Okay. So a lot of people, a lot of dispatchers make the mistake of thinking that dispatching is their offer. Okay. So they'll say something like, hey, I will provide you my dispatching service. That's my offer. That's not an offer. That's just what you do. How you sell your dispatching service is the offer, which you're completely missing. Okay, that's why there's not a lot of successful dispatchers. They're missing that key portion. Anyways, that's what an offer is. Now, why is that so important? Well, a strong offer, honestly, will do 90% of the work for your business. Okay, if the offer is great, you can be average in every other area. But if it's weak, you're really, really, really going to struggle. Okay. You have to be exceptional in all other areas if you have a weak offer just to get average results. Rewind this video and listen to that again. Okay. Because that's super important for you guys to understand. An offer will do most of the heavy lifting for you. If you invest a lot of time to come up with a really good offer, I promise you the rest of your business is going to be light work. If you mess up the offer, if you have a super weak offer, something that people are not really attracted to, no one's going to give you a chance. No one's going to want to work with you. No one wants to pay you. No one even wants to click on your ads, your content. Whatever you do, nothing will work. And again, the only reason being your offer. Now, speaking of which, there's really only 2 types of offers, especially in dispatching. There's the commoditized and the grand slam offer. Commoditized offers are boring. They sound like everyone else in the market and they compete on price. A grand slam offer or grand slam offers, on the other hand, are ones that just feel unfairly valuable. Okay. It feels like the carrier feels like they're almost scamming you, the dispatcher. You're almost doing too much for the carrier. That's a grand slam offer. You might be a little confused. Okay. You might still not understand the concept of what an offer is and what is a commoditized offer. What is a grand slam offer? So let me just break it down visually for you. Okay. So here's just a visual representation of what a commoditized offer is, something that you will see in dispatching a lot. You know, this is what most dispatchers are running. 99% of dispatchers have a commoditized offer and you will relate to this. And then I'm going to show you the offer that I run. Okay. And that I also tell people in Dispatcher University to run. So first and foremost, let's just start with the commoditized offer. It's super basic, super simple. They just basically run their base offer. Okay. That's all they have. It's just a base offer. So their base offer usually looks something like this. I will dispatch your truck for 5%. That's it. Okay. That's their entire offer. Again, you know how I said that in the beginning, an offer is not just what you do, but it's how you sell it. This is how they're selling what they do. They just tell people what they do. That's it. It's so boring. Everyone else is saying the same thing in the industry. There's nothing unique about this, nothing creative about this. So the only thing you can do is just compete on price. Some other dispatcher comes along, they see like, oh, this dispatcher is offering his dispatching service for 5%, I'll do it for 4%. Another one comes along, hey, I'll do it for 3%, I'll do it for 2%. It's just a one-way down. That's it. You guys are just all fighting each other to see who can price themselves the lowest, do the most amount of work for the least amount of money. That's not really a business that I want to get involved in. Okay, that's not a business that I want to run. On the other hand, we have a Grand Slam offer. Okay, this is something that we use. Now just compare the commoditized offer to the Grand Slam offer. So again, it starts with the base offer, but our base offer is going to be something different. I will dispatch your truck free for 14 days. That's our base offer. We're not asking for money or anything. Hey, I will just do it for free, but only for 14 days. Now already, if we just compared base offer to base offer, which one's better? Which one is more attractive? Of course, it's the Grand Slam offer. But wait, there's more to this. I will dispatch your truck free for 14 days. In return, all I want is a video testimonial. Now think about why I'm asking for that. I will dispatch your truck for 14 days. In return, I get a video testimonial, which is the proof. I get proof. I start collecting proof that I'm working with other carriers and I'm getting them results. So on day 10, day 11 of this 14-day free trial, I jump on a video call with the free trial client that I'm working with the carrier that I'm working with, and ask them to just give me a little review. Okay. How much money were they making before they started working with me? How much money have they made since they joined, started working with me? And would they recommend me to other people? That's about it. That's all I'm asking them on that video call. But think about how powerful that is. If I do this for 5 people, 7 people, 10 people, 15 people, I have 15 videos now that I can show another potential carrier. Hey, you want to work with me? Look at all these other 15 carriers that I've worked with and I've gotten them results. And here's video proof of it. Again, even with just these 2 elements alone, I am much farther ahead. I have a much better offer than a simple commoditized offer that 90%, 99% I would be comfortable saying of other dispatchers are running right now. The commoditized offer is what you'll see in the industry right now. But that's why I'm working with a bunch of carriers, the people that I train in Dispatcher University. That's why they're so successful, because we do something completely different. But wait, there's more steps to this. So I will dispatch your truck free for 14 days. That's the base offer. In return, I get a video testimonial. I'm able to collect proof. Then I'm also able to upsell these free trial clients. I obviously want to make money too. So the free trial clients who have been working for free, I've been working with them for free and I've gotten them results firsthand. Now I will upsell them into my paid service, but I can also charge them more money. So I will sell them my paid service for 10%. So I will charge them 10% for every load that I book for them. These carriers are much more willing to pay me that higher rate because they've already seen the results firsthand. They've already experienced it firsthand. Now, let's say, on average, 50 to 60% of people will say yes to working with you, but let's say the other 50 to 40% say no. So what do you do for them? Well, you can just downsell them. So, hey, I totally understand, you don't want to work with me for 10%. Totally fine. How about this? At least give me 3 referrals. If you send me 2 to 3 referrals, I will offer them that 14-day free trial that you got. And as a thank you, I will extend your free trial by another 14 days. So basically you get 30 days, almost 30 days, a whole month of free dispatching service from me. And you've been getting results with me, but you can also help me get 2 or 3 other people. I will offer them the free 14-day dispatch trial. And think about that. Every carrier that you get, you work so hard to find that first carrier. That carrier will then help you find 3 more carriers. Okay. And those 3 carriers will then help you find 3 more carriers each. So you can see how it starts to compound out. And remember, we're getting video testimonials from all these carriers that we're working with. We're collecting proof. Imagine you have that much proof, 10, 15, 20 video testimonials showing how great you are, what type of results you've gotten people. Think about how easy it would be to convince a carrier to work with you if you had all that proof. So yeah, this is super insane. But then finally, just to wrap this up, okay, just to top this Grand Slam offer off, like the cherry on top, is the offer enhancers. So you can involve some scarcity, some urgency, some guarantees. But what I like to do is just say, give them some scarcity so they take action right now. By the way, I'm only going to offer this free trial to the first 10 carriers that I work with. After the 10 carriers, I'm never offering a free trial again because you don't have to. You've collected 10 video testimonials at that point. You've done 10 free trials. You've collected 10 video testimonials. You've probably received like 30 or 40 referrals as well. At that point, you can just start charging 10% per load. You don't need to compete on price for, with everyone else. Other people don't have proof that they've gotten, carriers' results. You have that proof. So you can easily charge 10%, 8%, 9%, a much, much higher rate than the other dispatchers. So anyways, that's the offer that you guys should be using. Okay. The Grand Slam offer. Just to recap, I will dispatch your truck for 14 days, free for 14 days. All I ask in return is a video testimonial. On day 10, you do that video testimonial. At the end of the video testimonial, you try to upsell them into your paid service for 10%, 9%, 8%, whatever you feel comfortable with, but make it a premium, nothing less than 8%. If they say no to that, 50 to 60% will say yes, but the other people that say no to that, that's totally fine. You can downsell them. Hey, just bring me 3 carriers, bring me 3 leads that I can work with. I will give them a 14-day free trial. I will extend your trial by another 14 days. And I'm only going to offer this for the next 10 people. Again, so I would recommend you take me up on this offer. I'm only doing this for the first 10 people. That's it. This is a much, 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 much better offer. And I have proof for that as well. So I've actually, let me see over here. I've actually run the math on this. Okay. I spent my hard-earned money to run Facebook ads for both of these offers. And I just want to show you the results. Okay. So these are real results from my Facebook account from running both of these ads. So the first one we're going to talk about is the Commoditized offer. So the ad that I ran was just basically saying, hey, I'll dispatch your truck for 5%. Okay. It was that Commoditized offer. So I spent $1,000 over the month of, I think this was in July. So I spent $1,000 running this experiment in July. And here's what happened. So $1,000, I reached 32,992 people, roughly 33,000 people. And of the 33,000 people that I reached, only 0.021% responded. So what I mean by that? Out of the 33,000 people, only 7 people actually booked an appointment to talk to me. So, make of that what you will, but that's not really that good. All right. So of the 7 people that booked a call, only 79% showed up. I say only, but 79% is a pretty good show up rate. And the reason for that is because I have an automated funnel. I use Truck AI. It's like the software that I built. If you watched the last free course video, then you know what I'm talking about. But I have a pretty good automated nurture sequence. So we have a pretty good show up rate. So it was 79%, which means 5 people actually showed up to the call. And of those 5 people, we were able to convert 24%. Basically, we were able to convert 1 person into paying us 5%. Okay. We didn't show this person any proof that we've worked with other carriers. We basically just jumped on a call with them, asked them a bunch of questions. And at the end of the call, we were just like, hey, do you want to pay us 5% to work with us? So yeah, it wasn't like a great pitch or anything, but that's what we had to work with for this experiment. So only 1 person took us up on that offer, 24% closing rate, 1 person joined. We charged that person 5%. So the carriers that we work with, dry van, semi-truck carriers, I know that on average, we can make them around $25,000 per month, give or take, a couple thousand. But let's assume $25,000 per month. We're going to charge them 5%. That means over the course of the month, the dispatcher is going to make $1,250. Since we only signed 1 carrier, that means in total, we only ended up making $1,250 in revenue. Okay. So if we take a step back and look at what happened, I spent $1,000 over the course of the month. I made back $1,250. Now you might be thinking, well, okay, look, you made a profit. Not really. Okay. That's not a good ROAS. There's other costs that I have to run my business. I have software, bills that I need to pay. I have employees that I need to pay. I have money that I need to pay to myself. I have an office space that I need to pay off. So I have other bills to pay other than just marketing. All this number is telling me is that I can make $1.25 for every dollar that I spend on ads. That's not really that good. You can't really scale your company if those are your numbers. But again, that's what you can expect with the Commoditized offer. These are real results that I got from Facebook. Okay. Now, on the other hand, when I ran my Grand Slam offer, and you can see the ad looks almost the exact same as the other one, except we changed it up to obviously fit our Grand Slam offer. I basically said, hey, I will dispatch your truck free for 14 days. So that was the main offer. Now, here are the results for the Grand Slam offer. So again, I spent the same amount of money, $1,000. This time I reached 38,000 people, just a little bit more than what we did with the Commoditized offer. I'm guessing that's because the algorithm had an easier time finding the right people to put our ad in front of, but it wasn't a lot more people. Okay, so I'll just kind of call it even over here. But this time I reached 38,000 people with this offer. However, the big importance was in the response rate. So this time our response rate was 0.097%. So out of the 38,000 people that saw our ad, 37 people actually booked a call with us. Okay, so that's very, very impressive. Honestly, we could have booked a lot more calls, but I only used that one ad. I didn't really optimize my ad creative like I usually do. Again, I wanted to run this experiment super clean. So we just ran one ad. We only got 37 people to book an appointment with us, which is still pretty good. 81% show rate, again, pretty similar to what we had with the Commoditized offer because of our nurturing sequence in the back end. That doesn't change. 81% showed up, which means 30 people actually showed up on the call to talk to us, to my agents at least. However, of the 30 people that showed up, 51% actually converted into the free trial. Okay, so 15 people actually signed the contract to work with us for 14 days free. And we were going to charge them, we told them we're going to charge them 10% if they want to continue to work with us after the free trial. Again, assuming we're making $25,000 per month for each carrier, we make 10%. So us as the dispatcher is going to make $2,500 per truck that we work with. We sign 15 trucks. We make $2,500 from each. That means in total, we would be making $37,500 per month. So again, just taking a step back, we spent $1,000. We made back $37,500 per month. Okay. And these people are going to stick around for like 5-6 months. So that's a ROAS of 37.5 to 1. Now, just to be completely fair, I actually looked back and saw how many of these free trial clients actually turned into real clients for us. And of these 15, only 8 people actually agreed to continue to work with us, which is pretty typical. Again, 50 to 60% will convert into a paid service with you. So 8 people we were able to convince to continue working with us. So what is that? 8 times 2,500. I think that's $20,000 per month, if my math is correct. So we technically made $20,000 per month in real money just by spending $1,000. So our ROAS is 20 to 1. We make back $20 for every dollar that we spend on advertising. Think about that. I can basically just blow money on ads, and I know that I'm going to average $20 for every dollar that I spend on ads. Having a Grand Slam offer basically turns your operation into a money printing machine. These are real results, real data. I'm not just making up theories. Okay, this is exactly how it works. So I hope you guys can see the logic behind that. Okay, now I also want to help you guys make your own offer. Okay, I don't want you to just sit back and do nothing. I want you guys to actually build a successful truck dispatching business. So I've created a worksheet for you where you can create your own offer step by step. So if you want access to this, just go to dispatcheruniversity.com/offer-creation. It's completely free. You don't need to pay me anything for it. And also I have a messaging worksheet. Just go to dispatcheruniversity.com/messaging. These are 2 worksheets that you guys need to complete. Now, I'm not going to go through both of them with you, but I will go through the offer one just to show you how it looks. So let me open up the offer creation worksheet. Here's how it looks. Let me zoom in a little bit so you guys can see it. And here we are, offer creation worksheet. This worksheet will help you create your starter offer, or I should just call this Grand Slam offer, which is basically a 14-day free trial where you dispatch for a carrier 100% free in exchange for an honest video testimonial. Okay, I'm going to show you how to do this. You'll use this trial to either convert them into a paid client at 8 to 10%, or you get 3 referrals to run that same free trial offer to. No matter what happens, whether they say yes or no, you still at the end of the day get a video testimonial that you can use as social proof to sign your next carrier. The more proof that you collect, the easier it becomes to sign a carrier for a lot of money. But yeah, as you can see, it's very simple to follow this worksheet. So step one is just basically collecting some information about the niche that you want to join. In a previous video, I think in part 1 or part 2 of this free course, I gave you guys a niche selection worksheet. So after this video, you can go back and watch all the videos from start to finish. And in that video, I give you a niche selection worksheet where I showed you like all the different niches that you can pursue and, you know, how to do research on all of them as well. You don't need to pick a niche in the beginning. I would actually recommend you don't lock yourself into a specific niche in the beginning. Just be willing to work with everyone. But for now, just pick one niche, you know, just to do some research on first, and then you can pick the next one to do some research on, and so on and so forth. So for this example, I'm just going to use dry van semi-truck. You can come in here if you want to work with box trucks. You would just change this to box trucks. Okay, simple as that. But what type of loads do they move? You can do some research online, figure that out. Do they need any special equipment? For a dry van semi-truck, I know that they don't need any special equipment, just a 53-foot trailer in good condition. Based on the niche that you're focusing on first, this would change, obviously. What regions or lanes do they usually run? So you would do some research on that, okay? Again, the more research you do, the better you're going to be, okay? I just help you focus your energy. I just ask you questions so then you can find those answers online. You're not like looking around aimlessly. You can just answer these questions. And if you're able to answer these questions, you are already 95% ahead of every other dispatcher. Okay. You can just become an expert just by answering these questions. So once we've got some basic information about your niche nailed down, then we can get into the starter offer. So I want you guys to keep the base starter offer the exact same, or Grand Slam offer, whatever. Sometimes I'll call it the starter offer. Sometimes I'll call it the Grand Slam offer. I'm talking about the same thing. The only thing that you can change is the length of the free trial. Actually, I'm just going to call this the starter offer. So it's not confusing. Let me just change it over here really quickly to create your starter offer. Starter offer, Grand Slam offer. I'm talking about the same thing, guys. Okay. So the starter offer formula, this is how it looks. I'll dispatch your truck 100% for free for X amount of days. All I ask in return is a video testimonial if you're happy. So this is where you fill out how many days are you going to do the free trial for. Do you want to do it for 7 days? Do you want to do it for 14 days? Do you want to do it for 30 days? Pick it and make sure you put your answer down right over here. If you guys don't really know what you want to do, I would just say just stick with 14 days. Okay, that's more than enough time to give the carrier, you know, enough time to get results, but it's also not like too long where you're just not getting paid for like a full month. You're just doing like free service for a full month with, you know, no payment coming to you. I've seen some people do 30 days. I've seen a lot of people do 7 days as well. Everything works. I would just start with 14 days. If you want to do 7 days, you can do 7 days, but go ahead, put your answer down over here. Then you define their journey, figure out, you know, the person that you're trying to target. What is their current situation? What is their desired situation in that niche? What are the main pain points that come up in that niche? Then you want to plan out your free trial services. So list out exactly what you will do during the free trial period. You want to be very specific. What type of service are you going to provide during that free trial? So for example, I will find and book all their loads. I will handle rate negotiations, send them load confirmations, provide daily updates on available freight. That's just what I've written down as an example, you know, just to give you an idea. But again, don't just copy what I have over here. Do your own research. This is the hard part about the business, but this is also the part that's going to make you the most amount of money. If you skip out on this part, if you get lazy over here, you're not going to make any money in this industry. Okay. And you don't deserve to if you can't even put in like the smallest amount of effort to build your business. So make sure you do your own research. You can even use ChatGPT to help you out if you really want to. How are you going to communicate with them? What won't you include in the free trial? You want to be very specific about that as well. So you set the right expectations. How are you going to upsell your client? So on day 10 of the free trial, you know, that's when you're going to make the pitch. You could make it day 11, day 7, whatever. If you offer a 7-day free trial, you want to do it on like the 5th day or something like that. If you're offering a 30-day free trial, maybe on like the 21st day. Okay. So write that down. How much are you going to charge them, you know, to continue working with them? 8%, 9%, 10%. I would charge nothing less than 8%. Okay. It's not worth it. And you're only scamming yourself at that point. 8%, 9%, or 10%, people will be happy to pay that. How will you present the upsell? You want to write it out so you don't start choking when the time actually comes to, present your offer. I've seen a lot of people, they don't really have an idea of how they want to pitch their offer. And then they completely fumble. They start rambling. They don't know what to say. And then they psych themselves out. Just write it down exactly what you're going to say to the person to pitch your offer. Keep it short, keep it sweet, keep it straight to the point. Just make the ask and then stop. Let them answer yes or no. Then how is the downsell going to work? What are you going to pitch for the downsell? Are there any offer enhancers? Are you going to offer some scarcity? Are you going to offer anything for free to them? Any like a tool or template or anything like that? Are you going to make any guarantees or promises? You can plan that out. Any testimonial collection. So how are you going to collect the testimonial? This part is really, really important. We don't want to just provide free dispatching for nothing. We're providing the free dispatching to collect proof. That proof is super, super, super important. That's what's going to make us a lot of money in the future. Okay. It's going to make us a millionaire. So we need to start collecting that proof. So this is super important. Make sure you figure out how you're going to do all that. And then finally, in step number 9, write out your complete offer. Once you've written all that stuff out, like you've done all this hard work, you need to form your entire offer into a coherent sentence. What are you going to say to a dispatcher if they say like, hey, what do you do? Like, what are you providing? This is what you say to them. So again, just follow this worksheet that I've built, worked so hard to build for you guys. Just follow this worksheet and you will be just fine. Okay. And the messaging worksheet is kind of similar to that. Okay. But we're not going to go through that right now. Anyways, let's jump back into the slideshow and let's just pick back up. So offer creation worksheet, that's where you go to find that. I will also leave a link in the description. Messaging worksheet, that's where you go to find that. Link will also be in the description. All that out of the way, let's talk about the traffic. So how do you actually find carriers? How do you put yourself in front of carriers? How do you find them in the first place? There's only 4 ways, as I mentioned in the beginning. There's warm outreach, cold outreach, content, and paid ads. First and foremost, let's just start off with warm outreach. Okay. So warm outreach is to people that you already know, and it's one-on-one. Okay. It's private conversations that you're going to have with these people. So what is warm outreach? Think of warm outreach like the people in your contacts, like in your phone contacts, the people that are friends with you on Facebook, the people that are following you on Instagram, the people you're following on Instagram, anyone that you are connected with on LinkedIn, the people you went to school with, your coworkers. All of these people are part of your warm outreach network. Okay. To some degree, all of these people already know, like, and trust you. You've already done the hard work of getting to know these people and forming some sort of relationship with them. I'm not saying you have to be best friends with all these people. Okay. A lot of these people, you basically just knew them in high school and you haven't talked to them in years. That might be the case, but at least feel a little comfortable just reaching out to them. Okay. That it's not going to be like super weird reaching out to them. They're a part of your warm outreach network. And here's the thing with warm outreach, you're not pitching to them. Okay. Most of these people, obviously, they're not going to be carriers. They're not going to be in the trucking industry. That's very obvious. Okay. If you knew like 100 truckers or carriers, you probably wouldn't need to be watching this video. You already know how to find the carriers. There's 100 of them in your network. Just go talk to them. But I'm not saying you go to these, your friends or family and try to tell them like, hey, do you want to work with me as a truck dispatcher? No, of course not. However, every single person that you can reach out to, they at least know one trucker. Okay. They at least know one trucker in their life. There's a lot of truck drivers in the world, especially in the US. Every person at least knows one trucker. So all you're doing is just reaching out to your warm network, and all you're going to tell them is, hey, I'm starting this new business, like a truck dispatching business. What I'm trying to do is offer free dispatching for 14 days. Do you think you can connect me with anyone that's in trucking? Okay, do you know anyone in trucking that you can connect me with? Anyone, that might be interested in this? I just want to provide free dispatching just so I can get some experience. That's it. All you're doing is just making your warm network aware of what you're doing, what your offer is, so they can do the pitching for you. Okay, they can reach out to the people that they know and they can do the selling for you. Because again, if they know, like, and trust you, then they're going to do that. So that's probably like the easiest way to find your first carrier. A lot of people are too scared to do this, which I don't really understand. Like, if you want to make a lot of money, you're literally just a few text messages away from doing that. Why are you scared to do it? Like, why are you denying yourself, the chance to start a really successful business? But hey, to each their own. So that's warm outreach. Super effective. You could do it right now. Find your first carrier in less than a week, honestly. Now, the opposite of warm outreach is cold outreach. So again, this is one-to-one. It's private conversations, one-on-one conversations, but this time it's to people that you don't know. So think about cold calling, cold emailing, cold DMing, lead scraping on Google, all of that stuff. Now, of course, the most infamous method of cold outreach is cold calling. Everyone hates cold calling. People hate doing it, and people hate receiving cold calls. Okay. That much is obvious. We don't need to fool ourselves. However, at the end of the day, cold calling does work. It just takes a lot of volume. Okay. Because again, you're reaching out to people that don't know you at all, and you're trying to convince them to jump on a call with you, to use your free dispatching service, but they don't know anything about you. It's just a random person that's just calling them. Okay. And there's a lot of scam callers now as well. So anyone that calls them, any stranger that calls them, they're immediately like their red flag meter is already at like a 9.5 out of 10. They're already pissed off. So for most of the time, cold calling really doesn't work. Honestly, it's going to take you like 1,000 calls to at least get one carrier to say yes to working with you. If you're willing to do that, if you've got a big team of cold callers that you can, work with, if you have the time and energy to do that, put out like 1,000 cold calls, then great. Go ahead and do that. You will find success with this. It does work. It just takes a ton of volume. Honestly, you could put all that time and energy, instead of spending 5-6 hours just getting rejected over and over and over again and just making calls, you could spend those 5-6 hours on other methods. My favorite methods of getting traffic, one of which is content. Now, content is pretty straightforward. You're watching a piece of content right now. So content is to people that technically, I would say kind of that but again, it's one to many. So I could just put out one piece of content like this one video right here, and it might reach 100 people. It might reach 1,000 people, 10,000, 100,000, who knows? Okay. But the point is, I put out one piece of content and it doesn't just reach one person. It has the potential to reach millions of people if done right. Okay. So the leverage that you have on your time invested is super, super, super high. And not only that, but think about what you do with content. With content, you're not really pitching your service all the time. If you did that, people would hate you. Okay. They would not want to work with you. They would just think like, stop wasting my time. What people are there for is to get value. For the most part, you're basically just giving away free information. Okay. And what happens with that? People start to know you. People start to like you because you're giving them free information, and they start to trust you. They start to look at you as like the industry expert. So this is the person I want to go to get this information. He gave me all this information for free. That means he knows a lot about this. If I want, if I have any issues in my trucking business, this is the person that can help fix that. He gave me all this stuff for free. Imagine if I paid him, okay, how much I could get in return. So you start to build that trust publicly. That's why content works so well. Okay. 90% of the carriers that I get for my truck dispatching business come through content. I don't even pitch my truck dispatching service anymore. And every single day I will get at least 2 or 3 people emailing me, trying to work with me, but we can't work with them. We're at capacity right now, but you get the point. Content works super well. And by the way, once you post a piece of content, it's not like it disappears. It keeps growing in the background. So you post it once, you post it today, a month later, people will still be watching that old video that you posted. Okay. You still keep getting leads from that. A year later, people are still going back and watching that video. Okay. New people are still finding that video. So again, content has so much leverage, but no one is really using this. I would recommend you guys start posting content. So that is my favorite way to get traffic. My second favorite way, something that I usually have running in the background, is paid ads. Okay. Paid ads, pretty straightforward. Think about Facebook ads, Instagram ads, TikTok ads. You're basically paying money to get attention. Okay. So it's one to many. Again, you make one single ad, you spend enough money, you can get in front of, millions of people if you want to. But this time it's to people that you don't know. These people don't really know you. They haven't heard about your truck dispatching business before. They might be in trucking, but again, You're not really offering them of anything of value. You're basically pitching your service right away. Hey, I will dispatch your truck 14 days for free. Here's where you can go to sign up. You're not really giving them any value on the ad, okay? But it still works super, super well. Kind of like you already saw, I spent $1,000 for that, for the Grand Slam offer, and we were able to convert 8 people into our paid service from that, 15 people into our free trial just by the end of the month after spending $1,000. And those were all people that never knew about me. They hadn't seen a single piece of content from me. So of course, this works super, super well. And the best thing about ads is that it runs in the background. Once I make an ad, I don't need to touch it again. I don't need to worry about it. I basically sit back. The ad is going to attract a bunch of people. They're going to go through my funnel and they're automatically going to book a call with me. All I have to do is just check my calendar every single day, see who booked a call, and jump on a meeting with them. That's it. So those are the 4 methods. And I know that was a lot of information, but just to simplify it for you, these are the 2 methods that I would start with. Okay. Start by making content right now. You can just make 60-second videos and posting ads. That's really all you need to do. What do I mean by that? Well, just post one 60-second video daily. So you don't need to post like 30, 40, 50-minute long videos like I am right now. You can post 60-second long videos, YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels, and TikTok. Just post one video every single day across all of those platforms. And if you can afford it, spend at least $20 to $25 per day on ads. If you can't afford to spend $20 to $25 per day on ads for at least a month, then don't do ads. Okay, just focus on content. That's it. Don't spend any money on ads. If you can't afford $20 to $25, you're basically wasting your money. Okay, if you spend $5, $10, $15 per day, you're not. The chances of you getting great results is pretty low. Okay, you need to be able to pay the algorithm to feed it. Okay, you're basically feeding the algorithm with your money. The more money that you're able to spend on the algorithm, the faster you're going to get results, the better results that you're going to get as well. So anyways, that's my strategy. Why should you do this? Again, the content is what's going to bring in the warm leads. These are people that you're giving value to, and then they trust you enough to jump on a call with you and want to work with you. These will be like the best clients that you ever find, the people that come through content. And then of course you have ads running in the background as well. So if your content isn't really converting a lot of people on the front end, it takes a while for content to start working. That's totally fine. You have ads in the background that are filling up your calendar and giving you some chances to sign carriers. And when should you do this? Well, I would start right away. Okay. At least with the content, start right now. Start posting 60-second long videos every single day for 30 days at least. You find out what works from the content that you posted, and then you just run ads behind your best video. So for 30 days, if you posted 30 videos, if one of those videos got like 10,000 views on Instagram or YouTube or TikTok, you know that was a really good video. Like YouTube is not going to push a video, or TikTok or Instagram. They're not just going to push your video just for no reason. The only reason they push your video and you get a ton of views is if you made a really good video. That's it. If you didn't make a good video, you're not going to get a lot of views. So if you're getting a lot of views, that's a really good sign that you made a solid video, and you're just going to take that video and just turn it into an ad. Okay. If it worked as organic content, it's going to blow up as a paid ad. So that's like a secret strategy that not a lot of people know about, but you can go ahead and run that. Anyways, the final step is the sales call. So, you finally found a carrier, they scheduled a call with you, they jump on a call with you. What do you actually say to them now to convince them to sign a contract? Well, I've made it super simple for you. I have a full sales call script that you can just follow word for word. Okay. So let's look at that together really quickly. You can go to dispatcheruniversity.com/sales-call. I'll also leave a link in the description below. But really quick, let me just go ahead and open that up right now in front of you guys. So here's the sales call script. Here's what it's going to look like when you get access to it. Again, completely free. You don't need to pay me any money. And here's how the sales call script looks. And by the way, this is like the same sales call script that my closers use for my truck dispatching business. Okay. We work with 80 carriers right now. This is how we found all of them. We've worked with over like 700 carriers over the last 10 years, but 80 right now. Anyways, this script shows you how to run a full sales call with a carrier and close them on your offer. It follows a 6-step system called Closer Framework. And this actually came from Alex Hermosi. Again, I take a lot of inspiration from him. He's a great marketer, great salesperson, learned a ton from him. Okay. So I used what he had and I applied it to truck dispatching, worked incredibly well. So I just want to give credit to him as well. Anyways, each step in this closer framework is going to help you do one thing, and that is to find their problem, offer your help, and then close the deal. That's it. Okay. You're going to learn exactly what to ask, what to say, and what to do all in order. You can use this script every time that you're on a call with the carrier. You don't need to guess. Just follow the steps exactly as I've laid them out and just trust the script. Okay. In the beginning, don't freestyle it. Just look at the script, get used to this, and just follow it. You'll do great. So let me just go through this very, very quickly. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. Again, you have access to it. It's pretty straightforward. The first step is clarify. So figure out why they're talking to you in the first place. Now, a lot of the times, these carriers will jump on a call with you and they'll say something like, hey, I'm just looking around. Okay, I'm just kind of like window shopping. Well, of course not. No one is crazy enough to do that. No one is wasting their time just window shopping as a carrier. Okay, you're telling me you spent hours and hours. You spent hours of your time watching my content, or you clicked on an ad. You saw an ad of mine. You clicked on it. You landed on my VSL page. You filled out a long form to qualify yourself. You got a bunch of emails. Then you scheduled a call with me. You filled out more questions. Then you waited for the scheduled time to jump on this meeting. All that just to window shop. Of course not. The only reason you're here is because you have a problem that you think I can solve. So we want to cut through all that BS and just get to the heart of the problem. What problem are you stuck with? What problem are you struggling with? I need to know that. Okay. So again, the clarify step, what it is that you're trying to figure out what they want and why right now. Okay. And why it matters is because if you don't figure out their pain, what their problem is, you're not going to be able to get a sale. If they're not struggling, if you don't know what their problem is, there's no solution to it. They're obviously not going to buy because you don't really have a solution to pitch them. They didn't even tell you what they're struggling with. They didn't even tell you what their problem is. So again, if they don't have a pain, if they don't share their problem with you, there's nothing you can do. So basically what we're going to do is just ask them questions and just let them talk. We're just asking questions, let them talk. We're not doing any sort of pitching or anything like that. We're not talking about our dispatching service or what we do or anything like that. We're just asking them questions and just listening to them. That's it. So here's what you can say. Hey, what made you jump on this call today? What are you struggling with? Why right now? Why are you looking for a solution right now? So these are just some example questions that you can ask. Okay, so you can see kind of like how I've laid all this out for you. It's super easy to follow. Obviously, before like this clarify step, you can spend a few minutes to, do some light conversation, So you can ask them, hey, where are you calling in from? Oh, Wyoming. I've never been to Wyoming. What's it like? You're the first person I know from Wyoming. Any sports teams over there? How are they doing? I mean, I don't even know if Wyoming has any sports team, but, just have some small talk. A lot of people are very uncomfortable when they're talking to a stranger on a video call. So you want to loosen them up. If they're like already on edge, when you start the call, then you're already fighting like an uphill battle. So loosen them up, make some jokes, have some light conversation, and then get into this stuff. So that's the clarify step. Then we have label. So they just listed out all these problems to you. You just keep asking them, okay, so that's a problem. All right, what else? What else? What else? You want them to list out all their problems. So once they've listed them out, repeat their problems back to them in a simple and clear way. You want to summarize what they said so they feel understood. You basically repeat their problem, check for agreement, and move on. So you can say something like, hey, so what I'm hearing is you're struggling with this, and you want help with this. Is that correct? And then you actually wait for them to answer that. Okay. And yeah, again, it's super important that you do that because a lot of times carriers will ramble. They'll tell you a bunch of their problems. They'll go on like a bunch of stories and give you a whole bunch of context that you didn't ask for. And then they'll completely forget what they said. So before you move on to the next step, you want to clarify, hey, you just told me that you're struggling with this, this, and this. Is that correct? Did you say all those things? Yes. Perfect. Now we can move on. Then you have an overview. So you figure out what they've already tried in the past and why that didn't work. So, hey, what have you tried to solve this? Have you worked with a dispatcher before? Why didn't that work out? What did work out with them? You want to figure out all their attempts that they've made. This is probably not the first time that they're trying to solve this problem. So you want to figure out, what's going on? What have they already tried? Because again, The whole reason we're doing this, the whole reason we're asking all these questions is because we're building up some ammunition. We can use all of these answers when it comes time to pitch our service, which is the next step, sell the vacation. So you show them how you can solve their problem. This is where you actually pitch your starter offer, your grand slam offer, okay? You paint a clear picture of their dream outcome and how easy it can be. So you basically say something like, hey, I think I can help you out. Can I show you how? So you just listen to all their questions and answers. Then you jump into this. You ask for permission to pitch to them. You basically explain to them, hey, this is what my offer is looking like, that's really about it. You said you were struggling with this. Don't worry. We don't do things that way. You said that you didn't like when your past dispatcher did this. That's not something to worry about because we do something completely different. We do it like this. So all those things being said, are you ready to get started? You're going to make that ask. That's very important. You need to ask them right away. After you make your pitch, ask them if they're ready to get started, if they want to work with you right now. And then you just be quiet. Don't say anything else after you've made the ask, okay? Make the carrier say yes or no. A lot of people just start rambling after they made the ask and then they give up the sale. They talk the carrier out of the sale, which is so funny. 50% of the time, like 20-30% of the time, they won't have any questions and they'll just agree to it because they see like, hey, it's a free service, why not? But for some people, you're going to need to explain away some of their objections. So you want to explain away their fears. I've shown you how to do that over here. And then finally, once you've explained away the fears, you want to reinforce their decision. So you basically tell them, okay, if they say yes, you want to give them their next steps. You don't want to keep them guessing on what to do next. So you say something like, hey, great. I'm so excited to work with you. So right now, I'm going to send over some documents to your email. This is your email, correct? Great. I'm going to send you some documents for you to fill out and sign. So let me know if you got that email. And by the way, while I have you on this call, let's set up our onboarding call. So, there's some documents we need to fill out. We're going to go through all that. I'm going to show you what my process looks like to dispatch for you. And we're going to connect all the tech stuff. And then in 24 hours, we can start looking for loads for you. So what time works best for a quick 30-minute onboarding call so we can get you rolling? Set up this onboarding call within the next 24 to 72 hours. Okay. So again, by the end of this call, they know what they need to do, which is sign the contract and fill out a few documents and give them to you. And they know when you're meeting next as well. So you're meeting next for the onboarding call. You've set that meeting up right there on the call before you end the call. Boom. Okay. That's the entire sales call. So I hope you guys can see just how powerful this stuff is. I've literally just made it so easy for you to succeed. And again, think about how much money you would have to pay to get information like this. Let me tell you, there's no other course or anything like that. There's no one really teaching stuff like this, okay? Because they don't have a successful truck dispatching business. They might make like $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 per month. That's not enough to teach other people how to do it. You need to be making like hundreds of thousands of dollars per month, in my opinion, to teach others how to do it. Anyways, there it is. All that for free. Last thing I should mention on the topic of, paid services and everything like that, I have a private school community. It's not something that you need to join, but I have a private school community. If you like this free course and you want more advanced training, if you want more one-on-one help from me, and you just want to be around other successful dispatchers, you can just join my private school community. It's literally just $97. And by the way, I will help you find your first carrier in 90 days. And if you don't find your first carrier, I will give you 100% money back. Okay. So you basically have no risk. So if you're interested in that, you could go to school.com/dispatch. There's a whole bunch of people that have found crazy results from this. Oscar is making $14,000 per month in 30 days. Arthur made $16,500 in 30 days. Eric made $15,000 per month in 85 days. So a bunch of people getting great results. And I can just show you. Here's the school community, Dispatcher University. When you actually get access to it, this is what it looks like. And I can actually just show you all the wins in here. So you can see right here, Eric 5 days ago got my first carrier. Maninder finally signed a carrier. Eric right over here, again, he signed 6 carriers in 30 days, in the last 30 days at least, but he's been around in this community for 85, 86 days. Dupinder, 6 carriers signed in 30 days. She's actually working with 10 carriers now. Norman, 3 carriers in 30 days. Oscar, he made $9,000. Andrew signed his first carrier. Richard is working with 4 carriers over here, booked 2 appointments over here. So yeah, I can keep going on and on. There's a 17-year-old over here that's working with the carrier. First carrier officially signed. So yeah, A ton of people are getting great results. Okay, it's literally $97 if you want to join it. If not, no worries, you could just do all this stuff for free as well. Anyways, all that out of the way, let me just summarize this video up for you really quickly. It's a pretty long video. First and foremost, make sure you create your offer, okay? Use the worksheets that I've given you guys to build a 14-day free trial that's easy to say yes to and simple to deliver. Then I want you guys to understand the power of a Grand Slam offer. You don't want to sound like every other dispatcher out there. You want to differentiate yourself. So stack your value so high that carriers almost feel like that they're scamming you, okay? That's how strong you want your pitch to be. And with the pitch that we have right now, that's exactly what we're doing. And then I want you guys to launch your traffic, okay? Actually put all this stuff into action. Just pick one method, whether it's cold calling, content, warm outreach, paid ads, whatever it is, just start, okay? Motion beats perfection. Finally, start closing these deals when you jump on a call with them. Just use the closer script that I just gave you guys. Follow each step like I have it. Ask the right questions, handle their doubts, and guide them to a yes. That's your job as a salesperson, okay? And then of course, lock it in after they say yes. So you need to set them, tell them what the next steps are. You need to send them the agreement and reinforce their decision so they don't back out. Anyways, the next video that we're going to go through, I've shown you guys how to find carriers, how to sign them. In the next video, I'm just going to show you how to dispatch. So literally step by step, everything that you need to do to dispatch loads. So how to find hot markets, how to negotiate rates with brokers, and of course, how to actually book high paying loads. I'm going to show you how to do that step by step. And if you want to watch that video, you can just go ahead and click over here. I made $1.6 million in the last 12 months from my truck dispatching business, and I'm going to show you exactly how I did it in the next 120 minutes. This free course that you're going through right now is actually split up into 7 different videos where I show you step by step how to start a truck dispatching business from scratch, even if you have no experience. In this video, we're going to talk about the service. So I'm basically just going to show you everything I do to book a load. So I'm going to show you how I find hot markets, what rates I look for, how I negotiate with brokers, and also what to do after you book a load. So without wasting any more time, let's just jump right into it. All right, so here we are inside the service training video, and here's what we're going to cover. So there's really only one thing on the agenda, and that's the LOAD cycle or the load cycle. So this is something that I came up with that I use in my 7-figure dispatching business. And this process is basically just going to show you step by step how to find, book, and dispatch high paying loads. By the end of this video, you will know how to find, book, and dispatch very high paying loads. I'm not going to skip anything. So this is probably the most important training video that you could go through to learn how to dispatch. So just stick with it. Okay. And then after we go through all that, there's a lot to cover. The last thing I'm going to talk about is just a summary. I'm going to summarize everything up, give you some homework to do so you can actually start to implement all this and start to take action and make some money. Anyways, I hope you guys are excited for that. One quick pro tip, make sure you watch this video in 1.5 times speed or 2 times speed if you want to, but in the bottom right hand side, change the playback speed and change it to 1.25, 1.5, 2 times speed, doesn't really matter. Just put this video in fast forward mode so it goes by much quicker and it'll be a lot less boring. Anyways, with all that out of the way, let's just jump right into it. And we're going to talk about the load cycle. So what is the load cycle? Basically, the load cycle that I've come up with is just a step-by-step strategy to, again, find, book, and dispatch loads. So there's 4 different phases to the LOAD cycle, okay? And I'll break down the phases for you. So the first phase is the learning phase, okay? This is what everyone needs to start off with when you're working with a new carrier. Then after the learning phase, we have the observation phase. After the observation phase is the asking phase. And then finally, the delivery phase. I'm going to break it all down step by step, okay? Starting with the first step, the first phase, which is the learning phase. In the learning phase, we're trying to figure out what our carrier actually needs, what are their costs, what are their carrier packet documents. We need to collect all the basic information from them before we start to book loads. Because if we don't have the basic information, we're basically booking loads blind, okay? So there's 3 things inside the learning phase. First and foremost, the CPM. So we need to calculate their CPM or cost per mile, how much money it costs them to drive a single mile. I'm going to show you how to do that. After that, we need to collect their carrier packet documents. These are documents every broker will ask for when you book a load with them. So we want to collect these documents beforehand so we're not like panicking when it comes time to actually start booking loads. And then finally, the setup. So we just want to organize our Google Drive, make sure all of our folders are in order, that we're organized, all the tools and software that we need, it's already connected and it's already working. Let me just break this down a little bit more detail. The learn phase, you're basically calculating carrier CPM, collecting carrier packet documents, and organizing your tools and Google Drive. If you skip this step, if you skip this phase, you're basically booking loads blind. And that's something we do not want to do, okay? So as I mentioned, the first step in the learn phase is calculating the CPM. So we need to get to know your carrier's numbers. So we need to know their cost per mile, which is their CPM. We need to know their target profit per mile, how much money they want to make per mile that they drive in profit. We need to figure that out. And then also we need to figure out the target rate per mile, okay? This is the number that we will keep in mind when we go to actually book loads, okay? So again, we're not just randomly booking loads. We're booking loads that on average are above this target rate per mile. You'll need this every time you negotiate loads. It's going to make your life so much easier. And I'm going to show you how to do that. After the CPM, we have the carrier packet documents. So we're going to collect your carrier's documents that brokers will ask for. This includes things like the W-9, the certificate of insurance, the MC authority that they were provided. Maybe you might need a voided check if they're going to collect an invoice directly from the broker. If they're working with a factoring company, you'll need a notice of assignment. So there's a few different documents like that. I'm going to show you all of them, and then I'll show you how to save them inside your Google Drive so you're not scrambling to find them every single time. You're organized, you're prepared, you know where all the documents for all your carriers are. And then finally, the setup. So just making sure that your dispatching tools are all there and they're all functioning. All the software that you need is functioning. You have clean folder setups inside Google Drive. You need to be organized because the faster you can get access to information, the faster you'll be able to book loads, and usually for a lot more money. Okay. So again, a lot of stuff here. Let's just take it step by step. So first and foremost, let's figure out the CPM. The way that you can do that is just by using the CPM calculator that I've built for you guys. So you can just go to dispatcheruniversity.com/calculator, and I'll go ahead and actually open it up so you can see what it looks like. Completely free tool that I've built for you. You can use it for free. I'm not really charging you anything for this. Okay. I just want you guys to make money. Anyways, let me just zoom in a little bit so you guys can see what we're working with. But as you can see, it's a simple Google Sheets calculator that I've built out. And there's a few different line items in here, a few different expenses that you can list out. And we have a bunch of formulas in here that will help you calculate the CPM. So let's just really quickly explain how to actually use this calculator. So the stuff you see in the white right over here is stuff that you will need to input. Okay. The stuff that you see in the black, you're not going to input anything into here, or even this stuff over here. The only thing that you're going to be inputting numbers into is this stuff in the white right over here. So the total gross working days and the total miles, and also for these line items right over here. So you can put in numbers over here. You can put in numbers over here. Do not put any numbers into this black area or the green or the red. We have calculations and formulas set up in there. Really quickly, if I was to do this as an example, I'll just do that with you guys. So let's say the total gross, you're expecting this carrier. They're a semi-truck dry van carrier. They're working with you. They just signed up with you. You're kind of trying to figure out their CPM numbers. We can expect a dry van semi-truck carrier to roughly make around $25,000 per month in today's market. Okay. And that's me being kind of conservative. So let's say I will expect them to make $25,000 every single month. That's the goal that we're trying to hit. They will work 30 days a month on average. Some months are 29 days. Some months are 31. Let's just say they're going to be working 30 days on average. And the total number of miles that they're going to drive on an average month is, again, let's say 10,000 miles. They're running regional loads, maybe national loads. And again, these are just guesstimates that you will have to make. These are just averages that you'll have to come up with just by knowing your industry that you're operating in. I know these numbers to be true for dry van semi-trucks. If you don't really have any idea what you're doing over here, you can just use these numbers. These are fairly accurate, okay, across all industries, basically. So this is what I'm going to start off with: $25,000 total gross, 30 days, and 10,000 miles, okay? And as you can see, these formulas have already started calculating stuff out, but it's not super accurate right now. After you've inputted numbers over here, okay, like your assumptions, then we want to put in their real expenses, Okay, so this is where the carrier will come in. You will go through this calculator with them. You could go through and fill all this out. And actually, let me just do this with you guys. I have some numbers pulled up on the side, and I'm gonna go ahead and list them out, and then I'll skip ahead to when I'm done. All right, so there we go. I've just gone ahead and filled out this entire calculator with some sample numbers. Again, your numbers will be completely different, but I'm just giving you a rough idea of how this calculator works. Filled everything out, inputted all the numbers that the carrier will give me. For fuel, I accurately calculated that. I looked up what is the average diesel rate in the US right now, and then how many miles that they drove, and what is their miles per gallon on their truck. I just assumed it was 6 miles per gallon, which is again the average. So you can use like assumptions like that to come up with like a rough idea of what they spend on fuel every single month. So I use that number over here. Type of fuel, what is the cost for that? Maintenance. So this is something that you could just estimate. Again, I'm thinking they might end up spending around $500, $600 per month. So just include that in your calculation as well, even though that might not be a cost that has come up yet. So there might be some months where the maintenance is zero, where they don't have to spend any money on parts or maintenance or anything like that. But we don't want to assume that in the future that maintenance and parts will just cost $0. So we want to budget something for that. That's exactly what I've done in here. Yeah. Go through, fill out this calculator. For dispatching, this is your dispatching fee. We charge 10% per load. So if they're making $25,000 in total load revenue, we're going to take 10% of this, okay? This $25,000. So that means we're going to make $2,500 from this one carrier per month. So I've gone ahead and put that number in here as well. And the last thing I want to mention, the only thing I missed so far, or the only thing I skipped right now, is the owner profit. So this is our target profit per mile. I skipped that for now, just because without that, and just by putting in all the other expenses, if we look over here, our cost per mile now is given as $1.82. So this is our actual cost per mile for this carrier. So for this example carrier, for them to move their truck a single mile, it's costing them $1.82. Okay. So that's very important to know that. That means if we're booking loads for less than $1.82 per mile, they're actually losing money on this load. So it's not very profitable for them. That's a very important number to know. You can show your carrier this number as well. Now, that being said, the next number that we need, if you guys remember, is the target profit per mile. That's right over here. So this is where you ask the carrier, you have a discussion with them. What is the minimum profit that you'd be willing to accept? What is the minimum profit that you would be willing to make in order to think that our relationship together, like me dispatching for you, is worth your time and investment? Is it $4,000 per month, $5,000 per month, $6,000 per month? What is it? If they give you a number from $4,000 to $6,000, that is pretty accurate. Okay, I would say that's a very reasonable number for them to give you. If they say they want to make $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 per month in profit, and they're a solo owner operator, they're a brand new MC, you have to be realistic with them. You have to tell them, hey, your expectations are completely out of proportion. You need to have their expectations in line with what you can actually do. Otherwise, it's going to lead to dissatisfied customers, higher churn rate. They're just going to end up leaving you. Okay. So this is where you need to have that conversation with them. Let's say they tell you, hey, I'm happy with at a minimum making $5,000 per month. Like if I'm making at the very least $5,000 per month in profit, then I am happy working with you. Okay, great. So we'll go ahead and put that over here. We can see that our profit per mile, the target profit per mile that we're trying to reach is 50 cents. Okay. So we take the CPM, which is the $1.82. If you guys remember, this calculator is automatically going to add this 50 cents per mile. This is the target profit per mile. And the total number that it now gives us right over here, this $2.32 is the target rate per mile. So hopefully that made sense. Okay. I'll do that again. Let me delete this number out. So without this target profit per mile number in, just by including all the other expenses, we skip this expense, include all the other expenses, we have come up with our cost per mile. So this is your break-even point. How much money your carrier needs to make to break even. This is how much money it's costing them to run a single mile. Hopefully that part makes sense. Then we try to figure out the carrier's target profit per mile, how much money they would like to make in profit every single month. Let's say they give you something reasonable, like $5,000 per month is what they want to make. We include that as an expense, and now our total cost per mile, our new cost per mile number, is not our cost per mile anymore, it's our target rate per mile. So this is the number, this $2.32. This is the number that we're trying to make sure that the rate that we get from brokers, we're trying to make sure that that number is higher than this $2.32 number right over here. So if I book a load from Chicago to Columbus for $3 per mile, and on the way back from Columbus to Chicago, I book it for $2 per mile, on average, my average lane rate was $2.50, right? $3 plus $2 divided by 2, that's $2.50. So that $2.50 is higher than this $2.32, which means we're doing a good job, okay? We're helping them hit that goal. Where if we keep doing this, we're going to definitely clear this $5,000 per month in profit. Okay, we're actually going to end up making them more money by doing that. So hopefully that made sense. You know how to figure out your cost per mile. So if we remove this number over here, this target profit per mile, we remove that, we have the cost per mile. If we add this target profit per mile in of $5,000, the carrier wants to make $5,000 per month in profit to make sure that, you know, they would be happy with our service. This is our target profit per mile. We add the cost per mile plus the profit that they want. And this new number right over here is the target rate per mile. So this is the number that we need to keep in mind when we go to negotiate rates in the future. And I'm going to show you how to do that as well. So as long as we're averaging a higher rate than $2.32, that means we're doing a good job for our carrier. Okay, they're making the money that they would be happy with, and we're helping them cover all their costs as well. So not only are they covering all their costs that they're going to have for their business, but they're also making the profit that they would be happy with. That's essentially what this number is telling us. Anyways, let me just go ahead and delete all this stuff out, and then we can move forward. But yeah, very simple to use calculator. It's super, super helpful. Definitely something that you should be doing. Okay, this is one of the most crucial steps. Without this, you literally don't know what is a good load and what is a bad load. Okay, to you then every load is good or bad. Okay, you have no idea how to gauge that, but now you do. So that's the CPM calculator. You can go to dispatcheruniversity.com/calculator to get access to it. The next thing that I want to show you is the carrier packet documents. So remember, this was step number 2. Okay, these are some documents that we will need to request from our carriers. So I can show you how that looks. Now, I don't think I can share this with you guys. You know, like these are all PDF files. I don't know how to share PDF files with you guys on YouTube, but if you're inside my private school community, Dispatcher University, then you should see that in the description below. But anyways, this is what it looks like. I'll just show you what it looks like. So all these different documents are what you will need to collect from your carrier. Okay. So first and foremost, we have a carrier profile. This is something that I've built out for my trucking company. And you could just, you could send this to your carriers as well. But basically you collect some basic carrier information from them, some equipment information, what is the truck number, trailer number, who's going to be driving it, what is the make and model, what year is it, do the assigned drivers have the right to make load decisions for you, blah, blah, blah. What areas of operation do you want to operate in, obviously? What rates or what loads do you want to avoid? Is there any shippers that you want to avoid? Do you work with a factoring company? What is your insurance information? So we get basically all these basic information that we know carriers or brokers will ask from us when we go to book a load. So this is very important. This is just a document that I've built out. You can get access to it. Again, I just share this template with you if you're in Dispatcher University. Then you'll need to request their certificate of liability insurance. So this is kind of what it looks like. Again, they will know what this is. They will give you access to it. They will just give you a copy of it just so you know that they have insurance on file and when it expires, when it needs to renew. So you can keep track of that as well. Without liability insurance, you're not able to book loads for the carrier. Okay. So they need to have liability insurance for their trucking company, and you need to know that it's active. That's it. Limited power of attorney. This is not really essential. We do try to get this signed whenever we can. Again, just to kind of protect ourselves and just so we're not in any legal gray zone, just to make sure that, hey, you are authorizing us to make load decisions for you, to find and book loads on your behalf. You are authorizing us to do that. But again, it's not really that essential now. This is kind of like an older practice, but I still included it for you guys if you want to use it. But again, that's completely optional, not that important. Then we have the MC authority. The carrier knows what this is. They will provide you this document just to show you that they are a legitimate MC owner, that they're a legitimate carrier. And the broker will also ask for that information again when you go to book loads. Notice of assignment. This is something the factoring company will send if they're working with the factoring company and if they're getting their loads factored. If not, if they want to get paid directly, if they don't want to get their loads factored, they want to get paid directly by the broker, then you might need like a void check from the carrier. So either you'll need a void check or a notice of assignment. I like to end up getting both just in case. Okay. And then finally the W-9. So they will send you this as well. You can request their W-9 information and they can fill out this document online. The government has this form for free. They can just fill this out, send it to you because again, the broker will ask for this information. So these are all the documents that you will need. These are all the documents that are part of the carrier packet, okay, that brokers request. We're trying to get all this stuff before we go to a broker and start booking loads. Hopefully all that's making sense. And again, if I ever lose you on anything, if this is too complicated, leave comments down below or just reach out to me on School. I'm the most active inside my paid School community. You can reach out to me inside there. I answer all questions and I jump on a live weekly call, okay, every single week. So you could just ask me questions there. Anyways, let's get back to what I was saying. So that's the learning phase, okay? Learning phase is the CPM, the packet, and the setup. You know how to do all that stuff step by step. So we've gotten all the basics out of the way. The next phase is the observation phase. So this is where we actually start to analyze the market, try to figure out where are the hot zones, where should we even send our carrier. So there's 3 levels of market analysis that you can do. The first one is the global level. The second, or we're narrowing it down a little bit now, is the lane specific market research. And then finally, we have the truck specific market research. So again, as I just mentioned, in the observe phase or the observation phase, you're studying the market, you're spotting the best lanes and planning where to move your carrier. You're not booking loads yet. You're just trying to learn and figure out where the money is, where you have the most amount of leverage possible. 90% of dispatching, 90% of booking high paying loads is not so much the negotiation part of dispatching, it's the positioning, okay? If you're in a really hot market, in a market where there's not a lot of trucks available, but there's a lot of loads available, you have a ton of leverage and you will be able to make a ton of money. You will be able to command a ton of money. Whereas if you're in a really crappy market, it doesn't matter how much of a good negotiator you are, you're not going to get great money. Okay, there's hundreds of other carriers that will pick up the load for less money than you, that are more desperate than you. So 95% of dispatching is just putting your carrier in the right position. And this is where we're going to learn how to do that. So the very first step, the very first market analysis that you should do is the global level. Okay, so we're going to look at the entire US and figure out where the hot zones are, where to even start looking. So the tools that I specifically use to do this, they're all inside DAT. You don't need DAT in the beginning. You can start to use DAT once you actually find a carrier, but DAT is what I use, and specifically DAT's rate view tool, DAT's market conditions tool, and DAT blogs. I use all those to spot the hot zones. Again, the zones where there are more loads than trucks available. And just a quick note, all these tools that I mentioned, all this market analysis that I'm showing you, you should use it as a general guide, okay? None of it is like a final answer or like the final truth. No tool is going to help you do that. If there was one single tool that could just show you like, hey, send your carrier to this market, you're going to make exactly this amount of money and this the best rate that you could possibly get for today, we wouldn't even need dispatchers. Okay, we wouldn't need any sort of middleman or person to do the analysis and to parse that information. That's what you're doing as a dispatcher. Okay, there's no tool out there that's going to help you do that. So we're just using all these tools as a general guide of where to start looking, but it's not like a definitive answer. Hopefully that made sense. So I'm going to show you how to do that, how to do like the global level market analysis. After that, I'm going to show you the lane specific market analysis. So we're going to look at 7-day lane averages to target the top 3 to 5 routes. Okay. So once we look at the global level view, we're going to pick out 3 to 5 routes that we want to look more deeper into and figure out what type of rates that those lanes are going for. So we're going to list out those 3 to 5 routes. And then I'm going to show you how to figure out what those lanes have been paying over the past week or 2 weeks. So we're going to check both the head haul plus the back haul. So the head haul is going from your origin to your destination. So where your carrier is right now to where they're going. And then the back haul is exactly how it sounds. It's coming back from that destination location to where you started. So we want to check both routes, okay? Just because you got a load going from Chicago to Columbus for $3 per mile, it doesn't mean you're going to get that same load back for $3 per mile. Okay, you might only get $2 per mile coming back. So we want to check to make sure that we're not getting screwed on the way back. Because again, if you only hyperfixate on the highest rate possible, then you will have to deadhead, your carrier will have to deadhead, which essentially means they're not going to pick up any load. They're just going to drive empty. And if you're driving empty, you're not making any money. You're just wasting $1.82 for every single mile that you're driving. So that's going to eat into your carrier's profit. So we want to avoid that. And then finally, we have the truck level specific analysis. So just because you did all this like global level analysis, you know which lanes are paying really well, it doesn't mean that your driver is willing to go there or they want to go there or they will be happy to go there. Based on their equipment, based on their truck, based on their experiences, you need to keep that in mind as well. At the end of the day, you are a dispatcher providing a service to keep a customer happy. Just because a single lane is telling you that this is the best lane for the day, it doesn't mean it's the best lane for your carrier. Hopefully, again, I say this a lot. Hopefully that made sense. Okay. But yeah, you need to know where your driver is right now, how much hours of service time that they've got left, where they're going. All this stuff is important to figure out what lane that you should end up booking for that specific truck. Obviously, just some examples. You obviously want to avoid mountains if their truck can't handle it. You know, if you know that their truck is really old, it's prone to breaking down, has really crappy fuel mileage, then you want to avoid like those hilly areas. Okay. Unless they have a Peterbilt, they probably shouldn't be hauling like super heavy loads through the mountains. It's a very dangerous thing to do. Avoid New York City or Chicago, like downtown cities, if they hate driving in those tight streets. Basically, you just need to figure out what your carrier doesn't want to do, and you have to plan around that. Okay, so that is the truck level specific analysis. Anyways, I'm just going to go ahead and show you the global and the lane specific analysis. So I am going to use DAT. So this is what DAT looks like. If you don't have access to DAT, and again, the only way you can get access to DAT is if you have an MC number. As an independent truck dispatcher, as I've probably already explained to you guys, you don't need a MC number to get started. You don't need any sort of broker MC or carrier MC or anything like that to get started. But once you get to around like 5 trucks, 6 trucks, 7 trucks, it becomes harder and harder to act like a bona fide agent, and it becomes harder and harder not to allocate freight. Okay. So in order to avoid that, you can end up getting a broker MC number, but only once you have 5, 6, 7 trucks, okay, that you're dispatching for. Once you have that, then you can think about getting your broker MC number. Or if you want to get it right away, that's totally fine too. There's no harm in that. But I'm just saying, in the beginning, you don't technically need an MC number to get started to start a truck dispatching business. But to get access to DAT, the software DAT, you will need an MC number. They check to see if you have an MC number or not. Now, obviously, a lot of you are not going to have an MC number. That's totally fine. You will need to find a carrier first, sign a carrier first, and they will either provide you access to DAT. So they will sign up for DAT and just give you their account details. Or if they don't want to do that, they can sign up for DAT, pay the $200 per month, and get a dispatcher seat. Okay. I think it costs like an extra $79 per month. They can pay for an extra dispatcher seat. So it's like an extra user on their account, and they can do that and then provide you access that way. Either way you do it, you're going to need an MC number first, a carrier first, and they will provide you access to DAT load board. I have a broker MC. I also have a carrier MC number as well. So I have access through my own MC number. Okay. But if you don't have an MC number, you will have to work around it like that. Now there's tons of other load boards you can use as well. 123 load board, truckloads by trucker path. You can check that out as well. I don't think they have an MC number check. So there's tons of other load boards that you can use that don't have an MC number check. Use those first. You know, when you don't have a carrier, you can practice on those load boards first. You don't need to jump straight into DAT. Okay, don't freak out. But again, I'm going to show you how to use DAT because this is the best software and you will use this once you start working with carriers. So with that spiel out of the way, here's what the DAT software looks like. So first and foremost, we want to do some global level market analysis. So in order to do that, we're just going to go to the tools section over here. And you can see all the DAT tools are listed right over here. We have the market conditions and the rate view. I'm going to start with the rate view first. All right, there we go. So this is what the rate view tool looks like. It's just giving you a general overall average rate for the specific equipment that you're looking at. So as you can see over here, for the national rate, so this is all across the US, okay, the average rate. It's telling us that brokers, so the loads that are on load boards like DAT, brokers are paying $1.68 per mile. And it's also telling you that the rate has increased by 5 cents since the last month. I believe it's a month by month basis. Yeah, you can see over here, month by month basis. But basically it's telling us like a general trend of what's going on. Now, this isn't super useful. Okay, you're not going to really use this rate view tool that much, but it's just like an extra piece of information to have when you're speaking with carriers, so you're more informed about what's going on in the trucking industry. Okay, like if rates are down right now, you can point to a tool like this and show your carrier like, hey, it's not that I'm doing a bad job for you. The rates are down for everyone. Look at this number over here. Look at like what the average rates are looking like. The average broker spot rate is $1.68. I am booking loads for you for $2.50, $2.60 per mile. So we're doing much, much better than the average rate. Okay. And you can point to tools like this to obviously show them how well you're doing. And again, since this is like an average national rate, your rates that you book are going to be much, much higher than the average. But again, it just shows you like what brokers are paying on load boards, what direct shipper contracts are generally going for. So you can see it's like $1.92 right now per mile on average. And again, these averages, they're a really bad indicator of what type of money that you can get. We're not going to be booking loads for $1.68. I'll tell you that much. Okay, that's just not going to happen. So I don't really use this tool that much. It's just to get like a feel for the industry in general. If the rate is going down, then I have to look a little bit deeper into it. If it's going up, then I look a little bit deeper into it, figure out why that is. But yeah, you can change the equipment type on the top right-hand side. So I work with dry vans. I have it set to dry van. But you can look at flatbed rates. You can look at reefer rates. You know, if I change it to that, you can see what the reefer rates are looking like. But yeah, feel free to do that. Okay. Now, the other thing I want to show you over here is on the right-hand side. It's the blogs. Okay. So I think once a week, DAT posts their reports. So they post a dry van report, a reefer report, and a flatbed report. So they give you like a general idea of what's going on in the industry, you know, what are the rates looking like and why they're changing. They'll use like their analysts to figure out what's going on and they'll report it to you so you're more informed about the industry. So that is super, super important. And I'm actually going to show you a little trick that you can do. So let me just open one of these blogs up. So let's say I want to look at the dry van report blog. I want to figure out what's going on in the dry van industry. You can see this was posted just a couple of days ago. So I can go through and read all this, which is something I would really recommend you guys do. Read all this, try to understand all these numbers and what they mean. You could watch this video that they've posted, you know, just like a market update video. You could see like they use like the market conditions map. I'm going to show you how to use that as well. They're telling you the load to truck ratios, how those are changing, how the spot rates are changing, so on and so forth. Now you can do all that, but if you're a beginner, it's going to be really hard for you to understand all this. What you can do is actually copy all this. So I'm going to copy all this stuff over here down to right over here, click copy. And then I'm actually going to open up ChatGPT. Okay. So you can use a tool like ChatGPT and you can say something like, hey, help me understand this article in detail. Explain it to me in 5th grade simple language, but keep all the details. Something like that, okay? And then I'll come over here, put some quotation marks, and then paste the article. Go ahead, click enter, and that's exactly what ChatGPT is going to do. It's going to read this entire article that you just pasted and give you just some quick notes. So you could see how much, so the ton mile index is how much freight trucks are moving. In July 2025, the trucking ton mile index, a way to measure how much stuff trucks are hauling and how far, went up by 0.8%, blah, blah, blah. Why it went up is telling you that as well. The growth is positive, but not explosive. Big question for the rest of 2025, so on and so forth. And then the key takeaways. So it's also telling you that. Super, super incredible tool to use. Okay. And you can also say something like this. How can I use this information as an independent truck dispatcher? What does this mean for me? Something like that. Okay. You could go ahead, click enter, see what ChatGPT has to say about that. It's telling you the freight market is slowly strengthening, so be ready to push rates, blah, 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 what industries to look at, so on and so forth. So just something to consider, something you can do. These are reports that you should be reading. Again, if you're more informed than your carrier, then you are in a better position to help them understand what's going on. And they will see you as more of an expert. So these are the blogs. I would recommend reading all three of them every time they come up. Anyways, that's the rate view tool. The next tool, the one that I use probably more often at the global level, is the market conditions index tool. So I can just click on market conditions right on the left side over here, or under tools on DAT, the market conditions right over here. Okay. Either way, it's going to bring you to this colorful map that you see over here. So this map is basically showing us where the cold zones are and hot zones are. Okay. Where there's loose capacity and tight capacity. So the blue areas are the areas we want to avoid. That is loose capacity, meaning there's a lot of trucks available and not a lot of loads available to move. Okay. So you don't have a lot of leverage in those areas. The red markets are the ones where there's a lot of loads available, but not a lot of trucks that are going there or that are in that market. Now, just because it's a hot zone, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a good thing. Okay. So you can see Florida over here. It's a very tight market, slightly tight market, blah, blah, blah. You have to kind of understand, why is that a hot zone? Okay. Like why aren't trucks in that area? Why don't they want to go to that area? What's going on? So you'll have to do a bit more research into things like that. Okay. Don't automatically assume that just because it's red means it's a good thing. But here's how you can use this tool. So let's say you're working with a carrier, and that carrier, in my example, let's just say he's based in Chicago, Illinois. Okay. So I want to look at loads going out of Chicago. Am I able to get him a good load out of Chicago? So I will go over here, look up Chicago, Illinois. He has a dry van. So I'll pick dry van truck. Outbound load. We're looking for outbound lanes, not coming into Chicago, going out of Chicago. So it's outbound. For this view, you could do like a historical 8-day view. So it's going to give you like the average rate or like the average capacity trend over the last 8 days, over the last day. It'll tell you currently what's going on. I would probably stick to 1 day or 8 day. Okay. Typically speaking, current is like always changing so much that you're not really going to get a good idea, but you could look at the entire yesterday, like what the market was looking like all of yesterday and the entire last week. Those are pretty good historical analysis tools to use. So for here, I'm just going to set it to 1 day, just for example. And then for this stuff over here, just leave it at market. And yeah, that should be good enough. As you can see, for the Chicago outbound market for 10/1/2025, there is a 5.3 load to truck ratio, which means there's 5 loads available for every single truck in the market, which could mean a good thing, could be a bad thing. We don't really know yet. What we really want to look at is the MCI index. Okay. The market conditions index. So it's telling us that Chicago is a very, very tight market, literally the tightest market that it could be. Okay. So you can see over here, it's 100 MCI. It can't get any higher than that. That means shippers are desperately looking for trucks to move out of Chicago, and, deliver loads outside of Chicago. So that is a really good sign for me. Okay. That means I'm in a really good market. Now I can start to look at other markets over here as well, other red zones. If I zoom in a little bit, I will come over here and start looking at some other red zones and pick like 3 to 5 red zones as well. So let's say, for example, Columbus, Ohio. I see right over here. Okay. So let's say I want to look at what are the rates looking like for Columbus, Ohio? Okay. What is the inbound lanes looking like for Columbus, Ohio? So I'm going to erase that. And instead, I'm going to put Columbus, Ohio in over here. It's a drive-in. I'm not looking for outbound now. I'm looking for inbound. I'm coming from Chicago into Columbus, Ohio. I want to see what the loads going into Columbus, Ohio are able to get. So I'll click on inbound and you can see it's still a very tight market. So that means shippers that want to deliver loads inside or bring loads to Columbus, they're also struggling to find carriers to move loads into Columbus. Again, very positive sign. We have some leverage there. Now, the last check I will do before I make this one of the routes that I'm going to target is look at the outbound market. So I've looked at the outbound market of Chicago. I realized that that is a strong market. There's a lot of loads going out of Chicago. Great. I saw that Columbus, Ohio had a hot market. Okay. I want to look at the inbound market for Columbus, Ohio. Am I able to get a good load going into Columbus, Ohio? And yes, I am. Okay. Now, the last thing I need to do is check if I can get another good load going out of Columbus. I don't want to get stuck in Columbus. My carrier is not from Columbus, Ohio. Okay, he doesn't live there. We need to find a good load going out of Columbus market as well. So is the outbound for the Columbus market also really strong? So again, instead of inbound, I will click on outbound and see what that says. Yes, it's a very, very tight market. Okay, so all around this lane, this potential target lane that we could run, so from Chicago to Columbus, it seems like it's a really good idea to run this lane. Okay, so I will go ahead, take a notepad out and write that down. Chicago to Columbus, Ohio. All right, that's a potential lane that I'm interested in. I want to do a little bit deeper research into that, see what type of rates I can get for that. But you will go ahead and do that for 3 to 5 different routes. Okay, so again, I would look at, I'm in Chicago. Let's see, where else can I look for? Kentucky. So Louisville, I can look at that really quickly. Louisville, Kentucky. I want to look at the inbound freight for that. It's a very loose capacity. Okay, not a great sign. So not a lot of trucks or not a lot of shippers. Shippers don't need a bunch of trucks to go in there. There's already enough trucks available in the market that are willing to go to Louisville, Kentucky. So this kind of throws up some red flags a little bit, but I can still look into it a little bit further. So let's say I do find a load from Chicago to Louisville, Kentucky. Am I able to get out of that market? Do I have potential to get out of the market? I will go ahead and click on outbound. And yes, I do. It's a very tight market. Okay. So that is another market that I could potentially be interested in. But I'll have to do a little bit more research on it. But you go ahead, do that for like 3 to 5 different markets, figure out what's paying really well, what's not, what has a loose capacity, what has a tight capacity. And that's generally speaking how you target, how you niche down and figure out like what routes that you want to focus on. So that is the global market analysis. Okay. Hopefully you guys are following along. So after you figured out the global market analysis, after we've done that, which I've shown you how to do through the rate view tool and the market conditions index tool, then we're going to do lane specific analysis. We're going to look at the 7-day lane averages or 15-day lane averages. Actually, let me change that. 15-day lane averages to target the top 3 to 5 routes. So you've already picked out 3 to 5 potential routes that you want to focus on. Now we want to figure out what those lanes have been paying over the last 15 days. We want to check both head haul and back haul, so on and so forth. So I'll show you how to do that. It's really easy to do that. I'm going to go back. I'm actually going to X out of this and go back into our DAT dashboard. We're going to go back into tools and right over here, this quick rate lookup. That's exactly what we're going to use. Okay. So I have 5 potential routes that I'm interested in, and I'm just going to go ahead and look up what the past 15 days for those lanes have looked like. Okay. What are the rates for those past 15 days look like? So one of them that I looked at was from Chicago, Illinois to Columbus, Ohio. So that's a route I'm potentially interested in. So I'll go ahead and click on that. It's a drive-in that I'm looking for. So let's click search. And if we do that, it tells us that for the past 15 days, the average has been $3 per mile. Okay, which is really good. If we remember our target rate per mile that we figured out in this cost per mile calculator. Okay, if you guys remember the target rate per mile. So that is the CPM plus this owner profit, this TPPM. You add those two together, we had a target rate per mile of $2.32. So that's the number we're trying to make sure that we're making above. So as you can see, we're making $3 per mile. On average, we should expect to make $3 per mile going from Chicago to Columbus, Ohio. Okay, perfect. So let's just assume this is true. Okay, this $3 per mile number is true. Again, it's not 100% guarantee. It's just a good starting point. It's fairly accurate, but it's just a good starting point. It doesn't mean that you're guaranteed to make $3 per mile on this load. But let's just say it's accurate. Let's assume that it's accurate. Then we want to look at from Columbus, Ohio back to Chicago. Okay, so I'll click on new search. I will look up Columbus, Ohio, going to Chicago, Illinois. Again, drive in, click search, and we're making $1.88 per mile. Okay, significantly less than $3 per mile. But let's just do the quick math on this. So one way from Chicago to Columbus, we're making $3 per mile. Coming back, we're making let's say $1.90 per mile, just to keep the math even. We're going to add those two numbers together, $3 plus $1.90. That is obviously $4.90 per mile, and divide that by 2. Okay, so what is the average rate that you got for this head haul and back haul? If we do that, we get a rate of $2.45 per mile. So based on this calculation, even if we ran this load for $3 per mile going to Columbus, and we only got $1.90 coming back from Columbus, Ohio to Chicago, it would still make sense for us to run this route. Okay, again, on average, we're going to be making $2.45 from doing this. Our target rate per mile is $2.32. So we're clearing that. Our average is higher than the target rate per mile. I think you guys are following along. But you're going to go ahead and do this for all the lanes that you're looking at, all the routes that you're looking at. Okay, so for this route, I'm going to give it a check mark. Yes, we're good to go. I can look even deeper into this in just a little bit. But you're going to go ahead, click new search, look for your other lanes as well. So let's say Chicago, Illinois to Louisville. Where to go? Louisville, Kentucky. Drive in. We're getting $3.18 per mile. Okay, much better. $3.18 per mile. How about coming back? Let me click new search. Louisville, Kentucky, and then Chicago, Illinois. Click search, and we're getting $2.32 per mile coming back. Okay, so this is sounding even better. Again, I probably don't even need to do the math for you guys, but if I did it, let's say it was $3 and I'll just say $3.15 going from Chicago to Louisville, and then from Louisville to Chicago is $2.30. Let's just say we divide that by 2. And that is $2.72 per mile on average, which is much higher than the Columbus route. Okay, so this is the lane that I would be more interested in. So this would also get a big check mark. But again, you go ahead, do this for all the 3 to 5 routes that you have set. So that is the lane specific analysis that we're doing. We've done the global analysis, we've done the lane specific analysis, and then finally the truck level analysis. You have to figure out like, okay, is it Louisville, Kentucky? Is that route from Chicago to Louisville? Does it have a lot of tolls? Is it like, what's the weather usually like? Is it really hilly area? Is there a lot of mountains? You have to figure out all those little details and see if your carrier is willing to do that. If they're happy to do that, what are their hours of service looking like? You'll need to figure all that out as well. Hopefully you guys understand now how to do like the analysis, how I do my market analysis. It's super easy. It might sound really complicated, but once you start to get the hang of it, once you start to do it, it becomes second nature. It's incredibly easy. So we've gone through the learning phase. We've gone through the observation phase. Now we have the asking phase. In the asking phase, we're going to actually start booking loads. Okay. So we're going to start searching for loads and booking them. Speaking of which, the very first step is to finally start searching for all these loads. I'm going to show you how to do that. Like all the parameters that you need to use, all the filters that you can use, how to actually organize all the loads that show up. So I'm going to show you how to search for loads on any load board that you use, but I'm going to show it specifically on DAT. Then we're going to show you how to comp lanes, compare each lane with another one. Okay. You're not just going to call on the first broker and book the load, for whatever number that they give you. Usually you can request like $100, $200 more than the listed price. We want to make as much money as physically possible for our carrier, because not only do they end up making more money, you also end up making more money. And if you accidentally end up sending them into a dead zone, even if you did all your research, turns out that the lane that you sent them to, the the market that you sent them to was horrible. You couldn't find a bunch of loads coming out of it, so they had to deadhead out of it. Just because you researched and you gave them another $100, you negotiated an extra $100 for them, you might be able to cover their costs on the deadhead. Okay, so they don't have to take as much of a loss coming back out. But again, I'm going to show you how to comp lanes and compare them to each other. And then finally, how to actually call the broker and negotiate the rate on the phone. So we're going to do all that. So in the asking phase, you hit the load boards, whether it's DAT, truck stop, 123 load board, truckloads by trucker path, doesn't matter what load board you have. We're only going to call on the loads that match your carrier's lane, the lane that they want to run, their target rate per mile, and their pickup window. Okay, if they're dropping off their past load, the previous load that they've picked up, if they're dropping it off at, let's say 4 p.m., and this next load that you're picking up for them, that you're trying to negotiate for, the pickup is at, or like 3 p.m., then obviously it's not going to work. Okay, so you need to have all those little details in mind as well. So we're going to check the miles, the times, pick up and drop off cities before we call. I'm going to show you how to do all that. So first and foremost, just going to show you how to search for loads, use the filters to narrow down your lanes that your carrier actually wants. So we're going to sort by pickup date, distance, and RPM. Skip anything that doesn't meet your target. So low rates, wrong direction, bad pickup times, blah, blah, blah. So I'm going to show you how to do that. I'm going to show you how to comp lanes. You're going to call 3 to 5 brokers with loads for the same lane. Let's say, for example, I'm looking at Chicago to Columbus, Ohio. There's going to be many different loads posted by many different brokers for that same lane or for very similar lanes. So I want to make sure I'm calling for at least 3 to 5 brokers on that same lane or very similar lanes and figure out what each broker is willing to pay, how much higher they're willing to go than the listed price. Ask what they're paying. Use those calls to feel out the lane and how much that they're willing to pay. Push for $100 to $200 more than the listing price or the first price that they give out. Ask if they can check with their manager. You know, if they say no, that, you know, we can't go that high, you can, if you want to push it a little bit, you could be like, hey, no problem. Could you actually check with your manager to see if you can do it for this rate? You can throw it out there. Usually they're willing to check and go a little bit higher. Whether they agree to your rate or not. So if they're saying they're going to only give you $1,000, you ask for $1,200, whether they say yes or no to you, it doesn't really matter. You're not going to book the load right away, at least as a newbie, at least as a beginner. What you're going to say is, hey, okay, perfect, no problem. Can I check with my driver really quickly and call you back? Just say that and get off the phone, okay? Because we want to go back and call other brokers, see what they're offering as well. So you're going to combine this knowledge, combine this analysis with your RPM target, so you never take a load blind. So that's what comping a load is. It's basically like buying real estate. The way you figure out what a real estate property is worth is by comparing it to other similar properties in that area. Okay, that's how you figure out what your house is worth, essentially. Same way, same thing goes for loads. And then finally, the call. So once you find a good load, you figure out like, hey, okay, this is the best price that I can get from this broker. This is what I should negotiate for. I'm happy with this price. Call and ask all the key questions that you need from the broker. You get all the proper details that you need from them, the rate, the commodity, the weight, the pickup and delivery times, the locations, if there's going to be any detention, layover, any lumper fees. So if it's first come, first serve, like you need to ask all these different questions. Write all this stuff down in the beginning because you never want to trust your memory when it comes to making money. So that was a lot of information. Let me just take you through it step by step. So first and foremost, let me show you how to actually search for loads. So we're going to go back into our dashboard, and what we're going to do is just click on search loads. For you, it might be different based on the software that you're using, but for DAT, this is how it looks. For most load boards, this is going to be very, very similar. All right, so let me just show you how to start searching for loads. So as you can see, there's a few quick parameters that we need to fill out. First and foremost, the origin city. So this is where you want to start from. Where is your carrier right now? Because that's where we want to pick up the load from. Okay, somewhere close to them. Again, in my example, let's just assume he's in Chicago, Illinois. Then we're going to set the deadhead from the origin. Okay, so this is DHO. So how many miles away from the city of Chicago are you willing to go pick up the load? I like to put this number at around 50 miles, just to start off with. And I like to stick to this number pretty strictly, pretty religiously. Because again, you have to think about it. For every mile that your carrier is driving, they're spending money to get there, like $1.80, $1.70. It might change for all of you, but in our example, it was $1.82. That was our CPM for our carrier. So every mile that they're driving, they're spending $1.82. over 50 miles, that would be $91. So they spent $91 to get to a place that they're not going to be compensated for. Okay, they didn't pick up a load or anything. They just drove those miles empty. So you have to keep that into consideration. 50 is kind of where I would leave it at. Okay, you can play around with this if you want to. But for me, I like to leave this at 50 miles for the deadhead. Then you can pick the destination. So again, in our example, the routes that we looked at, one of them was Columbus, Ohio. The deadhead from Columbus, again, we can set this to 50. That's totally fine. Another thing that DAT specifically allows you to do is actually use zones. If you don't really want to go to a specific city, let's say I just want to go to Ohio in general, I can just put the entire state of Ohio, or let's say there's a few different states that I want to go to, like a few states in the Midwest that I'm willing to go to. I can actually pick some zip zones. So I can see over here, well, first and foremost, it tells you like all the, like how you can actually search. So you can search for city and state, for zones, for state and zones. So you can combine them together. And if you don't know what zones are for DAT, you just click over here where it says zip zones and it tells you. Okay, so like Z4, for example, the states in Z4 are Indiana, Kentucky, Michigan, and Ohio. So kind of like the eastern Midwest side. And then we have Iowa, Minnesota, Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, Wisconsin. This is kind of like the top left-hand side of the Midwest. We have Z6, which is kind of like the bottom of the Midwest, you could say. Illinois, Kansas, Missouri, Nebraska. So they have these different zones that you can use if you want to use those instead. But again, that's getting a little bit more complicated. We'll just be very simple and just pick Columbus, Ohio. Set the deadhead to 50 just for this example. For equipment type, I'm working with dry vans. You can look through this. You can add multiple different equipment types if you want to, but you can look through this and see what other type of equipment types that they have in here. They have a ton. You can see all the different equipment types that they have. So if you're working with Sprinter vans, if you're working power only, if you're working for box trucks, there's so many different equipment types that you can target. But I'm just going to pick dry van standard. And then for load type, I'm only going to do full loads. We don't do partial loads. Again, if you're working with box trucks, Sprinter vans, cargo vans, you could potentially look up partial loads. That's something that you might want to consider. But typically I like to do full loads. The length of the trailer that my semi-truck, dry van truckers, the carriers that we work with haul, is 53 foot. Yours might be a little bit different. Again, you'll do your research. For weight, I could just leave this wide open. It doesn't really matter. For date range, this is important. I want to look for loads. Let's say I want to look for loads for Friday. So the load will pick up on Friday. I always like to look for loads 1 day in advance. So instead of booking loads on the 2nd, so today is the 2nd for me, instead of like me coming on the load board and trying to find a load today that my carrier can pick up and book, because that is very stressful to do, I would like to at least do it like 1 day in advance, 2 days in advance. Okay, so let's say on Monday, I should have a load booked tomorrow for Monday. Okay, like a pickup and drop off, and then also something booked from that location as well. The further out you can book loads, the better position you're putting yourself in, the less stress that you're going to take on. So let's say I already have a load covered for today. I'm looking for something tomorrow. So my carrier is going to be in Chicago tomorrow. So the pickup is going to be tomorrow from Chicago, 50 miles deadhead, going to Columbus. Go ahead and click search. And as you can see, we have 38 exact results. Okay, so these are the results that exactly match all of our filters and parameters. And also another thing you should note, the results that are over here, they're being listed by age. So this is exactly what we want. We want all the newest loads that are posted to the load board to come to the top first. They have a much more likelihood of being better paying loads, because you have to imagine, if a new load, if it's a good load that's posted to the load board, it's going to get scooped up immediately. Okay. Whereas like these loads that are on here, that have been on here for a while, they're probably on there for a specific reason. Either the shipper sucks, either the broker sucks, or it might just be as simple as, you know, they just don't pay a good amount of money to move this load. So you have to take that into consideration. But as soon as the load gets posted, you want to be the first one to call on it. And you can do that by enabling this alarm for this search. So I would just go ahead and turn this on. That way, anytime a new load is posted, I'm going to get like a little notification and like a ring on my desktop. And the same thing goes for the phone as well. A lot of load boards have these features, by the way. Anyways, 38 exact results, 137 similar results. So I'm just going to go through the exact results first. So this is kind of how it looks. And as we can see, so the first thing we see is the age when this load was posted. Then we see the rate. So what is the broker offering? Sometimes they'll have a rate listed. As you can see, this broker is paying $1,000 to go from Chicago to Mount Sterling, Ohio. And again, we can negotiate for more money. Okay. But sometimes they'll have the rate listed like this. Sometimes they won't. So you have to call to ask them, what are they offering on this load? And then we have the trip. So these are the total number of miles that your carrier will be driving to get to the location. So from Chicago to Mount Sterling, it's 347 miles. We have the origin city listed over here. We have the deadhead from your location listed over here. So we can see the deadhead from the origin is 0 miles, which makes sense. We say that we want to start in Chicago, Illinois. This pickup is from Chicago, Illinois. So it's from exactly that same city. There's a 0 mile deadhead. You're picking up from the same exact city that your carrier is in. But let's say Cicero, Illinois. It's telling us that Cicero, Illinois is 10 miles away from this origin city that you listed, which is Chicago. Okay. So that's where you can look up the deadhead. And then we have the destination and then the destination deadhead as well. Pretty straightforward. We have the pickup date. We have the equipment type, the length of the trailer that they need, how much the weight is of the load. The lighter the weight is, usually not really like the less that they're willing to pay, but in a lot of cases, they're willing to pay a little bit less than like the bigger loads, but that's totally fine. If we can book a really light load for our carrier that also matches their target RPM, that is perfect. That's exactly what we're looking for. Okay. Because you have to think about it. If the load is lighter, because I know for dry vans, they can pick up like 45,000 pounds legally, but this one's only 16,000 pounds. That's really good for our carrier because they're moving a lighter load. They're going to be much more fuel efficient. So they're going to spend less money on fuel and their truck is going to go through less wear and tear. Okay. So it's going to take less effort for their truck to move, for the mechanics to move in their truck. And yeah, there's going to be less chance of a breakdown for tires and all that good stuff. So you end up saving them a ton of money by booking lighter loads. But then sometimes you don't really have an option. You need to pick up a load like this, which is like 43,000 pounds. But yeah, the weight is something that's pretty important as well. And then the capacity, they need the full truck. You're not able to pick up like partial loads, multiple different loads. They need the full truck to move this load. And then we have the company or the brokerage that's actually listed this load to be moved. And then the contact information. So this is the number that you're going to call to negotiate this load with them. I would say 99% of the time you want to be calling the broker. Okay. So as you can see over here, they've only provided the email. So I would actually click into this and see if they provided a contact information like a phone number. And usually they do. So you can see right here under contact information, they provided a phone number that you can contact them with. And that's what I would reach out to. Because again, you want to reach out to them immediately. If you're sitting there typing out emails, waiting for them to respond to you, and then you're trying to negotiate that way, it's just going to take so much longer. And by the time like you even send out the email, someone has already called on this load. They've already negotiated the price with the broker and they've agreed to the rate. Okay. And you've lost the load because you were too busy emailing. But then sometimes you're not going to have this option. All you have is an email. So in that case, just send the email. Oh, and then the final thing I want to mention is the credit score and the days to pay. Very, very important stuff. You want to avoid getting scammed. And a really good way to do that in the beginning is just to check the credit score. So this is how likely this broker is to pay back their accounts payable. So 97 is really good. I would say like 95 and above, 93 and above, I would even go down to, but 95 and above is really good. Okay, it's a really good sign. There's going to be some that are like 90. So you can see over here, 90 is the credit score. Grain Logistics. I wouldn't avoid this load because of that. I would just look a little bit deeper into it. It's kind of like a red flag. It doesn't mean it's a scam or anything like that, or it's not a good load, or it's not a good broker. It's just a red flag. That just means you look a little bit deeper into it. See if this broker is legit. Have you heard of this broker before? Are they a big company? I mean, I haven't heard of Grain Logistics Express. It's not a big company. RXO, that's a massive brokerage. Everyone knows about them. Kirsch is a big transportation company and brokerage. Let's see who else on here. JB Hunt. TQL. These are two massive brokerages. So there's going to be like some brokers on here that are really big. Okay. And then others that are really small, or not small, but they're not like massive players in the industry. So you have to do a little bit more research into them. Again, doesn't mean that they're bad or anything like that. You kind of understand now, how the search function works, how all the filters work, how all the parameters work. Just a few more things that I want to show you that DAT has, especially with the $200 plan. And that is the TriHaul feature. So you can see right over here, we get the lane rate. So we get the average rate over the past 15 days that Chicago to Columbus, Ohio has paid, which is $3 per mile. I already showed you how to do that. And also we get a TriHaul feature. So what this feature does is basically just shows you like a pass-through city that you can go through to make more money per mile. So for example, instead of going from Chicago to Columbus, so going from Chicago to Columbus directly, they're assuming you're going to make that $3.02 per mile, like that average spot rate. And if you do that, if you make that average spot rate over the 352 miles, you're going to make $1,063 total. Okay. Now, let's say in the case that you're really stuck somewhere, you're not finding good loads, there's not a lot of loads available for you, they're not paying that well, you're struggling to find them a really good load. What you can do is use this TriHaul feature. So you just click on that TriHaul button and it's going to tell you different cities that you can pass through. So instead of going directly from Chicago to Columbus, it's telling you, hey, if you go from Chicago to Detroit, Michigan first, and then from Detroit, Michigan to Columbus, Ohio, then you will make from Chicago to Detroit, Michigan, that's 281 miles, you will make $932. That's their average spot rate for the past 15 days. And then from Detroit, Michigan to Columbus, Ohio, it's going to be 203 miles and you're going to make $673. Okay. So if you ran it this way, you get a much higher CPM. You obviously waste a day, in a different city. You waste a day like driving to this city and picking up a load and, dropping it off over there. But in total, like the average rate that you're going to get is $3.32 per mile instead of the $3 per mile that you were getting direct from Chicago to Columbus. If you do it this way, you will average $3.32 per mile. You're going to be driving 484 miles total. So that means your total revenue by going through these cities, by routing your carrier like this, you're going to make $1,600. So which is $500 more than the direct route. However, the big important thing that you have to remember is that this is going to take you more time. So let's say like Chicago to Columbus, that would take your carrier 1 day to go from Chicago to Columbus and deliver the load. So they would only need to spend 1 day in transport to do that. Whereas, going from Chicago to Detroit, Michigan, loading and unloading, and then picking up a load from there and then loading, unloading, and Columbus, you might end up spending 2 or 3 days. You're going to end up spending more days doing this load just to make an extra $500. Whereas you could have done this load from Chicago to Columbus and come back within 3 days and made $2,000. You're only making $1,500 or $1,600 in those 3 days with this option. So hopefully you guys are kind of following along. The main thing that you need to understand, for the most part, the direct route is the best option. Okay, that is like the overall highest paying option that you have because you waste less time and the money that you make is proportional. The amount of money you make per day is pretty high as well, as long as you're hitting your target rate per mile. But for those cases where you're really stuck in a bad market, you can't find any loads, all the loads suck, they don't pay a bunch of money, you're only getting like $1.50, $1.80, $2 per mile, then you can think about using a TriHaul feature. You'll have to spend an extra day or two, delivering loads. You're going to make less money overall. So instead of making $2,000 in 3 days, you might only make $1,500 in 3 days, but your rate per mile that you're getting. So you can see $3.32 per mile versus $3 per mile. The rate per mile you're getting will increase. Okay, so your carrier won't be running at a loss. Hopefully that makes sense. And again, you only use this during like emergencies, or that's when I use it. Okay, so that makes sense. We've covered that. I've shown you guys how to search for loads. Now, the next part. We've done the searching, and again, this is just one of the routes that we were looking at. I would just click on this plus button, and we can look at, we can open up multiple routes. So the 3 to 5 routes that you were looking at, let's say out of the 5, only 3 of them were like pretty solid that you are interested in. Let's say the other one was Chicago, Illinois to, let me just change all these parameters. Chicago, Illinois to Louisville. That was the other one we were looking at. I will do 50 miles over here. Equipment type is van. It's a full load, 53 foot, weight is fine. Pickup is tomorrow. Okay, click search. And now I have this lane available to me as well. Okay, and as you can see, we did the research into Louisville. If you guys remember the market conditions index, it was very loose capacity going into Louisville, Kentucky. And you can see that, we kind of see that as well over here. There's a lot less loads that are going into Louisville, Kentucky, a lot less loads available because a lot of carriers are probably interested in going there. The brokers that already have their loads booked out to those carriers. Okay, so it's kind of cool seeing like how the analysis that you're doing, it kind of maps onto what we actually see in the market as well when we actually search. So I'll go ahead and turn on the alarms for this. And then let's say I have another third search over here. I could click on the plus sign. You guys get the point. Okay, you have multiple search tabs open so you can analyze multiple markets at the same time. So once we've done all the searching, we've set all the parameters. The next step, if you guys remember, I'll go back over here, is the comp stage. So we want to call on 3 to 5 brokers with loads for the same or very similar lanes and ask what they're paying. Okay, this is literally the only like surefire way to figure out what a broker is willing to pay you. The only way you can guarantee like what type of money that you can get from a broker is by calling the broker. Okay, that's the only surefire way to figure it out. So that's exactly what we're going to do in the next step. So let's say from Chicago, Illinois to Columbus, Ohio, there's 37 results in here. I am going to call on 3 to 5 of these brokers if I've never done a load before. If I've never done a load from Chicago to Columbus, I don't know what the rates are for this lane, then I will need to call 3 to 5 brokers and figure out what is like the top rate that I could get. So you could see over here, if we remember from the lane rate, the average was $3 per mile. So we will use that as like a benchmark. So we would like at least like assume that we can get $3 per mile. So that would be like $1,050, $1,050. I'm going to shoot for at least like $100 to $200 more. Maybe I'll say like, okay, could you do this load for $1,200? Okay, like if they come at me and say like, we're paying $900 for this, $950, I will shoot back and say, can you do this for $1,200? Okay, they're going to say no. Okay, could you do it for $1,100, $1,150, $1,100? Could you do it for $1,000? Then you can make your way down. Okay, but start it at least like a little bit higher than what you would be willing to take it for. But yeah, I would just go ahead, literally just start calling these brokers. So let's say like this one, Chicago, Illinois to Mount Sterling, Ohio. This one seems pretty good to me. They've already listed it at $1,000. It's 347 miles. I want to get like $3 per mile for this load. So I will ask for like $1,200. Okay, but I'll be happy with $1,100 as well. So I would go ahead, click over here. It gives you some more information about this load. So it's picking up October 3rd. Sometimes it tells you like the pickup time as well. They sometimes will list that over here, but they've only told us the date that is picking up, and they've told us the equipment as well. So they need a full truck, dry van, 53 foot. It's 16,000 pounds, the commodity. They haven't told us what the commodity is, so that's something that we will need to ask for. And they've also told us the load number. So this reference ID, this is the load number. So you can tell them the load number if they ask for it on the call. This the contact information, this the number that I would call. I'm not going to go ahead and do it right now, but I'm just showing you guys how to, like what you would actually do. You have the rates over here, blah, blah, blah. Here's the company. Yeah, pretty straightforward. Okay, just go ahead and call this broker up. Don't actually do this. Okay, I'm just showing you like once you get access to a load board, go ahead and call the broker up and ask them like, hey, do you still have this load available? Could you provide me the details for it? And they will just like rapid fire start telling you some details about the load, like what is the commodity, what is the pickup time, pickup date, what is the drop-off time, drop-off date, what is the commodity, is it palletized, blah, blah, blah. First come, first serve, so on and so forth. So you write all that information down. At the end, they're going to either ask you what rate you're willing to pick it up for, or they will just give you their rate. Like, hey, we could do this load for $1,000. And then that's where you say, okay, could you do it for $1,200? They're going to say no or yes. You could go back and forth a little bit. Regardless of the situation, what you're going to do is be like, okay, no problem. Let me just call my carrier really quickly and I will call you right back. Just something as simple as that, just to get off the phone with them. Okay. So you will write down what rate you were able to negotiate with them. You write this down. And then I will open up another load, let's say from Portage, Indiana. Well, this is like 38 miles deadhead. Let me try to find something closer. Let's say Chicago, Illinois to Hillard, Ohio. Okay, this sounds pretty good. So I will click on this. I will call this broker. So you can see in the comments, they say it's out of Elwood, Illinois, not Chicago, Illinois, Elwood, Illinois. So I would look that up, like how far away from Chicago is that actually? And then call this number, same thing. What rate are you willing to give me? Can you do 1,200 for this load? Can you do 1,100 for this load? Okay, no problem. Let me call my carrier. I'll call you right back. You keep doing this over and over again. Okay. Do this for like 3 to 4 to 5 loads, just so you get a rough idea of how far you can push the rate. That's all you're trying to do. Once you do it once, okay, you don't need to do this like every single time you book a load or every single week. You just need to do it with lanes that you're unfamiliar with. So I already know the Chicago to Columbus market. I know you could get like $1,100. Right now you could get like $1,100 for it. So I don't need to go back and forth and like do that with brokers. Okay. I already know what this route can get me. But in the beginning, when you don't have any familiarity with the route, this is what you need to do. You need to comp the lanes. Same thing goes from Chicago to Louisville, Kentucky. I would do the exact same thing over here as well. Anyways, so we've comped the loads and I've told you guys how to call them, or I've shown you guys how to call them. Like you just call the number. It's really straightforward how the conversation is supposed to go. You ask all the key questions. And you just write all that stuff down. Now you might be wondering like, okay, well, you're telling me that they're going to give me like a bunch of information on the call. Like, what am I actually supposed to ask them on the call? Like, what sort of load details do I need to keep in mind? What am I keeping track of? Okay, on this load. Like, I'm not going to be able to remember all that. It's a really good point. Luckily for you, I have something for you. Okay, so let me just pull up my slideshow. I have actually created a broker checklist for you guys. Okay, so this is kind of like your cheat sheet. Whenever you're on a call with the broker, you can have this in front of you. As they're going through rapid fire, like giving you all the details about the load, you could just go ahead and write all that stuff down in here. Okay. And if they miss anything, you can ask them those questions like, hey, is it palletized? How many pieces of the commodity are there? Did you mention what the commodity type was? What was it? What am I actually hauling? What is my carrier actually hauling? Did you mention the pickup time? So anything you miss, you can ask the broker. So if you want this checklist, again, giving you so much stuff for free. All right. I just want you guys to like do the work and make some money. There's so much money to be made in this industry. Just go to dispatcheruniversity.com/broker and I'll show you what that checklist looks like. So right over here, just go ahead and read this. Okay. This tells you how to use the checklist. Basically, all you need to know is everything with this green check mark next to it is like the very important stuff that you need to know. Okay. Everything else is going to be dependent on the type of carrier that you're dispatching for, and it's not really that essential. But everything in the green, this is something that you will need to know every single time you book a load. So for example, what is the commodity that your carrier is hauling? What is the weight of the stuff that you're hauling? Is it palletized? How many pallets? How many pieces of the equipment are there? Or like not the equipment, the commodity are there? You will need to ask that, okay? Because based on that, you will need to figure out like if you need any extra equipment on the truck that your driver will need to carry with them. What is the pickup date and the time? This is super important. What is the pickup location? They might not give you the name of the shipper, but they'll definitely give you like the city. Okay, they're not going to give you like the full address right now, but they'll give you the city of where the shipper is in. So you don't really need the name and address. It's more so just the city and state for now. Same thing goes for the delivery information, the rate that you're agreeing on, that you're trying to negotiate with them. What are they willing to pay? The maximum amount that they're willing to pay, their broker name, company information, the actual broker's name, the contact name and number. So you could get that information from them as well. Go ahead, download this or get access to this broker checklist for free, and you can start using it. Okay, that way you don't have to remember everything on the call. Just have this open on the side, write stuff down, and you'll be totally fine. As you start to do this more and more, as you start to dispatch more and more, you won't need something like this. It'll just be second nature to you. You'll just remember all this stuff. In the beginning, it'll seem like a lot though. So that is the broker checklist. So we've done the learning phase. We've done the observation phase, like the market analysis. And I've shown you guys how to actually ask for the loads as well, how to search for them, how to comp the lanes against one another to figure out what the best rate possible is, and how to make the final call, what questions to ask, and how to kind of negotiate the rate. Always try to ask like $100, $200 more, and then come down from there, see what you can get. There's kind of like an art form to to it. There's not really a science to the negotiation. Now, with that being said, we come to the last step, okay, the last stage of the load cycle, which is the delivery phase. So we've already booked the load. I'm assuming at this point, you've searched for the loads, you know exactly where to go, you've called a bunch of brokers, and you finally picked one load out, and you finally booked that load. Okay, you agreed to a rate on the call. What do you do after that? Okay, what are you actually supposed to do after you book a load on the call, after you agree to a rate on the call? What happens after? That's exactly what the delivery phase comes in. So first and foremost, we're going to need to sign the rate confirmation. That is the actual contract for the specific load. And actually, you're not going to be the one signing it typically. It'll be your carrier signing it. So it'll be the rate confirmation and maybe even like the carrier onboarding packet, which we'll cover in just a bit. Then after you sign that and you've officially received the load, then you're going to dispatch it to your carrier. So send them all the important details of the load that they need to know about. So you're going to send that to them either through WhatsApp, Telegram, it could be through iMessages, something as simple as that. But you're just going to send them the important details, okay, and what you're going to request from them. And then finally, the documents. So once they've actually fully delivered the load, they've gone there, picked up the load, delivered it, they've completed that load cycle, that route that you agreed to, you're going to need to collect some documents from them if you're going to be invoicing on their behalf as well. So they need to get paid, obviously. If you're the one that's going to be responsible for invoicing the broker or the factoring company, I will show you what documents you need to request from the carrier so you can do that, so the carrier can get paid. So let's just walk through all that step by step. So in the delivery phase, your job is to lock in the load, dispatch the carrier, make sure all the documents are collected and filed. This is where good dispatchers separate themselves from the sloppy ones, okay? So the very first step after you agree to a load on the phone with the broker is to sign the rate confirmation and maybe even fill out like a carrier onboarding packet. So after agreeing on a rate, the broker will send you two things. First, they might send you like their broker carrier packet. So if your carrier has never booked a load with this specific broker before, they will need to get set up in their system. And that's where they will request the carrier packet. You will need to fill out some information with them. I'll show you what this looks like. And then the second thing is the rate confirmation. So this is the actual contract for that specific load. So hopefully I made myself clear in that case. There's going to be two things, maybe two things that you will need to do after you agree to a rate on the call with the broker. First thing is the carrier packet. Fill out that onboarding carrier packet stuff for the broker so you can get set up in their system. So they know who you are, who your carrier is, blah, blah, blah. I'll show you what that looks like. And then after you fill that out, if you've already delivered loads for them in the past, you won't need to do that. Then the only thing you need to do is just the rate confirmation. Sign the rate confirmation. It's the contract for the specific load. So in the rate confirmation, basically, this is like the important one. You want to double check the rate, double check the dates, the pickup and drop off time, the detention layover pay, and any other detail, okay? The load isn't yours until you fill these documents out and send them back to the broker. So just because you agreed to the rate on the call with the broker doesn't mean that load is yours until you fill out the rate confirmation. You sign it and the broker signs it and sends it back. So that's why we need to move really, really quickly. After we agree to the rate on the call, move really, really quickly to get this done. And actually, let me just show you what those look like before we move on. So here is an example onboarding packet. I just went through, this is like an actual onboarding packet that we received. I have obviously blurred out the information from the broker because I don't know how legal it is to share all this stuff. But I wanted to show you guys what the onboarding packet looks like. In the current day and age, a lot of the onboarding carrier packet stuff that brokers will request, all of that is done through a software now. Sometimes it will be through Highway. It might be Carrier, RMIS, or something like that. There's a whole bunch of different tools that brokers now use instead of sending you like a PDF document through your email. Sometimes they might send you a PDF through the email. Hey, just fill out this onboarding packet, this carrier packet, because you need to get set up in our system. We've never booked loads with you before. So this is the first step. You need to set up the carrier packet stuff with us. But 90% of the time, it's going to be through a software called Highway. Okay. Obviously, I can't show you like what the internals of Highway looks like because we would expose all of our carrier information. But yeah, I have just, put it into a PDF format just so you guys can see what it looks like. Okay. So either you will get a PDF through email or you will get a link to fill it out on a software called Highway. Either way, you can do this for the carrier. The only thing you can't do for the carrier is sign or initial these documents. You don't want to be involved in the middle of this load. You don't want your name on these load documents. You want only the carrier's name on these load documents. Now you could sign as a limited power of attorney, but again, just keep it super safe. You fill out all the information that you can, but to sign it and initial it, you send it to the carrier, have them sign an initial and send it back to you, and then you can send it to the broker. You could do something like that. Okay, so this is kind of what it looks like. As you can see, hey, these are all the documents that we need from you, like your operating authority, the certificate of insurance, carrier profile, W-9 taxpayer identification form, and the signed agreement, okay, which is attached below. It tells you how to get paid as well. So once you deliver this load, this is what you need to do to get paid, and then where you can submit that invoice and all these documents too, okay? And then here's the carrier profile. So you're just going to fill out all this stuff. As you guys remember, in the onboarding documents, like the carrier packet stuff that we did in the learning phase, I had my own carrier profile made. Okay. So in this document that I already had made, I've already asked all the basic information. So I can reference this every time I'm filling out this onboarding packet for my carrier. So I know my carrier's name, I know their contact information, I know their physical address because they provided it to me. The dispatch day phone number, you could put your phone number in here. Dispatch email address, you could put your email address in here. Do you use a factoring company? You could say yes or no, and then you would need to include the notice of assignment as it says. What is the factoring company name, the address, mailing address, all that good stuff. You could go ahead and fill that out. Here's the insurance request information. Please fax this to your insurance agent. So you would have to call their insurance company, tell them, hey, I'm a dispatcher for this carrier. I'm booking a load for them. The broker needs a certificate of insurance. You could either call them, or most of the time now, insurance companies have like an online portal where you can just sign into the online portal and get a certificate of insurance made for the broker. Okay. And again, if the carrier doesn't feel comfortable letting you do that, then you can just have the carrier do that instead. But yeah, the broker is sending you their MC authority, so you can see that they're a legit broker. And here's their broker carrier contract. So this is not the rate confirmation. This is just their broker carrier contract. So you could fill out like, okay, this is the carrier's name. You would fill that out over here. You could fill all this stuff out that you can. But again, when it comes to signing the initials right over here, you would send this document to the carrier to do. You don't want to be initialing or signing. Again, the further away you can stay from like these load documents, like getting your name on them, the better it is. You don't want to be involved in between the load process, like inside the contracts or whatnot, because then you're opening yourself up to some liability as well. So yeah, just showing you roughly what it looks like. And the broker will sign an initial and, put their name and everything over here. And then your carrier will do the same thing. You can fill all this stuff out. For a print name, you can write out the name of the owner operator or the carrier, but they will go ahead and sign it again over here. Okay. And initial on the bottom as well. So yeah, it's really that simple. It's nothing too crazy. Okay. It's basically just like a setup document for the broker, like a broker carrier contract, and just getting set up in their system if you've never worked with that broker before. And by you, I mean the carrier that you're working with. If that carrier has never delivered a load for this broker before, they will need to fill out this like onboarding broker carrier packet. And alongside this information, you will also need to send, again, the certificate of insurance. You will need to send that. Okay. And the certificate holder will be the broker. So the insurance company knows how to do this. The carrier should know how to do this as well. If they don't, super simple. You just go to the insurance company. You just call the insurance agent, tell them, hey, I'm about to book a load with this broker for this carrier that I'm working with. Could you make that broker the certificate holder? Here's the broker's name and here's their address. That's all the information that you need to give. They will get that sent out and they will send it to the broker's email. So you also need to provide the broker's email as well. Super straightforward, nothing too complicated. So you would send the certificate of insurance. as well as this entire onboarding packet that you filled out. You'll send the certificate of insurance, the MC authority, you'll send that as well, and the W-9. Okay, so you'd send all this information. Anything else, the broker can request that from you as well. And also they tell you what to send, like right over here as well. So that's the onboarding packet. Only need to fill this out, typically filling it out online through Highway if your carrier has never delivered a load for this broker. Now, after you fill this out, sometimes you don't even need to fill this out. The other thing you'll need to do is the rate confirmation. So after you fill this out and send this to the broker, they will then send you the rate confirmation. So you have the rate confirmation right here. It's usually a one-page document. It's basically giving you all the load details. So it's the load number over here. This was like the logo of the company, the broker, and their address and everything. So I kind of blurred that out. But they give you the load number over here, the carrier. So your carrier that you're representing will be listed over here, their telephone number, their contact, their email. Typically like the contact and email would be you. So you could just make sure that that's the case. The MC number of the carrier, tractor trailer, the driver's name, the driver's telephone number, you would need to provide that. And again, you have all that stuff through the carrier profile that you filled out. So you can see over here, we have the company information, their office phone number, main contact phone number and everything. We have this stuff over here, driver information. So the truck number, trailer number, driver's cell phone number. So you would have that information as well. Okay. You could also see some load notes in here. This is very, very important. You should keep this stuff in mind as well. And make sure you communicate this stuff to your carrier as well, so they're aware. The pickup location and the pickup address. So this is where they will tell you like exactly who the shipper is and what is their address. They will tell you that on the rate confirmation. So you get to see who's the exact shipper, what is the exact address, what is the pickup time, drop off time, what is the pickup number, the delivery number, all that good stuff. You get that over here as well. And then finally the rate. You get the rate over here. So which is $1,000. So this, I know we got like $3 per mile to do this load. You will go ahead, the carrier will go ahead and sign over here, not you. Again, the carrier will go ahead and sign this and write the date as well and send it to you. And then you will forward it to the broker. Broker will go ahead, sign it, date it, and send the signed confirmation back to you. So yeah, that's really about it. Okay. That's the onboarding packet. This is the rate confirmation. That's exactly how it looks. Again, it might have been a bit more confusing. Just go back, watch this video again, rewind it. It'll make more sense. Okay. And if you have any questions, just join Dispatcher University. Like I have like a full advanced course in there that you can go through. It's cheap, super cheap to join. And you can jump on a live call with me every single week. Okay. I'm more than happy to answer all your questions or just leave them in the comment below. I'll answer them. But anyways, that's the rate confirmation and the broker carrier packet. After you fill all this stuff out, you finalize the deal. Now you actually have the load. Then you need to dispatch it to your carrier. So they've already signed the rate confirmation. They already know what the load details are, but it's still a good habit to kind of give them like the main points. Okay. So once you book the load, the rate confirmation is signed, send your driver the load information that they will need. So this is like the pickup number, address, times, contact, etc., etc. And you also want to ask for key timestamps. So check-in and check-out time is really the only thing you need. You can also ask for their dock time as well. And I'll show you why in just a second, but we will need that for detention. So this is kind of like a sample, like a text message exchange of like what it could look like. So after I get the rate confirmation signed, after we do all that process, we've locked in this load, then I will send my carrier like a quick text message. You could do it through iMessage, through WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, doesn't really matter. You send them a quick text message. As you can see, I have shown them, or I have given them the pickup number that they will need, the pickup address. So I give them the exact pickup address and a pickup time as well. So it's picking up on this date at this time. And I've also given them the delivery number, the delivery address, and the delivery time. This is the date, this is the time. And on top of that, I'm also giving them some notes. So let's say, for example, if they needed 6 straps and 2 load bars for this load to deliver this load and pick up this load, I would make a note of that and let the carrier know. Okay. And they confirm that they got it. Okay. They know that this load is on. This is the load that they need to do tomorrow or today or whatever it is, And then I'll also tell them like, hey, by the way, please remember to send me the check-in and checkout time for your pickup and delivery. Okay, I need the check-in and checkout time for the pickup address and for the delivery, like when you do both. If your loading or unloading takes more than 2 hours, let me know as well. Okay, so again, if it takes more than 2 hours, that's when I can start to ask for detention pay as well. We should be compensated $25, $30 per hour for that. Because again, our carrier is wasting time sitting on the dock. We have other loads that we need to do and we're running late for them. Okay, so we need to be compensated for the lost time. So I've let them know that as well. And he says, yes, okay, I will. And then he just sends me a reminder at today at 8 a.m., 7:50 a.m. He's at the location. He's checked in. He just tells me, hey, I checked in at the pickup. Great. And then at 9:27 a.m., he got unloaded from the pickup. Not unloaded, but they finished loading him at the pickup location. And he sent me a message saying, hey, I've checked out from the pickup location. Great. You need this information because the broker will ask you for this as well. Hey, how far is your driver? Did they check in yet? Could you let me know when they check in? Could you let me know when they check out? They also need to know this information. So your driver will tell you and you can communicate this information to the broker. And again, if it takes more than 2 hours to load or unload, like once they've been docked, like they receive the dock and they start like loading or unloading the truck, it should take 2 hours. If it takes any more than 2 hours, typically speaking, you should get detention pay for that, $25 to $30 per hour. And you can let the broker know about that as well. Like, hey, my carrier has been sitting on the dock for 2 hours now. It's going on 3 hours. Could you call the shipper and see what's going on? Why is it taking so long? We have another shipment to go to. But we would also like detention pay for the extra hour that we were there. And brokers are willing to give that. Anyways, that's how that whole tax exchange looks like. Again, nothing too complicated. You could just do exactly what I showed you. And then finally, we have the documents. So once they fully complete the load, they've delivered the load, they've picked up the load. After delivery, you need to get the signed BOL or POD from them, okay, from the carrier. So this is like a bill of lading or proof of delivery. They're like interchangeable words. It's the same exact thing. Some people call it BOL, sometimes it's called POD. They're talking about the same thing. It's basically like this document from the shipper verifying that, hey, yes, this is the load that it was delivered to us. This is the load that they picked up. And we're verifying that this is exactly what happened at this time. And all the equipment and all the commodities and everything that were shipped were in good order. Like they were in good condition, nothing got damaged. So yeah, proof of delivery, you will need that document. You might request some lumper receipts from them. Sometimes carriers need to pay something called a lumper at the shipper. So they need to spend like $100 or something like that, but the broker will reimburse you for that. Once you deliver the load, you get a lumper receipt from the carrier, you send it to the broker and they will reimburse you that $100 that you spent at the shipper. That's pretty typical. Okay. And basically anything else that you need for payment, like detention, you will need to tell the broker about the detention pay as well. You will need to send them an invoice as well. So there's a few different things you need to do. Okay. If the carrier is using a factoring company, then you need to submit all of these documents, the BOL/POD, any lumper receipts, any detention pay that you're owed, an invoice. You need to send all this stuff to the factoring company with an invoice, as I mentioned. If they're not working with the factoring company, if they want to get paid directly from the broker, then you will send it to the broker directly. Nothing too complicated here. You save everything in Google Drive. You make sure you do everything, all this stuff fast. If you don't send the documents immediately, you're not going to get paid. Okay, you might even get fined for not sending all these documents within 24 hours of finishing the load. So as soon as you get all this BOL, POD, as soon as they're done delivering the load, you tell your carrier to scan and send over the documents to you, the proof of delivery and the BOL and the lumper receipts and all that good stuff. You get them to send that information to you right away so you can submit it to the broker right away as well. Usually you have to do it within 24 hours, okay, to avoid getting fined. But yeah, and then a quick tool that you can use. So you can tell your carriers to download this tool to scan their documents because you don't want them taking pictures of a BOL or POD and sending that to you because that looks super unprofessional. You know, imagine like having a picture like from far away. Carriers aren't really like professional photographers with like professional lighting. They're taking pictures in their semi truck. The paper's dirty. You know, the background is messy and like the lighting is not good. You can't really read what's on the paper. brokers aren't going to accept that. So what you can do instead is get the carrier to download like Genius Scan. This is one of these like scanner tools. And basically what it can do is just scan the BOL, POD, rate cons, all that good stuff into clean and pro looking PDFs into seconds. Okay. So you just literally use it like a phone app, like a camera app on your phone. You can scan the document with this app and it will turn it into a PDF right away. And it looks super professional, basically like you took a screenshot on your computer. So I believe it's $0 per month to do that, to at least get started with it, but it might have a pro plan as well. It's totally worth it. Get all your carriers to download this and use it. So yeah, that's really about it, guys. I know that was a ton of information, but I wanted to be really, really thorough. And I'm sorry if I yapped a lot. Hopefully you had the timer in like 1.5 or 2 times speed, but this is literally everything that you need to do to book high paying loads, to find, to market, do some market analysis, to figure out where the hot zones are, to search for loads, to comp the loads, to negotiate rates, what to do after you actually agree to a rate. What does a broker packet look like, the carrier packet? What does a rate confirmation look like? When do you send that? Who signs it? Who doesn't sign it? I've literally shown you everything it takes to dispatch loads, to find, book, and dispatch loads. You can go ahead and take a screenshot of this if you want to, just so you can remember it. You can also come back to this video whenever you want to, if you need a refresher. This is literally all it takes to book loads, dispatch loads. It might seem like a ton of information, but that's only because you're learning all this for the first time right now. Once you start to do this, once you do like 5 or 10 loads, you will become an expert at all of this. All of this will start to make a lot more sense to you. You just need to go out and start doing it. That's the hardest part right now. And yeah, that's really about it. But one quick thing I should mention, again, just a quick plug for myself, Dispatcher University. If you want more advanced training, if you like this free course, you want more advanced training from me, you want to jump on live calls with me every single week, you want all my tools and templates. So I've given you a few in here, but I have 50, 60 more templates that I can give you. They're all inside Dispatcher University. Okay. Plus, if you join Dispatcher University today, I guarantee I will help you find your first carrier, help you sign your first carrier in 90 days, or I will give you 100% money back. So if you're interested, you could go to school.com/dispatch. It's literally only $97 per month to join. Other people are charging thousands of dollars. I'm charging $97. Okay. And I'm giving you everything else for free. So highly recommend you check this out. I'm guaranteeing your results. You have literally no risk to join, and just look at like the other results that the other students in Dispatcher University have gotten. Oscar, he's making $14,000 per month in 30 days. If you don't believe me, I have a video interview that I did with them that you can check out by going to school.com/dispatch. I'll show you where to look. Arthur, he's making $16,500 in 30 days. Again, if you don't believe me, I did an interview with them. You can reach out to these people yourself and talk to them and ask them, hey, is this legit? They will tell you. Eric, he's making $15,000 per month in 85 days. Again, I mentioned in 90 days, I will help you find one carrier. These people they're working with a lot more than one carrier, and they all did it in less than 90 days. So let me just show you. You go to school.com/dispatch. And this is what it's going to look like. This is like the page that you're going to land on. And you can see over here, I have some video interviews that you can look through. So I have Arthur over here, Oscar over here. I'm going to post Eric's as well, so you can look at that as well if you don't believe me. But a whole bunch of other proof in here as well. Okay. Caitlin onboarded her first carrier. Luis onboarded first carrier. Alvaro, he's working with 2 carriers at the moment. You can look through all these testimonials that people have posted. Richard, 7 trucks. He's working with 7 trucks. Okay. There's a 17-year-old in here that's working with the carrier. But yeah, I literally have so much proof that I can do this for you, that I've done this for other people. And it all costs $97 per month right now. Once we hit 500 people in Dispatcher University, at that point, I'm going to have to start charging a lot more money. At that point, I'll have to start charging $1,000 per year. But right now it's only $97 per month. I made it super, super cheap. Just get in there, get the advanced training, talk to me every single week, ask me any questions that you're stuck on. I will be there to help you out. So to summarize this video up really quickly, first and foremost, all you need to do is just start. Okay. Start practicing how to dispatch. You know how to dispatch now. Just go out and do it. You don't even need a carrier to start doing all this stuff. Okay. You can get access to other load boards that aren't DAT. You could get access to 123 load board, to truckloads by trucker path. There's a whole bunch of other free load boards or like other paid load boards that don't require an MC number to join it. So many other load boards that you can join. Join them, run some market analysis, and start calling the brokers. Start getting comfortable with that process. Don't overcomplicate this step. Don't make excuses. Just because I don't have DAT, I can't get started. Don't make excuses. Start right now. Then after that, I want you to download all the free templates, the checklist, the tools, everything that I've given you in this training video. Go download all that, use it. It's going to be super, super helpful for you. And it's literally what I use in my 7-figure dispatching business. Okay. I'm not just giving you some like theory or whatever. This is the exact stuff that I do in my truck dispatching business. So if you want to follow like a guaranteed, like not guaranteed, but like if you want to follow a proven process that has already worked for me, then this is like your best chance. And then finally, consider joining Dispatcher University. It's my school community. I will help you find your first carrier in 90 days, guaranteed, or I will give you 100% of your money back. That's how confident I am. You literally have no risk. It's only $97 per month to join right now. After we get 500 members, we're changing the price to $1,000 per year. Okay, so join right now. Go to school.com/dispatch, join for $97. Anyways, with that being said, you now know how to do the service of running a truck dispatching business. So you now know how to find, book, and dispatch high-paying loads. In the next training video, I'm going to talk about the money. So how to charge the right price, how to set your pricing packages, you know, what sort of service you should even provide, how to send invoices, how to make sure you get paid on time, all that good stuff. Okay. In the next part, we're actually going to start making money. I'm going to show you how to do all that stuff. If you want to watch that training video, just click over here and it will take you right there. Or you can go back and watch the previous videos, the previous parts in this free course that you missed. Anyways, I will see you in the next training video. I made $1.6 million in the last 12 months from my truck dispatching business, and I'm going to show you exactly how I did it in the next 45 minutes. This free course that you're going through right now is actually split up into 7 different videos where I show you step by step how to start a truck dispatching business from scratch, even if you have no experience. In this video, we're going to talk about the money. So I'm basically just going to show you how much you need to charge, what services to include, and exactly how you get paid every single week. So without wasting any more time, let's jump right into it. All right, so here we are in the money training video, and here's what we're going to cover. First and foremost, we're going to talk about the pricing. So I'm going to show you how most new dispatchers set their prices, why you shouldn't do that, and what you should charge instead for your truck dispatching service, and also what other services that you can provide instead of just dispatching trucks. You know, what's something else that you can do for your carrier to make a lot of money and be more valuable. So we're going to cover all of that in this training video step by step. Then I'm going to show you the invoicing process. So how does the invoice actually look? Who do you send it to? You know, how do you actually get paid from the carrier? I'm going to help you do all that, set it all up for you as well. And then finally, just going to cover some of the biggest mistakes that you need to avoid so you don't end up getting scammed by your carriers and that you can actually get paid the money that you're owed. Oh, and then of course, at the end of this video, just going to summarize all the steps up for you, give you some homework to do as well, so you can put all this into action, start making money. Anyways, just a quick pro tip, make sure you watch this video in 1.5 times speed. Stop everything you're doing and make sure you do this right now. So where you see my face, underneath it, there's a settings icon. Click on that and change the playback speed to 1.5 times, okay? This is a really long video. It'll go by much quicker if you have it sped up a little bit. Anyways, once you've done that, we can jump into the first topic, which is the pricing. Now, the first thing that I want to talk to you guys about when it comes to pricing is just show you how most new dispatchers set their prices, which is such a dumb way to do this. But again, I need to show you this. This is something I like to call the price trap flywheel. Okay. So what happens is when a new truck dispatcher comes into the industry, they want to start their own independent truck dispatching business. What is the first thing that they're going to do? The first thing that they do is just look around the market and see what everyone else is doing. They're going to look at how much, these dispatchers are charging. What does their offer look like? What does their funnel look like? What type of services are they actually providing? They're literally just going to look at every and any dispatcher that they run into and just copy them, which is such a bad idea. Okay. Most new dispatchers or most dispatchers in the industry, you'll realize very quickly that they are not successful. They're not even working with a single carrier. Okay. They struggle to have carriers stick around with them. If they do end up finding a carrier, they leave after like a couple of months. That's it. So why would you want to copy people that aren't getting results? But again, most new dispatchers don't even think about that, so they're already starting off on the back foot. But to make it even worse, what they'll do to stand out is they'll charge a little bit less than these struggling dispatchers are. So they'll charge less than them and do a little bit more work than them as well. Okay, that's their entire business model. As you can see, you're getting into like very dangerous territory there. You already started off by copying people who aren't successful. And then on top of that, you're going to charge less money than they are, and you're going to do more work than they are. Now, what ends up happening is not only does this not work for you as, a truck dispatcher, but what actually ends up happening is you're going to actually damage the carriers that you work with. Because you're not charging a lot of money, because you don't have a lot of money to reinvest into your own business, what ends up happening is your carriers that you do end up working with, if you're lucky enough to even find one, they're going to get bad results. Okay. You're providing very low value. They're going to get bad results. Those carriers are going to leave. They're going to complain. And then you're going to start looking around again, seeing what other people are doing, charging less, doing more. And the cycle repeats over and over again. Again, this is how 99% of new truck dispatchers set their price. Okay. This is how they come up with the price that they want to charge. And as you guys can very clearly see, this just doesn't work. This is not how you set your price. So if this isn't the process that you need to be using, how do you actually set your prices? Okay, how much money should you actually be charging for your truck dispatching service? That's where the price zones come in. There's really only 3 price zones that you need to worry about. The first price zone is called the automation zone. Okay, so this is where you can get away with charging 0 to 3%. And yes, you can get away with charging 0% for truck dispatching. I'll explain how in just a few minutes. Then we have zone 2, which is the copycat zone. This is where most dispatchers live. Okay, they charge 3 to 7% and they're in this copycat zone. Okay, so we were just talking about the price trap flywheel. This is where most people get stuck. Okay, in this zone. So we want to avoid this zone. And the final zone, the zone that I like to be in, is the profit zone. So this is where you're charging 7 to 10%, more like 8 to 10% per load for your truck dispatching service. So let me just go through all these zones in a little bit more detail so I can explain how each one works. So let's start with zone number 1 first, the automation zone. You might be thinking to yourself, well, okay, you were just talking to me about, you shouldn't charge lower prices and how that's actually like, you just showed me that in the price trap flywheel. So how do people get away with charging 0%? Well, the only people that can charge 0% for their truck dispatching service are people who are selling something else on the back end. Okay. And they're selling a software on the back end. So this is where like the tech giants can get away with something like this. So think of like a load board. Okay. Like how a load board functions. It's literally just a software. It has all the tools that you need on there. Okay. It has all the loads that you need on there. So technically, most owner operators, they don't even need a dispatcher. Okay. A dispatcher is not like a necessity for someone. It's like having a real estate agent. You don't technically need a real estate agent. You don't technically need a mechanic. You could do it all yourself. That's where like these load boards exist. These load board companies, these tech giants, their offer basically is like you dispatch yourself. Okay. That's how 0% dispatching, that's where that idea comes from. So the pricing is based on volume. So they want a bunch of people to use their software. That's how they're going to make their money. They're going to charge them a monthly fee instead to use the software. So instead of charging them like per load, like a percentage per load, these load boards, they charge like a monthly fee, $200, $300 per month to use the software. That's how they make their money. Okay. And guess where like all their money goes? Like how much does it cost to provide that service to a carrier, to have that software running? It costs $0 per carrier. Okay, like to service a new person, it's costing them $0. It's all in the software. So the only way this works is if you're working with a ton of carriers. Also, all the budget that these companies make, these tech giants make, these load board companies, all that money goes to bots and their development team, okay, to obviously get the software up and running, to, get rid of any bugs and issues like that. So that's where all their money goes to. All the work is handled by VAs, their team, their software. So like all the dispatch work, the quote unquote dispatch work, where like the carriers are just finding loads for themselves technically on these load boards, all that work is handled by the software itself. These load board companies, they're not like hiring dispatchers to help, work with carriers. The carriers have to do the dispatching themselves. It's a DIY solution. You do it yourself. We've provided you the software. We have all the loads on here. You find the loads yourself. You negotiate it all yourself. Okay. So that's where the work is handled. The clients are very low touch, high volume. Again, you're not really interacting with the carriers that much. They're just using their software, your software, finding all the loads themselves. You don't need to talk to them too much. And then finally, this really only works if you're massive, okay? If you can work with 300, 500, 1,000 carriers. If that many people can use your software and pay you a monthly fee, then this is really profitable. But you also need a lot of money to develop a software and to have like a solution like that. Okay, so most of you guys in this, that are watching this video, this is not where you're going to be. You are not a load board company. You're not providing like a DIY solution for your carriers. You want to dispatch for them. That's your value. That's your offer that you're making. Okay. Zone 2. This is where most dispatchers get stuck. It's the copycat zone. The pricing is based on the market, as we just talked about in the price trap flywheel. You're just going to look around the market, see what everyone else is doing, and you're just copying everyone else, even though other people are struggling. So the price that you're charging is based on what everyone else is charging. The budget, so the money that you make at the end of the day, what are you spending your money on? It just goes to surviving. That's it. Okay. You're charging less than everyone else. You're struggling to pay yourself, to pay for all the tools and software and everything that you need to use. The rest of the money that you have left over, it just goes to survival mode. Okay. To pay for your personal expenses and all that good stuff. You have literally no money to reinvest back into your business. The work that you need to do, it's all going to be handled by one person. And guess who that person is? It's you. You will have to do all the manual labor yourself. You will have to do the dispatching. You'll have to jump on all the sales calls. You'll have to do all the marketing. You'll have to handle all the funnel views and like the nurturing and all that good stuff. You'll have to do all of that by yourself without using any softwares or tools, because again, you can't really afford to spend money on all that stuff because you're not making a lot of money. The clients that you're also going to attract, what type of clients are you going to attract? They're going to be very needy. They're going to be very needy, very low quality, and they're going to take advantage of you. They know that you need them more than they need you. Okay. You're going to be the very desperate one in this relationship. You're going to do anything. You're going to bend over backwards for them. And they know that. So they're going to take advantage of it. They're going to literally milk you for everything that you're worth. It's going to be a terrible experience. And then finally, this strategy, in my opinion, I say it only works if you like being stuck, but no one likes that. Okay. This strategy, it just doesn't work. This zone of pricing, it doesn't work. It makes no sense. I would strongly advise you guys avoid this. Okay. Don't charge 0 to 3% because you can't afford to charge that. Don't charge 3 to 7% because you're going to get stuck. It's not going to be worth it. You're going to have no money left over. That brings us to the last zone, the zone that I recommend, the one that I'm in. All these students that I teach in Dispatcher University, this is the zone that they're in, which is the profit zone. You charge 7 to 10% per load. So again, in this zone, the pricing is not based on what other people are doing. The pricing is based on how much value that we're able to provide to our carriers. Okay. That's how we're going to price our services. We're not taking into account what other people are doing. We're going to charge more money, but we're also going to do more stuff for our carriers to justify that price. Also, the money that we make, all that money that we make, our budget for our business is going to go to hiring a solid team. We can afford to pay the best of the best talent, hire the best talent for our truck dispatching team. Because again, we're making more money than everyone else in the industry. So we can hire the best of the best. We can have the best tools, that will help our carriers get the best results. And we can afford to spend money on ads. Okay. So I can outbid everyone else on ad spend because I'm making more money than everyone else. So I can afford to bid higher than everyone else. I outbid everyone. I put myself in front of more carriers join me. And it's just a cycle of success. Okay. All started because I charged a higher price. The work that you get in this zone, okay, in the profit zone, the work that you're going to need to do, like the truck dispatching, it's going to be handled by systems. So you're not doing everything manually by yourself because you can afford to pay for softwares and tools. That's going to do a lot of the heavy lifting for you. You can do a lot of the automation and stuff as well. Okay. You can get tools and softwares to do a lot of automated work for you. And you just focus on the stuff that really matters, which is bringing clients in and maybe dispatching for them in the beginning. But then you can hire people to do the dispatching for you and you'll just focus on bringing people in, and running your business. That's it. Also, the clients that want to work with you, they're going to be more loyal and easier to scale. They're willing to pay you a higher price, which means they have a higher level of trust in you. And also because they're paying you a higher price, because you can afford to spend more money on tools and softwares, providing more value, your carriers should be getting in return better results as well. So they get better results. They trust you more, and the cycle, again, it continues like that. And they stick around longer, obviously. And then finally, this strategy only works. You can only get away with charging 7 to 10% if you have a Grand Slam offer. Okay. I talk about Grand Slam offers and creating a really solid offer in a previous free course training video. You guys might remember it. But essentially, the point that I'm trying to make with these price zones, the main point that I'm trying to make is that the only way to win as a solo independent truck dispatcher is by charging 7 to 10%. I would even say 8 to 10%. That's the only way you're going to make a lot of money. In the beginning, you should not be competing with these tech giants and charge 0 to 3%. You don't need to be competing with everyone else, all these sloppy average dispatchers in the industry who are already struggling. You don't want to compete on price with them. You want to compete on value. The only way you can compete on value is if you're charging more money than everyone else as well. So again, only way to win by charging 7 to 10%, but you can only charge that amount of money if you're providing crazy value. Okay. If you're going above and beyond and doing more work for your carriers. So what type of work can you do for your carriers? What would justify you charging 7 to 10%? Great question. So here is the price tiers or the service packages that I've built for you guys as an example. This is the exact service package that we have for my truck dispatching business. This is literally what we use. I just copied and pasted it right over here so you guys can see it as well. So we have 3 service packages. Okay. The first package that we offer all of our carriers that want to work with us is the free trial. Okay, the free package. Basically, we're going to dispatch their trucks for free for 14 days. In return, all I want is a video testimonial from them. Okay, a video review where I jump on a call with them and just ask them a few quick questions. Hey, what are the results that you got by working with us? How much money were you making before you joined us? What were you doing before us? What type of, were you dispatching yourself? Were you struggling? And then would you recommend us to anyone else? That's literally it. That's all the questions I asked. That's the video testimonial. But what can I do with that video testimonial? Think about it. I get that video testimonial, that proof that this carrier worked with me and they made thousands and thousands of dollars by working with my dispatching service. And then I can go ahead and show that to other carriers that want to work with me in the future. If I can show people, let's say 10, 20, 30 videos of all these carriers that we worked with and all this nice things that they're saying about us. Hey, I made this much money. I made this much money. I made this much money. I can show them undeniable proof that I can get results for them. They'll be willing to pay me much more money. Okay. They'll be willing to work with me for 10% per load, whereas other people are struggling to find carriers even when they're charging 3-4%. It's very simple. People don't buy based on the promises that you make them. People buy based on the proof that you're able to provide. And this is how we collect that proof. So the first package that we have, a lot of people pick this as a free trial. And again, just because they pick the free version, it doesn't mean that I can't sell them into the paid one. Okay. On day 10 of this 14-day free trial, I'll go up to them and ask them, hey, let's do the video testimonial. After the video testimonial, I basically pitch this paid offer to them. I tell them, hey, you said all these nice things about me. You got all these results by working with us. How about we keep this going? Okay, you only have 4 days left in this free trial. Let's keep working together. I showed you that I charge 10%. Since you're already working with me, I'll charge 8% per load if you want to work with me right now. But you have to agree to it right now. After this call, the offer is out. Okay, something as simple as that. But you can basically convert people into a paid offer. We have a 50% conversion rate on that, so it's super, super high. Anyways, that's the first package. Okay, just like a free trial. The main offer that I want people to pick is something I call the starter offer. Okay, or the starter package. So basically, I'm going to charge people 10% per load. That's what we charge our carriers. We charge them 10% per load. And what do we provide them? So as you can see, we do load booking and negotiation. This is the basic dispatching. Literally every dispatcher in the world does this. We're going to book your loads. We're going to do all the negotiation on your behalf. You're also going to get a dedicated dispatcher. So you're just going to work with one dispatcher. You're not going to work with 5-6 different ones. Again, that's something you can provide as well. In the beginning, you're not going to have a team. You're going to be doing everything yourself. But that can be an offer. That can be a benefit of working with you. You need to tell people these things. You can't just assume that they will know that. So a dedicated dispatcher, that is the benefit of working with you. you are going to be the one working and handling all their loads. We're also going to do the invoicing and the paperwork for you. We're going to provide 24/7 chat and call support. We're also going to provide daily tracking. We're going to do weekly load reports. So every single week, we're tracking like how much money that they made, where they picked up the load, where they dropped it off, how many miles that they drove, what was their rate per mile that we booked for them. All this like basic data that we're gathering anyways. And then at the end of the week, we just show them that. Okay, like the results. Here's how much money you made in the past week. Here's how much money you spent, on us. And here's like the average rate on DAT, like the average person, like the average carrier. Here's how much they made over the past week. And here's how much money we made you, which almost always is much, much higher than the average, because the average takes into account like literally the entire nation, which has like a bunch of cold zones, whereas we're going to book like the highest profit zones. We just show them like, hey, you're getting great results working with us. But that's basically the weekly load report. And then also we're going to do like HOS, hours of service tracking, IFTA compliance. So we do all their IFTA reporting. We do other like permit and compliance work on the back end, like back office paperwork stuff as well. So that's the offer that we make. Those are all the services that we provide in order to justify charging 10%. But the main reason people pay us 10% is because of the proof that we're able to show them. Okay, we have like 30, 40, 50 video testimonials at every time. Anytime a carrier talks to us, we're going to show them 30, 40, 50 video testimonials of other carriers that have worked with us and seen great results. Once you show people all that proof, it makes it very easy to sell to them. And then finally, we have the pro package. I don't think I'm going to go in too much into depth in this one, but this is if like, we're working with a fleet of trucks, like 5, 10, 15 trucks. They want to bring their entire fleet on with us. So we can offer them direct shipper leads. We can offer them truck driver hiring. So I will put out Facebook ads and help them hire drivers for their trucking company. We'll do the custom website and branding for them. So that's something that we can offer, make you a custom landing page funnel. We also have a dedicated team that's going to be dispatching for you. So it's not going to be just one person. It'll be like a dedicated team of dispatchers that we have hired that we will place into your company. And also you get a dedicated account manager to manage all these dispatchers that will be working with you. But again, you don't need to offer that. Okay. That's just something that we do because we run a bigger type of operation. But you can see, just copy this. This is literally all you need to provide. It's nothing too crazy. You can set this up yourself and you will get great results. Now, if you want to use this as a template, if you want to use what I have here that I've built for you, I've actually turned this all into a template for you so you guys can just copy me. Okay. So if you go to dispatcheruniversity.com/price-tier, I'll also leave a link in the description below. It should look something like this. Okay. You'll land on a Canva page, something that will look like this, but you won't be able to edit anything right now. In order to actually edit, you need to go to this top left-hand side, click on File. Okay, it's going to open this up. Once you click on File, click on Make a Copy. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and do that. And now in this copy, this is where I can start editing everything. Okay, Canva might ask you to like log in or something like that. So just make sure you do that. Okay, make an account, log in, and then you'll be able to access this. But anyways, I'm not going to go through like on how to edit all this stuff. Like you guys can figure that out yourself, but you can see you can change the colors of like all these backgrounds to your brand colors. You can change the pricing. So if you don't want to charge 10%, you could charge 8%. But remember, charge anywhere from 8 to 10%. Try not to go any lower than that. Definitely don't go any lower than that. Okay. But you can change the pricing. You can mess around with that. Let's say you don't want to provide HOS or IFTA compliance. You can get rid of that. If you don't want to provide a weekly load report, if you want to do something else, you could change this over here. So back office paperwork. So yeah, it's basically a template that I've built for you guys. So you can just copy me. Okay. That's all that is. And now let's say, you don't really understand this pro plan. You're not in a position to do any of this stuff. That's totally fine. Just get rid of all this. Okay. Just delete all this stuff out and move these two packages to the middle. So somewhere right over there. Boom. Perfect. So you're just going to have two packages then. You have a free trial version and then your main offer, your main package over here. This will work too. So go ahead, get access to this, start planning out the services that you're going to provide and how you're going to pitch this stuff to the carriers that want to work with you. They're going to jump on a sales call with you. You're going to pitch to them like what you're actually providing, what you want from them. And this is what you're going to show them. Okay, these are the pricing packages, these service packages that you're going to show them. Again, all this is free. You can go ahead and download it, start working on it. That's really about it when it comes to pricing. I've shown you guys how other people price their services, how other dispatchers price their services, why that's a bad idea, why you shouldn't compete on price, and how much you should actually be charging. You need to be charging 7 to 10% to actually make money in this industry. And in order to charge that amount of money, you need to have a service package, something like this that I've shown you guys. Okay. The next thing I want to talk to you guys about is the invoicing process. So how do you actually send out invoices? How do those invoices look? Again, I have built out 2 free templates that you guys can use. And this is what you can use to send out invoices. The first invoice template that I have for you is for the broker. So if you want to provide invoicing as a service for your carriers that you work with, you will obviously need to send some sort of invoice to the brokers. Okay. So here's the template that you can use for that. So the red one that you see on the left-hand side, that is the broker invoice. Go to dispatcheruniversity.com/broker-invoice to get access to that. And on the right-hand side, we have an invoice that you will send to the trucking company, the carrier that you're working with. This is so you can get paid. Okay. The invoice template on the left, the broker invoice, that's so your trucking company, your carrier can get paid. The invoice template on the right is so you can get paid. Hopefully that made sense. So let me just open these up and show you how they work. It's very, very simple. So we'll start off with the broker invoice template. And this is how it looks. So you can see over here, this is where like the trucking company, the carrier that you're working with, this is where their information will go. Because again, when you're sending an invoice to the broker is not paying you directly. The broker is paying the carrier. Okay. That's all you're helping this carrier with. So you're going to put the carrier's information at the top over here. So their trucking company name, their business street address, their city, state, and zip code. You'll put all that stuff over here. You can even add their logo in here. Okay. So you just click over here, click on these 3 dots, click on replace image, and you can add the trucking company's logo if they have one. If not, you can just go ahead and delete this. Okay. Very simple. And then go ahead and put in the date of the invoice. So you would put the date over here. You would add an invoice number. So you can add an invoice number over here if you want to. I would definitely put an invoice number. Also the load number. So what load are you actually invoicing for? This is where you'll insert that load number. The broker's information. This is who you're billing. The carrier is billing the broker. So this is where the broker's information will go. The broker company name, street address, city, state, zip, and also the broker's email, the person that you were actually communicating with. And then down here, this is where you can put out all the essential line items. So the first and foremost, we have the base rate. So this is the rate that you guys actually agreed on in the rate confirmation. Let's say my carrier picked up a load on January 1st, 2025 in Chicago, Illinois, and he dropped it off the next day in Columbus, Ohio. So that would be 01/02/2025, Columbus, Ohio. Okay. So I would just write out a quick description like that. Let's say on the rate confirmation, when I was negotiating the rate with the broker, we agreed on $1,000 to do this load. Okay. So I'll add that over here, but there could be other things that come up that you're owed money for, that your carrier is owed money for. So let's say, for example, detention or layover pay. So let's say detention starts after 2 hours. Your carrier was stuck at the dock for 4 hours. So you're owed detention for the extra 2 hours. So you would write a note over here, 2 hours detention at shipper, or you would actually put in like the shipper's name. Okay. So let's say at Aldi's. Okay. So my carrier was stuck at Aldi's for an extra 2 hours. So we're owed 2 hours detention pay for that. So let's say we're getting $25 per hour of detention pay. That's going to be $50 extra over here. Any lumper pay. Did my carrier have to pay a lumper fee at the shipper? Your carrier needs to be reimbursed for that. So you could say lumper paid at, I don't know, you could say Aldi again, whatever the shipper's name is, wherever the carrier paid the lumper fee. Let's say it was $100. You would add that in here. And as you can see, as we're making the totals, it's automatically totaling it all up for us. Okay. right down here. Any scale tickets that you need to be reimbursed for, any TONU, truck order not used, you can add that in here, so on and so forth. You guys get the point. And any final remarks or payment instructions, you can add that in here. Hey, my carrier wants this invoice sent to his ACH. Here's his account information. Here's his routing number, blah, blah, blah. Or you could just leave it empty. It doesn't really matter. But once you're done with all that, okay, you filled out this invoice. In order to actually download it, you'll go to File, you'll go to Download, go to PDF, and then on the right-hand side, you can see the page orientation should be in portrait mode, okay? Not in landscape mode, in portrait mode, okay? And as you can see, in portrait mode, this invoice looks super, super professional. Okay, you can see it's very clear, very professional looking. This is exactly how we want it to look. So you'll just go ahead and click export. It will save it to your computer. You go ahead, send that to this invoice to the broker or the factoring company or whoever you need to send it to. So that's the broker invoice. The carrier invoice is very, very similar. Again, let me just zoom out so you guys can see the full thing. The broker invoice was so your carrier could get paid from the broker. The carrier invoice is so you can get paid from the carrier. Up top over here, you will put your name, your truck dispatching company's name, your business street address, business city, state, zip code, your logo. You could add that over here. You add the date, invoice number, your carrier's information over here. And then under service, I only have truck dispatching right now. But, you know, this is like the basic service that you're providing. You're charging 10%. So let's say the invoice start date, you know, I want to get paid from the work that I did for you, for the carrier from January 1st, 2025 to January 7th, 2025. Okay. That's what I'm invoicing this person for, this carrier for. And let's say the total came out to $500 for the week. And it'll total it up over there. In the payment instructions or the remarks, you could say something like, please check attached rate cons for proof. Okay, something like that. So you can actually attach rate confirmations, you know, as proof that, hey, these are all the loads that I booked for you in the past week. I'm charging 10% per load as per our contract. So this is what I'm owed. But you could do that if you want to. If your carrier trusts you, you don't need to do that. But again, same process, fill this stuff out. If you had more other services that you want to get reimbursed for, you can add that in here. You go to File, Download, PDF, make sure it's in portrait mode, not landscape mode. And then again, you would go ahead and click on export and send it off to your carrier. Very, very simple. Okay. Again, I've built all this stuff out for you guys, so you don't need to worry about making it yourself. It's completely free. Just use it and start making money. Anyways, so that's the entire invoicing process. That's the entire invoicing step. Okay, that's how that looks. I've made it for you. You don't need to worry about it. Just go ahead and use it. Now, the last thing I want to talk to you guys about is the biggest mistakes that you need to avoid when it comes to pricing. First and foremost, the most important thing that you need to remember is avoid cheap pricing. You only attract the cheapest people, the people that you don't want to work with, if you price your services really, really low. And also these carriers that are going to join you, they're always going to be the first ones to leave and demand the most amount of work from you as well. That's just not the type of person that you want to work with. Okay. The second mistake that you need to avoid is the mistake of having the same offer as everyone else in the industry. If you sound like everyone else, the carrier is just going to pick the cheapest option. And then again, that falls into the price trap flywheel. Okay. That's where we get stuck in that. So differentiate yourself with a really solid offer, have really good value, you know, like the service package that you provide more value than everyone else, and you can charge a higher price than everyone else as well. Okay, you can completely avoid all these mistakes by just doing those three things. Have a better offer, provide more value, charge a higher price. It's really that simple. Also, another big mistake, you don't have any proof, make sure you get that, okay? Easiest way to collect proof in this industry, offer a free trial, like a 14-day free trial for your dispatching service. So in return, you can get a video testimonial proof. It's really that simple. People trust people with proof. It's just a matter of fact. Speaking of which, you also need to avoid the mistake of having no evidence. So once you've collected the proof, once you've done the work for other people, you need to make sure that you actually put in the effort to show that to the carriers that are thinking about working with you. You know, run ads, put it on your website, on sales calls, show all the people that you're talking to all this proof that you've been collecting. Okay. People believe the price that you're charging when they can see the proof, okay, when they can see the results. And then finally, the last big mistake that you can make is something I call solo hustling. This is basically when you try to do everything yourself. You think that you can handle all the stuff that you need to do by yourself. Well, that's just not the case, okay? You need to start building a team around you. You can do that when you start charging a lot of money, but you can't do everything by yourself. You need to free up your time so you can manage your business. You are an entrepreneur. You're not someone that's trying to buy a job for yourself, okay? You're trying to run a business. So think like a business person, delegate tasks that are low value that other people can do for a cheaper price. You focus on bringing people in and making more money. That's it. Anyways, all that out of the way. And speaking of doing it all yourself and not doing it all yourself, I should just give a shameless little plug for my own community that I'm starting up. It's called Dispatcher University. Basically, you go through this free course, you make all the money, you'll make $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 per month easily. But if you want more advanced training and you want to jump on a live call with me every single week and ask me questions live and get help directly from me, you can join this community, okay? And I promise you, when you join, I will help you find your first carrier within 90 days of you joining, or you get 100% of your money back. That's how confident I am. So you literally have no risk, okay? You join in 90 days, you get results, or you get all your money back. It's really that simple. So just go to school.com/dispatch to join. It's literally only $97 per month. Okay. I'm not charging like a lot of money. You get guaranteed results as well. And you can when I was talking about testimonials, here's some testimonials from this Dispatcher University community. We have Oscar, who's making $14,000 per month in 30 days. Arthur's making $16,500 per month in 30 days. Eric's making $15,000 per month in 85 days. And again, I will show you some more proof just so you guys can see. So when you go to school.com/dispatch, you'll land on a page like this. Make sure you go ahead and watch this video. You can watch this video that I had with Arthur. Again, this is a real person that you can talk to in this community. Here's Oscar. Okay. I'll also put up the video of Eric as well. But these are all real people that you can talk to in the community. You can ask them, hey, was this real? Did this really happen? How'd you do that? You can talk to them. Okay. There's no fake reviews or anything like that. And here's some more results. Okay. I could just go through this. I could go to the community right now, go to the wins tab. Here, Pavli just booked his first meeting with the carrier 2 days ago. Cassandra, let's see over here. Cassandra just hired her second carrier, is working with her second carrier. That was 3 days ago. Okay. Kenneth, he got his first cold call win. He set up a meeting with his first carrier with 5 box trucks. So yeah, there's just so much proof that I have in here. Bruce, he's working with one carrier with 3 more in the pipeline. So potentially 4 trucks that he'll be dispatching for. And that was just 13 days ago. Okay. And if I scroll down, Kiva, 24 days ago, she booked a carrier. Okay. She found a carrier. Adrian, first carrier. There's just so much undeniable proof in here. I will help you win. I will help you get your first carrier. You can jump on a live call with me right over here. Again, I jump on a weekly live call every single week. You can ask me questions, get help directly from me. And here's the full course that I have in here as well. Like a 5-week advanced training in here. So you can see you're going through the 7 videos right now. Here we have 40, 50 other videos that you can go through. Okay. So yeah, think about joining. You don't need to join, but if you want more advanced training, you want guaranteed results, that's where you can go. Okay. But it's not a necessity. Anyways, let me just summarize this video up. First and foremost, the pricing. Stop charging cheap prices for your truck dispatching service. That's a massive mistake. Okay. You want to stop chasing cheap clients. The only way to win long-term is by charging 7 to 10%. I hope you guys can see how that's very, very clear by now. Okay. The second thing is, in order to justify charging a high amount of money, you also need to provide more value than everyone else. So make your service so good that even charging 10% feels like a steal. Add things that no one else will offer. Okay, make an offer that's so undeniably good. Offer guarantees, scarcity, urgency, all those good things. And then finally, proof. Collect proof. You need a lot of it. It makes your job much, much easier to sell people into your higher priced service packages. Okay. If you have proof, people will join you. So do it for free in the beginning. Do the 14-day free trial thing that I told you guys about. Do that, get results, ask them for the video testimonial, and then show off that video testimonial. People trust proof, not promises. And then finally, think about joining Dispatcher University. Join my school community. I will help you find your first carrier in 90 days, guaranteed. Or you get 100% of your money back. You literally have no risk. It's such a no-brainer offer. Okay, it's only $97 per month to join right now, but once we get 500 people in there, I'm changing the price to $1,000 per year. So just a fair warning. Go to school.com/dispatch, join it, and send me a DM. Anyways, all that being said, up until now, if you watched all these 6 training videos in this free course so far, you have everything that you need to start making $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 per month just by yourself as a truck dispatcher. Okay, I've given you all the tools, all the templates, all the training that you need. Now, in the next training video, in the last free course video that I have for you, I'm going to show you how you can grow your business, this truck dispatching business, to $1 million per year. I'm currently making $1.6 million for my truck dispatching business, so I have experience doing this. I can teach this, okay? I'm going to show you how to find more carriers, how to make them worth more money, how to make more money off of them, and how to keep them around for a longer period of time. That's how you're going to get to $1 million per year. I'm going to break all that down, expose all that in this training video, so make sure you go watch that next. Or if you missed any of the last training videos, make sure you go watch those first. Anyways, I'll see you in the next video. I made $1.6 million in the last 12 months from my truck dispatching business, and I'm going to show you exactly how I did it in the next 60 minutes. This free course that you're going through right now is actually split up into 7 different videos where I show you step by step how to start a truck dispatching business from scratch, even if you have no experience. In this final training video, we're going to talk about the scale. So I'm basically just going to show you how I went from making $100,000 to $1 million per year by finding more carriers, getting them to pay me more money, and keeping them around forever. So without wasting any more time, let's just jump right into it. All right, so here we are in the scale presentation video, and here's what we're going to cover. First and foremost, I'm just going to show you my entire $1 million plan. So I'm currently making $1.6 million from my truck dispatching business, so I can kind of show you exactly what I did to get there. So I'm going to show you my entire plan. Then I'm going to show you how to get your broker MC number. I'm going to tell you why you need it now. You didn't need it when you started, but you need it now. I'm going to explain why and how to get it. And then finally, I'm going to show you how I hire the best talent. I'm going to show you how you can go ahead and hire your first dispatcher, so you will always find the best dispatcher and you'll know how to pay them. And then finally, just going to summarize this video up at the end for you, give you your homework and action steps for the day. Anyways, with all that out of the way, just a quick pro tip before we just jump in. Watch this video in 1.5 times speed, okay? In the bottom right-hand corner, there's a little settings icon. Click on that and change the playback speed to 1.5 times right now. It's going to make this video go by much, much quicker. Trust me, you're going to need to do that. Okay, so with all that out of the way, let's jump in. The first thing I want to talk to you guys about is the $1 million plan. Now, if you're watching this video, I'm assuming that you're making around $10,000 per month. If you're not making $10,000 per month from your truck dispatching business, just watch my free course from start to finish, okay? I have 7 parts to this free course. Watch part 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. If you do that and you take action, you should know everything, literally all the knowledge, all the tools that you need to make $10,000 per month, okay? So if you're not making that, go back and watch the entire free course, take action, you should be able to get there. Now, I'm assuming moving forward that all of you guys watching are making $10,000 per month, or you're just interested on how to, how big businesses grow. So with that in mind, the $1 million plan, it sounds like a big concept. It sounds really hard to do, but actually it's very simple, okay? The execution to do the stuff to get to $1 million is hard. Obviously, no one's going to deny that. But the concept to grow to that level of business, if you're already making $100,000 per year, is actually very simple. The only way you can get from making $100,000 per year to making $100,000 per month is by increasing your LTV. That's it, okay? This is the single most important metric that will control your entire business. The entire success of your business is just dependent on this LTV number. And I'm sure you guys are wondering, well, what is LTV? What does that stand for? LTV just means customer lifetime value, okay? It's the total amount of money that a customer pays your business before they stop buying from you. It's as simple as that. For truck dispatching, figuring out our customer lifetime value is actually super simple. So the formula for figuring out what your LTV is just the average monthly revenue that a customer pays you, again, on average, times the average number of months that a customer sticks around with you, a carrier sticks around with you. You just multiply those two numbers together, you get your LTV. Now again, the average LTV in truck dispatching, if you do everything right, your average LTV should be around $2,500 per month. That's on average what you should be making, times 5 months. So that's how long on average a carrier should stick around with you. So in total, your total LTV from every single customer that works with you should be $12,500. Again, every single carrier that ends up working with you, they should make you at least $12,500 over the course of their life. Okay, that is a lot of money. Now imagine that. Ask yourself that question. If you know what your LTV is, how much would you be willing to spend to end up making $12,500? The reason I want you to think about this question is because only the big businesses think about this. Only the seasoned, experienced entrepreneurs think of business in this way, okay? They don't think about month to month or day to day how much they're making from their customer. They're thinking about the long term. How much am I going to end up making in total from this customer? And that will determine how much I'm willing to spend to get that customer, to satisfy that customer. Now you might be thinking, okay, I'm only making $2,000 per month, $2,500 per month. I'm only going to spend like $1,000 on advertising, or like $1,500 on advertising. That's the max I want to spend. But again, if you know that you're going to end up making $12,500 from every single carrier that you work with, why wouldn't you want to spend, $4,000, at least like $3,000, $4,000 to get a single customer? At that point, it's still worth it for you. Okay, you're still making a lot more money back from this customer. Now again, let me just tie all this together for you. This isn't just like theory that I'm giving you. I can show you a real life example of a real business doing this. So just think of McDonald's, for example. On average, every customer that walks through the door, and spends some money in McDonald's ends up paying $10 per meal. Okay, that's like the average ticket price, average meal price. On average, the average customer will spend $10 at a McDonald's. And McDonald's will in turn end up spending $10 to get a customer in the door, okay? Now, if you just take those two numbers alone, that doesn't really sound that great. However, and this is the crazy part, McDonald's knows their true LTV is around $5,000, okay, per customer. So literally every single person that goes and buys McDonald's once, on average, that customer will end up spending around $5,000 over their entire life. So this could be 30 years, 40 years, 50 years. It's not going to happen all at once, but over their entire lifetime, that single customer that just bought this thing for $10, on average, they're going to end up making them $5,000. Now, if you compare that to how much money they spent, they spent $10, they're making back $5,000. That is a ROI of 49,900%. Okay, that's an insane return on investment. That doesn't even sound like a real number, but that's also why McDonald's is a multi-billion-dollar business. They're not thinking about the short term. They're thinking about the long term. They're thinking like a real business. Okay. And that's what we need to start doing. We need to increase our LTV. That is our most important metric. Again, guys, the main point that I'm trying to make is that the only way to grow your business from 10K per month to 100K per month is to increase your LTV. That's it. That's the only way businesses grow. Okay. And guess what? There's really only 3 levers that you need to pull to increase your LTV. Because I'm sure you're confused, like, okay, I know the LTV is important. I know that's all I need to focus on to get to $1 million. But how do I grow the LTV? I'm already struggling. I'm trying to do the best I can. I want to get to 200, 300,000. How do I increase my LTV? Again, only 3 ways to do it. Only 3 levers that you can pull. And the first one is just a lever that I call get more. Okay. So you literally just get more customers in the door. So that's the first thing you can do. Again, I'm going to show you literally step by step what you can do to get more customers. The second lever is called worth more. So you make every customer that joins your business, you make them worth more money to you. And then finally, the third lever that you can pull to grow your LTV is just to get a customer to buy more. So in our case, in truck dispatching, we want the customer to stick around longer, reduce our churn. So if they only stick around for 5 months, we want them to stick around 6, 7, 8 months. So these are the 3 things you can do. Again, let me just show you step by step exactly what you can do for each. So first and foremost, let's just start with lever number 1, which is get more. What is like the most important thing that you can do? What is like the simplest thing that you can do to get more customers? It's just increase your volume. That's it. Okay. Do more of what's already working. Right now, you're at $10,000 per month. There's something that you're doing to get those customers. Maybe it was just cold calling. Maybe you went through my free course. You started doing like the content and paid ads. Okay, maybe that's working for you. Whatever's already working for you, don't stop doing that. The very first thing that you should do is just double down on what's already working. It sounds super simple, but people really overcomplicate this process. If it's already working, if ads are already working, content is already working, spend more money on ads, make more content every single day. Just do that. and this will automatically grow. So this is literally the very first thing I would do to try to get more customers. But let's say you try that and you hit a wall, okay? It's not growing anymore. You try to make like 1 content per day. You tried that out, then you try to do it, up it to 2, 3, 4, 5, and you're not getting past the mark, okay? You're at like $500,000, $600,000 per year. You want to get to $1 million. What other things can you try out? Well, the second thing you can try to do is expand out, okay? Add new marketing channels, add new traffic channels. So you try to do the most in content. That's all you're focusing on right now. You're trying to put more and more content out. At some point, you're not going to be able to push more content out. It's just not going to be possible for you. At that point, when you actually reach that barrier, then you can start to expand out into other marketing channels. So then you could do content plus paid ads, okay? Or content plus cold calling, or content plus referrals. Then you can start to add on 1 or 2 extra channels. You want to take it very, very slowly, okay? In the beginning, if you're just making $10,000 per month, you can honestly get to just 50, 60K per month just by focusing on 1 single channel. That's it. You can master 1 channel, get to 50, 60K per month. Then after that point, start to add on new marketing channels. Anyways, after you try that out, you do more volume, you expand out into other traffic channels. The other thing you can try to do is try to get more referrals, okay? So you can pay your current customers that you already have, incentivize them to send you more referrals. Every single carrier that you're going to work with, they know other people in the industry. People buy based on other people's trust, okay? How much they trust your business. And who do you trust the most? It's your friends and family members. So if a friend, other trucker in this industry that you're friends with, they convince you, they tell you about this dispatching company that's making them a lot of money, you're going to look into that a lot more, okay? You're going to take their word a lot more seriously. And there's a much higher likelihood of you joining that dispatching company based on your friend's word, okay? So people buy based on trust. This is like the easiest way you can kind of hijack that trust, quote unquote, hijack that trust, is just through referrals. Incentivize your current carriers, have some sort of incentive program. You can either pay them a percentage, you can give them some sort of free bonus, you can give them like a certain amount of money, like, hey, I'll give you like $500 for every single person that you bring on. You can do some crazy stuff like that. So just look into referrals. That's another way you can try to get more carriers in the door. And then of course, another thing that you can do to get more carriers is just to convert more carriers, okay? Close more leads. So right now, let's assume your conversion rate is like 40% on a sales call. What can you do to make that 50% or 60%? What is the conversion rates for your funnel? Do like only 15 people opt in to your sales page? How can you make that 20%, 25%? Optimize your funnel. This is where you can start to do that. Okay. Find out where like the leaks are in your funnel. Where are you leaking the most amount of leads and potential carriers? So then you can start to optimize your funnel, your entire sales funnel. That's such an easy way to get more carriers. And then of course, finally, this is like the last thing that I would change, literally the last thing I would change to get more customers. If you try everything else, you should easily be at $1 million. But let's say somehow it's not working, then the last final ditch effort that I would make is just to change my offer. Maybe it's just your offer that's not good enough. That's not enticing enough. I've already told you guys like the best offer that you could possibly use. Again, go back, watch my free course videos in order. I literally tell you what offer you need to use. If you have that offer, you don't even need to worry about this. But literally, this is the last thing that I would change. Anyways, that's all the steps that you can take in order to get more carriers, okay? You just do that and you're going to increase your LTV massively. And again, you're going to grow your company massively. But again, we have 2 more levers that we can focus on. So I've showed you the get more. Let's look into the worth more. How do we make our carriers worth more money to us? Okay, how do we get them to pay us more money? Well, the easiest answer is just to raise your prices so you can charge more money. For some of you, this might not be reasonable, okay? If you're already charging like 10% per load, which is what I recommend you guys start off at, if you're already charging 10%, it's going to be a little bit harder to raise prices. I'm not saying it's impossible because there's always something extra that you can do, other value you can provide your carriers to get them to pay you more money to justify that higher price point. But this is more so for the people that are charging like 8%, they're charging 7% per load, or God forbid, even less than that. Okay, if you're charging less than 8%, you can definitely just raise your prices and boom, just with that simple change, even with like a 1% change to your price, you're going to massively increase your LTV just with the 1% price change. So this is like the easiest lever that you can pull and probably the first thing that I would think of. Now, obviously, if you want to raise prices, you need to be able to justify those prices as well, okay? And the best way to do it is just to perform better, okay? Do better work for your carrier. Now, if you think about it, in truck dispatching, we are like, as dispatchers, we're paid based on our performance, okay? So we have a performance-based payment structure, essentially. So we get a percentage of every load that we book. So it's literally in our best incentive to book the highest paying loads for our carrier, so then we also make more money, okay? But if you do better work, you can then raise prices, you can charge a higher rate, okay? So these two first points, they kind of go hand in hand. You can raise prices, and then you need to perform better, give more value. What other services can you provide your carrier to justify that higher price point? Okay, so these 2 points kind of go together. So these are literally like the first two things that I would try to do with any business, any truck dispatcher that comes to me that's still charging like 6%, 7%. These are the first two things that I would do. The third thing you can try to do, if you want your carriers to be worth more money, is to upsell them. So sell them into a higher tier, a higher service package. So maybe they're on your free trial. Obviously, take them from the free trial to your main offer. Maybe it's for 8%, 9%, 10%. If they're on that service package, they're going to start to get results with you. They're starting to make money. Maybe they want to look into expanding their fleet. Then you want to upsell them into your final package. Maybe you have another package where you do like truck driver hiring. So you'll do like a social media marketing agency type of thing where you run their paid ads for them. You help them fill up their trucks. So any new truck that they get, a big problem that carriers have is they don't know how to find truck drivers. You can help them with that and charge thousands of dollars to do that. Okay. So you can make a lot of money just upselling your current customers into a higher tier, a higher service package. It's much, much easier convincing a current customer to pay you more money than it is to find a completely new customer and get just average money from them. Okay. It's much, much easier to convince a current customer. So again, you can always upsell, always look to do that. And then if the upsell doesn't work, you can just downsell, okay? You can sell cheaper stuff. So let's say, for example, you have some sort of affiliate deal with some affiliates that you're working with. So let's say, for example, like factoring service, like RTS or something. You can cut a deal with RTS, like, hey, I will bring every carrier that I work with, that I dispatch for, I will bring them to you. They will get factored through you. I just want a little bit of a kickback for every carrier that I bring to you. There's a whole bunch of companies that you can have that type of affiliate deal with. And again, you get a little bit of a kickback. Every carrier is worth more money to you then. So hopefully that made sense. Okay. You work with affiliates, you work with other companies, other services that your carrier would need. You cut an affiliate deal with them. You get a little bit of a kickback. That way you don't have to sell your carrier into anything more expensive. They're already going to use those services. You're just recommending the companies that you're working with. Okay. So that's a really easy way to make more money from every single customer. And then finally is just to collect every dollar that's owed to you. Again, this sounds super simple, but sometimes we forget simplicity is like the best way to run our business. There's going to be times when you start to grow, when you start to make more money, you're starting to work with more carriers. There's going to be times eventually where a carrier just doesn't pay you. Okay. They're not running their business properly. They're having cash flow issues. You're sending them your invoice for the work that you're owed money for, and they're just not paying you on time, or they're just not paying you at all. Okay. So if you're just able to collect all that money that is going to go away, like if you don't do anything about it, you're just losing out on revenue. If you're able to collect all that money and you're not able to leak all that money, then of course you're going to make more money. Super simple strategy, but a lot of people neglect this because they just want to grow. So anyways, those are all the strategies for making every carrier worth more money to you. Okay. To get them to technically make you more money. Okay. You don't even have to find more carriers. You can just get them to pay you more money, make you more money, and boom, you have increased your LTV with not a lot of extra work. So I've shown you the first lever, how to get more customers, the second lever, how to make every customer worth more money to you. And then the third lever, probably my favorite one, is to get every customer to stick around longer, okay, to buy more of your service. So to keep using your dispatching service for a longer period of time. Instead of 5 months, I want you to stick around for 6 months, 7 months, 8 months. How do we do that? So first and foremost, the easiest step that all of you could start implementing right now, even at $10,000 per month, is just your onboarding strategy, okay? Your onboarding calls need to be super good, like super crisp. You need to give very clear next steps to every carrier that signs a contract with you. So after the sales call, you convince the carrier to join your business and get dispatching services from you. On the onboarding call, which is the very next call, you need to explain to them exactly what they can expect, okay? How you're gonna work, what type of loads you're gonna book for them, what load boards you're gonna use, what do you need from the customer themselves, what do you need from the carrier themselves, what do they need to do, what do they need to provide you? You need to give them very, very clear next steps on how you guys can succeed together. If they have clarity, they will stick around with you for much, much longer, okay? Carriers really only leave when they get confused or they don't get results. Those are the two reasons why, okay? Either if they're confused or they don't get results. And you can just get rid of one of those reasons right away on day one. So this is super important. Don't neglect this. Make your onboarding process super clear. So that's the first step, okay? And speaking of the second one, I mentioned there's two problems. There's two main reasons why people leave. The second thing you can do is fix that second reason. Get people results, okay? Make them win. Get them wins ASAP. So as soon as they sign a contract with you, your goal is to start getting them booked immediately within 24 hours. So you show them like, hey, I'm getting your results ASAP. You just booked a contract with me yesterday. We signed all the contract stuff. We got you onboarded, everything like that. Within 24 hours, I'm already booking you high paying loads. That's going to be super impressive for them. Okay. And also, what type of loads are you booking? Are you just getting desperate? You're just booking them anything that's available? Or are you actually looking at their CPM? You're calculating their profit per mile. You know exactly what their target rate per mile needs to be when you go on a load board. You know all these numbers, and then you go on the load board to book them the highest rates. If you can show them that, get them results, they will stick around with you. Okay. Just these two things alone, it will massively increase your retention rate. But we don't just need to stop there. Okay. The third thing that you can do to get people to buy more from you, have your carrier stick around longer, is just to gamify your retention process. So essentially what you can do is have some sort of structure where you unlock bonuses or rewards for them over time. The simplest one that you can think of right now, like that all of you can implement, is, hey, if you stick around with me for 1 year, I will cut your rate down by 1%. Okay. So the rate that I'm charging you 10% right now. Next year, I'm going to start charging you 9% instead. Or you can even drop it down by 2%. Okay. So next year, I'm going to start charging you 8% instead. And then we're going to stop over there. So at least you can guarantee that they're going to stick around with you for at least 12 months. Okay. They're very strongly incentivized to stick around with you for at least 1 year to decrease their rate from 10% to 8%. Okay. Or 10% to 9%. And then the year after, you're going to drop it down another percent to 8%. Something literally as simple as that. You give them a reason, like some sort of bonus or unlock to stick around with you for a longer period of time. Again, if you know that the average carrier only sticks around with you for 5 months or 6 months, it's so worth it to you to give them a little bit of a discount to stick around for at least a year. Okay. That's a year that you weren't going to get if you didn't offer that. Okay. Yeah. You're making less money technically from this customer, but they're sticking around a much longer time. So in the end, you're making a lot more money. So hopefully you guys can understand that concept. Okay. Literally every company, big company does this. As soon as you're about to go cancel your subscription with like a software company, they'll usually offer you like a discount. Like, hey, if you stick around for another month, another 2-3 months, we can actually drop down the cost to this number. The reason that they're doing that is it's better to get some money from you than to just lose you completely. So that's the third step, gamify your entire process. Anyways, this brings me to the fourth strategy. And again, a super simple one, but a lot of people skip it. Communicate with their carriers. Talk to them every single week. Set up a Google Meets call or like a Zoom call every weekend with their carriers and just talk to them. Show them what you did for them over the past week. You can't just assume that your carriers know that you're doing a good job. Okay. You need to be able to show them and remind them constantly what you're doing. We as humans, we forget like what's going on. Even though we have like 3-4 good days in a row, if we're having a bad day today, that's all that matters. Okay. So you want to make sure that every single weekend you're reminding your carriers of all the good things that have happened. Okay. All the money that they've made with you. So something as simple as that, just communicating with them, showing them the results that you got them over the past week, compare it to the average, the national average. the national average is always going to be lower than what you can get for them. So that's like a little advanced tip for you. But just doing something as simple as that, and then also telling them what you're planning on doing for the next week. Is there a different strategy that you're going to try out? Are you going to try to send them into a different market that you think is really good? Just talking to them about that. Talk to them about the economy. Like, hey, these are some truck tariffs are coming into play in just a few weeks. I think it's going to affect the industry in this way. So I think we can take advantage of it by going over here. You sound a lot more professional. You look like you know exactly what you're doing and you're taking your job seriously. Just doing something as simple as that, it works super, super well. Okay. The reason people leave is because they don't get results or they're not clear on what's going on. We're going to try to remove that clarity or that confusion by giving them clarity every single weekend. So yeah, that's a super easy way to decrease churn. And then finally, the last thing you can try to do is just surprise them. Okay. Do the unexpected. Just something as simple as, sending them like a little gift or like a gift card for the holidays, just something like that, or just giving them some time off, or just doing little surprises for them like that. You're going out of your way to do something. It's not expected. It's not something that you offer. You're going out of your way to surprise them. And that matters a lot to people as well. Okay. You start to build a real connection with your carriers, and people want to be around friends. Okay. They want to stick around in a place where they have friends, they have like a community, or they feel close to someone. Okay. That's what you're trying to do. You're not just trying to be like the dispatcher for this carrier. You want to be more than that, like a friendly person that they enjoy being around. If they enjoy being around you, they're going to be around you for a longer period of time. So yeah, just do this stuff that I showed you and you will hit $1 million per year. This is all I did to hit $1 million. Okay. I used some stuff from the get more lever. I used some stuff from the worth more lever, and I used some stuff from the buy more lever. That's all I did. I didn't change anything else about my business. I didn't get like massively better at truck dispatching or anything like that. I just pulled on these 3 levers and we hit $1 million per year. And you can too. Okay. This is just logic. So hopefully that made sense. Anyways, once you start doing this, okay, once you start pulling on these levers, you start to grow your company. You're starting to hit 40, 50, maybe even before that. Okay. You're starting to grow your business. The next thing I would tell you guys to do is start looking into getting your broker MC number. Okay. Now, just a quick reminder for all of you. You don't need an MC number, a broker MC number, carrier MC number, whatever. You don't need that to start your truck dispatching business. Okay. You don't need that to start dispatching for a couple of trucks in the beginning. But once you're doing $10,000 per month, you're working with 5 to 7 carriers, getting a broker authority, like a broker MC number, it's not a bad idea. Okay. It's going to become almost like a necessity if you want to continue to grow. And the reason for that is actually because with your own MC number, you can not only use load boards like DAT or truck stop, you don't have to rely on another carrier to give you access to those load boards. Now that you have your own MC number, you can just use those load boards yourself. You don't need to rely on someone else. But that's not even like the main benefit. The main reason why you'll want to get your own MC number is to avoid the bona fide agent rules. Okay. So this is like the FMCSA rules that they have set apart for what differentiates a independent truck dispatcher from a broker. And very specifically, there's a rule. So there's 7 different rules. Rule number 5 is about allocating freight. And that's where you're going to get stuck if you don't get an MC number. Okay. So very quickly, I'll just explain it like what this rule is. Basically, if you have 2 of the same type of trucks, so let's say you're working with a dry van semi-truck carrier over here and another dry van semi-truck carrier over here. Let's say both of them are in the same city. Both of them are in Chicago. Okay, they're 2 different MC numbers, 2 different carriers. They have the same equipment type and they're in the same city. When you go to book a load, you're going to jump on DAT, jump on a load board. You're going to call a carrier or a broker, but you can only call the broker for one of those carriers. Okay, you can't call the broker and say like, hey, I have 2 trucks ready. Which MC number do you want to work with? No, you have to pick an MC number that you're booking a load for and call for that truck specifically. So that's where it gets into a tricky area where you're allocating freight. According to the FMCSA rules, as an independent truck dispatcher who doesn't have an MC number, you can't really pick and choose who you're going to book a load for first, because that shows like favoritism. That person is getting an opportunity that the other carrier who can pick up that load, that carrier can't. Okay. So one person is getting an opportunity where the other one isn't, even though both of them are able to book the same load. So hopefully that kind of makes sense. Okay. Again, if you're under 5 trucks, under 7 trucks, you don't really have to worry about this. A lot of the carriers that you're going to be working with, they're going to be spread out across the nation. The United States is a massive country. You're not going to run into like an issue with this rule in the beginning. So under 5 trucks, under 7 trucks, you don't really have to worry about this. But once you start to go past that, that's when I would think about getting a broker MC number. So then you can run totally legally and you won't have any issues. Okay. You can grow your company to 70, 80, 100 trucks if you want to. Again, I really hope that made sense. If not, just comment down below. I'll explain it to you. So that being said, you need to get your broker MC number. How do you get that? It's a lot easier than you think. Okay. So I'll just break it down for you step by step. So these are all the steps that you need to take. First and foremost, you need to have like a business entity. You guys should have already done this by now. I showed you in like one of the first few course videos, in this free course. You already have your LLC set up. But if you didn't do that, go ahead and do that now. Get your EIN number. You will need that to get a broker MC. So once you do that, then you can register with the FMCSA. So you will have to use their URS system. It's their unified registration system. Basically, you're just registering with them, telling them like, hey, I'm interested in getting legal with the FMCSA, getting my broker MC number. You're going to need to file an application. The specific application that you're going to need to file is called OP1. So that's the application you'll need to file for your broker authority. I think the application fee is around $300. So you'll go ahead and pay that. Then you'll need to provide proof of insurance. So there's 2 ways you can do this. Okay. There's like a surety bond that 99% of brokers do. I believe that is BMC 84, or the other method is called BMC 85. It's where you put up your own money, $75,000 of your own money. You put it into a trust and that is like your insurance. No one does that. Okay. No one just has like $75,000 laying around to put into like a bank account to use as insurance. But use the surety bond. It basically works like insurance. Insurance company is going to cover you for $75,000. You just pay like an annual fee, just like insurance works. Okay. You're not going to be paying $75,000. So basically you're just going to get your broker insurance, your broker surety bond. You need $75,000 of coverage. And then you'll need to file for the BOC3. So this is like process agents for every state that you're going to be working in. You'll just file it for all states just to stay safe, except Alaska and Hawaii probably. Again, there's a lot of companies online. You can just Google this. Help me file BOC3. Just Google this online. There's companies that can help you do this. And then finally, after you do all that, you just wait for the review period. It's going to take 4 to 6 weeks typically. You wait for the period and then you're going to get approved. You're going to get your broker MC number. Congratulations. You are technically a broker now. Okay. You have your broker MC number, but you're going to be running your truck dispatching business. It's going to be a lot easier to run a successful truck dispatching business than to start a broker business. Trust me. Okay. But yeah, that's really all you need to do. It's super, super simple. Doesn't cost a lot of money. And again, if any of these steps were confusing to you, just reach out. I'll try to help you out. So the last thing that you'll need to do to scale your business, to take it to $1 million, is to start hiring the right people. You can't get to $1 million just by yourself in this industry. You need to hire the best talent. And I'm just going to show you my entire hiring framework. This is literally what I do to hire any person across any job. The first step in my hiring framework is very simple. Define the role. Before you even think about hiring someone, you need to be very, very clear and figure out what the job is supposed to be. Okay. When this person comes in, what are they going to be doing day to day? So you'll need to write out like an SOP, a standard operating procedure, where you basically break down exactly how they're going to do their job and what they're expected to do. Because again, you can't just expect like, hey, I'm going to put out like a truck dispatcher ad. Someone's going to apply for it. They have truck dispatching experience and boom, I have my first hire. No, every company has a different process. You need to have your own process for what works for you, and you need to define the role. Okay. You're hiring an employee. You're not hiring another business person. They could care less about your company. They're going to try to do the bare minimum to get all the money that you're paying them. And you want them to do the most amount of work for the amount of money that you're giving them. So you guys have like different conflicting incentives, at least for now. So you need to be very, very clear on what they're expected to do and what results that they should be getting and what type of skills are necessary for this job. Essentially, at the end of the day, you just need to figure out, what does success look like for this job? Okay, when do they know that they're doing a good job? That's what you're trying to figure out. So define the role, define what it means to be a truck dispatcher and what specifically they need to do and what is a success in their job. What is considered successful as a truck dispatcher? So that's what you need to figure out first. So that's the first step. The second step is to start building your pipeline. So just like you would with the carriers that you want to dispatch for, you also need to build a pipeline or a sales funnel for your employees as well. Okay. So essentially you want to take this job, write a quick job post, and post this job everywhere that you possibly can. So post it on LinkedIn, post it on Indeed, post it on Craigslist, on Facebook, different Facebook groups. Just get it anywhere that you possibly can so it gets a lot of exposure. The reason that we want to do that is because we need a lot of applicants to sign up for this job. Okay. We want to get like 100 plus applicants at the bare minimum. Typically, I would like to have like 200, 250 applicants actually fill out this job application, because we want to pick from a lot of people. When it comes to like finding carriers, we're kind of willing to work with almost any carrier. Okay. Like it doesn't matter. We can work with like, if 5 carriers want to work with me, I can work with 5 carriers, but I can't hire like 100 applicants. I can only hire 1. And that one person that I hire, I need to make sure that they're the most qualified, the best person in the market. Okay. And the only way we can do that is if we get a bunch of people to apply. So that's what I mean by build a pipeline, get it out everywhere, promote this job, get a lot of applicants so we can start filtering it out. Speaking of filtering it out, the very next step is to start screening people. Okay. 100 people applied, 200 people, 300 people applied. Now we need to cut this down to 50 people. The best way to do this is just to look at the application, look at their past experience, their resume, and figure out who are the strongest 50 people out of the current applicants. Once you've figured out those 50 people, jump on a quick call with them. On this quick call, you're just going to ask them 3 short questions. The questions that I like to ask are about the experience. So what have you done before? Talk to me about that. Talk to me specifically about what you've done. What type of software have you used? What type of company did you work for? How many carriers did you dispatch for in your past job? So I like to ask very specific questions about their experience. So that's question number 1. Question number 2 would be about their skills. This is super important. A lot of people overlook this. If they're not comfortable working on a computer, if they're not really tech savvy, it's not going to work for my company. We're very software heavy, very tech heavy as a company. So if you're not used to or comfortable using a computer, then you're probably not going to work for us. Okay. You could be like the best dispatcher in the world, but if you can't make your way around like a market analysis tool, then I can't help you. We're going to spend so much time and energy trying to train you that it's just not going to be worth it for us. So the second step or the second question I ask is always about the skills that they have. And then finally, the third question is almost always about their salary expectation. Okay. How much do they think that they want to get paid from this role? Okay. If they're expecting to get paid, $5,000 a week or something like that, and we're only looking to pay like $2,000 per week, well, there's a massive gap there. Okay. Again, you could be the best dispatcher in the world. You have all the experience, you have all the skills, but if you're looking for payment or like a pay that is completely out of the ordinary of what we're willing to pay, then it's just not going to work out. Okay. We're going to waste your time. We don't want to take you to the next level, to the next screening process or the interview process. Because again, we're both going to waste each other's time. So these are the 3 short questions that I like to ask. You can ask your own questions, but those are the 3 that we like to do. So you just do the quick call, run it down to 50 people. Okay. 50 strong applicants, try to get it down to that. And then you run this call, try to get it down to 15, 20 people. Okay. So once you have 15, 20 people, solid people that have passed all those 3 filters, then we're going to make sure that we interview them and obviously do the interview the right way. Now on this interview, I'm going to ask them a lot of situational questions. Okay. I already know about their experience, already know like the basic stuff, like the factual stuff about them. Now I want to ask like more about their mentality, their personality, like what do they actually do? Like how do they react as a dispatcher when it comes to like, actually dispatching, actually being live in front of a call. So that's where I want to ask them situational questions like, what would you do if you were in this situation? What would you do if you were in this situation? And you can use real life examples. I'm sure you're doing all the dispatching yourself right now. So there might have been a situation where like, okay, the broker just canceled this load on me. I need to find a load right now. What are you doing in this situation? Ask that question to the dispatcher, see how they would respond in that situation. Again, the point of this interview is not to ask like the basic factual questions. You should already know all that information from their resume and that screening process. Over here, we're asking situational questions, figuring out how they would react in a live scenario. Okay. Also, most importantly, make sure you ask the same questions from every applicant. You want to have that consistency. And then another thing I want to mention is you want to make sure that you heavily emphasize scoring on their skills You know, what type of skills do they have? How do they actually react in situations? What do they say? Not based on their personality. Okay, you're not trying to find like the funniest guy. You're not trying to hire like the funniest guy. You're not paying this person to be a company comedian. You're paying someone to make you more money. Okay, so keep that in mind. A lot of people are really good interviewers, but when it comes to doing the job, they're not the best. And speaking of which, on this same interview call, another thing I like to do towards the end of this call is to test their skills live. So after you ask a bunch of situational questions, just jump on a DAT load board. Okay, just open up the load board and just show them like, hey, okay, let's assume you're booking a load for one of our carriers tomorrow. How would you do it? Just walk me through your process. We're not trying to find like the right answer. They don't need to do everything the right way, like how you want them to. You're just trying to figure out how they think and how they solve problems. That's it. Okay. You're just throwing different scenarios at them, seeing how their process looks like, how they're going to handle situations. You can always teach someone your specific process on how you book loads, how you analyze markets, you know, how you figure out where to send your carriers. You can always teach someone that. That's super easy. What you can't really teach someone, or it's much harder to teach someone, it's how to think, like the thought process to have. How quickly can you solve problems? Do you get easily overwhelmed? That's like the type of things that you're trying to figure out. Who gets easily overwhelmed? Who's not going to be like a good fit on like a high stress scenario? And who's able to handle that very easily? So that's what you're trying to test out over here. You're not trying to test out to see if they can book like the highest rate possible. That's not what you're looking for. Anyways, just to summarize so far, that's the interview call. Okay, you screened out the people. You went from like 100, 200 to 50. And then from 50 to, let's say, 25 people that you're interviewing. And then from those 25 people, you're going to have like 3 or 4 like standout candidates. So you're just going to pick one of those people that you want to work with. If they're all equally good, then look at like who did you enjoy talking to? Who had that kind of like personality that you liked? At that point, you can make that decision on personality. Okay. But first, you want to just make your decisions on skill alone. Before you hire them, call their past managers. Okay, just verify, check to make sure that all the information they gave you is actually correct. Okay, call their past 2 managers, ask them like, hey, how was this person? I'm thinking of hiring them. How did they do? Okay, did they give you any problems? Were they like a good worker? Blah, blah, blah. So you can just verify all the information is correct. And then once you do that, make your offer quick. Don't waste any time. Make your offer as fast as possible, because speed is always going to win over good people. If this dispatcher is as good as you think they are, they can get a job easily with anyone. Okay, they're going to be a hot commodity. It's not easy to find good talent. So once you do find them, make them an offer very, very quickly. Otherwise, you could risk losing them. Now, you've made the offer. They've said yes to working with you. Great. This should be done, right? Like the hiring process is done. No, there's just a few more steps that you need to take to make sure that they actually do the best job possible and they are happy with their role as well. So after I hire someone, I make sure that I have a 90-day roadmap set out for this new hire. Okay. So basically you want to set clear goals for this person to hit. So in the next 30 days, I just hired you today. In the next 30 days, these are like the couple of things that I want you to accomplish. These are the couple of things that I want you to be good at or understand how to do. And then in the next 60 days, these are the goals that I have for you. And then in the next 90 days, these are the goals I have for you. So you want to set out like a roadmap for them that they can follow. Again, we want to make sure that there's no confusion. We want to make it super, super clear on what we expect from this person so they can also strive and work towards that. Okay. They know exactly what they're trying to hit. What is their end goal that they're trying to hit? And with this 90-day roadmap, we can help provide them that. We want to give them clarity. If this person is confused, if this new hire is confused, they don't know like what they're going to be doing over the next 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, then they're not going to be happy. And if they're not happy, they're not going to stick around long. So this entire process was a complete waste of time if they quit in like a month. So again, set out a really quick roadmap for them. So this is like the onboarding for the employee. After the 90-day roadmap, the next thing, or this is like something that you could figure out beforehand, but another important part of hiring is making sure that you pay for performance. As you grow your business, a really cool thing that you'll notice about these star performers that you hire, maybe you're not going to get it right on your first time, maybe even not on like your 3rd hire or 5th hire, but eventually you will hire someone that is extremely good. Okay, they're really, really good at what they do. And when you hire that person, you're going to realize that they want to get paid based on performance. Okay, because they also know that they're really good. They know that they can do a really good job dispatching, or if they're on your sales team, they know that they can do a great job with sales. They know that they're really good. So they're comfortable getting paid based on performance or getting a little bonus or incentive based on performance. And you want to make sure that you align with that. Okay, because think about it, you're going to create a win-win-win situation. But let me show you first how they win. You're going to pay them a base rate, plus you can give them a little incentive, a little bonus for other metrics that you're tracking that are important to you. So let's say, for example, you have a base rate of $4,000 per month, but you can also give them a little bit of a bonus every single month as well, based on the number of loads that they book. Okay, so if you keep all the carriers happy, if you're booking all the loads for all the carriers, you're not keeping them empty, you're just sitting there, then I will give you an extra little bonus. If you're hitting a certain rate per mile target, let's say like on average, I want all my carriers to be making at least $2.50 per load, like over the average load, let's say like the average of, so basically outbound and inbound. Okay, the average lane rate that you're getting for your carriers, let's say it has to be $2.50 per mile. Okay, so that's the target that you're hitting. So that could be an incentive if you make them more than that. Okay, if you hit that target rate per mile, I will give you another bonus. Your dispatcher could end up making like $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 a month. So they're very happy, so they win. Your carrier wins because they're moving more often. They're getting better paying loads. Okay, they have better communication with their carrier or with their dispatcher. So they're also very happy. They're making more money and they're getting better results. And then you win because if the carrier is happy, they're going to stick around longer. Your churn rate decreases, your retention increases. This carrier is much more likely to pay you more money to want to work with you. They'll pay you more money for your advanced service packages. So basically, all I'm trying to say is everyone wins if you incentivize your employees. If you give them performance bonuses, everyone will win. So that's super, super important. And then finally, the last step. This is something that so many new truck dispatch entrepreneurs, this is something that all of you guys ignore. You need to keep hiring, okay? Always be collecting new candidates, always be collecting new applications. You never want to be in a situation where you're desperate to hire someone, because this employee that you hired, this dispatcher, let's say they leave in like 2 weeks, they put their 2 weeks notice in. Now you only have 2 weeks to get this spot covered, or you're going to have to start dispatching for all the carriers again. So you never want to be in a position like that. So don't turn off your ads for employees. Don't turn off your pipeline. Keep that going in the background. Okay. Keep collecting applications in the background so you always have people to reach out to whenever you need to hire someone. So that's super, super important. So literally, if you just follow this hiring framework that I've laid out for you, you will be successful. You'll have like the best star talent on your team. And it doesn't matter if it's for a dispatcher, if it's for a salesperson, closer, setters, HR, finance team, accounting team, whoever it is. You will always have the best talent on your team if you just follow these simple steps. So just to recap really quickly, I've shown you guys the $1 million plan. I've shown you how to increase your LTV. That's the only way you're going to get to $1 million. I've shown you the 3 ways to increase your LTV. I've shown you how to get your broker MC number. As you start to grow, you're going to need that. And I've showed you how to hire your first dispatcher. Okay. And how to hire other people beyond that as well. You are in the perfect position to start growing your business. Okay. Now, the last thing I should mention, you've gone through the whole free course. If you're still struggling to hit $10,000 per month, if you need more help from me, you can check out Dispatcher University. We have an advanced course in there. Plus, you can also talk to me live. You can get one-on-one help from me every single week, and I will help you set up your truck dispatching business. I guarantee if you join Dispatcher University, I will help you find your first carrier within 90 days of you joining, or you get 100% money back. You literally have no risk. No one's going to offer you anything like this. So just go check it out. Go to school.com/dispatch. It's literally only $97 per month, but the price is going to go up really soon. So make sure you join right now. Anyways, here's like a quick few results that I can show you guys. So Oscar, after going through Dispatcher University in 30 days, he made $14,000 per month. Arthur, he was making $16,500 per month in 30 days. Eric on the right-hand side, he's making $15,000 per month in 85 days of joining. These are all real people that you can reach out to, that you can talk to. So I could just show you right now really quickly. If you go to Dispatcher University, if I go to the About page over here, okay, here's all the videos that you can check out of Arthur, Oscar. I should put one in for Eric as well over here, but you can see other results. Look at all these other results that people are getting in the community. Okay, 7 trucks onboarded, all these people working with different carriers. I have so much proof that you can get results in Dispatcher University. Again, just to show you, if I go to the wins tab right over here, Victor just says niche selected. Daniel Bernard, he found a carrier to work with. Pavle booked his first meeting with his first carrier. Cassandra, just 9 days ago, is already working on her second carrier, working with a second carrier. Kenneth, he got a carrier over here. Let's see who else. Bruce, he's working with 4 carriers. He already signed 1, 3 more in the pipeline. I think I already talked to him about this. He already signed on 4 carriers. Kelly over here, she's got a win. Kiva, she's got a carrier on the hook. Adrian, he signed his first carrier. Again, these are all pretty recent people. Okay, these aren't like super old results. Eric over here got his first carrier. Maninder signed a carrier. Eric over here signed 6 carriers. That's the person that I was talking about. Okay, that he's making $15,000 per month. You can literally go chat with them right now. Go talk to him. You can see that he's a real person and they're getting real results. Okay. Anyways, that's all I'm trying to say. I can help you get successful in this business. You can get one-on-one help from me. This thing works. If I don't get you results, you get all your money back. Simple as that. All that out of the way. Let me just summarize this entire video up for you, show you what you need to do. First and foremost, you need to understand the concept of grow or die. The goal of any business in the world is to continue to grow. You can't stay still. If you're staying still, your competition is growing, therefore you are dying. Okay, you're getting smaller. So the only way to do this, the only way to grow is to maximize the LTV, the lifetime value. And the only way to increase the LTV is using the 3 levers. Get more customers, make them worth more money to you, and get them to buy more often. Okay, get them to stick around more often. So that's the main concept that I want you guys to understand. The second thing is get your MC number. Okay, if you're making $10,000 per month, you're working with 5 to 7 carriers, it's time you get your own broker authority. That way you don't have to worry about breaking any FMCSA rules as you start to grow. In the beginning, you don't need the MC number. As you start to grow, that's when you'll probably need it. The third thing is hire someone. Okay, again, once you're making $10,000 per month, you're working with 5 to 7 carriers, you shouldn't be doing all the dispatching. You should be bringing customers in and jumping on the sales calls and converting them into a carrier, into a customer for your business. A dispatcher should handle all the grunt work in the background. You can just follow the 9-step hiring framework that I've shown you guys. Literally just do that. All you need to do is hire fast, test their skills, pay for performance, and keep your pipeline full. You do all that, and I guarantee you will find the best talent on the market. And then of course, if you've gone through the free course and you're still struggling to put all the pieces together, join the school community that I have for you guys, Dispatcher University. I will personally help you find your first carrier in 90 days of you joining, or you get 100% of your money back. No one else is going to offer you anything like this. You literally have no risk. It's only $97 per month. It's not that expensive. In the near future, this price may go up. So just a heads up, if you're watching this, the price may have already gone up. So if it's still at $97 per month, or even whatever price it's at, just get in the door. Okay, the price is going to continue to go up. But right now, as of making this video, it's only $97 per month. You can go to school.com/dispatch, check it out, join right now. And then finally, the last thing I want to mention before I wrap this video up, probably the most important step that I have for you, is just take action. I've given you guys a full free course, a 7-hour course that you can go through right now to hit $10,000 per month in truck dispatching. You don't need to pay me. You don't need to pay anyone. I've given you all the tools, the knowledge, the training, the templates to hit $10,000 per month in truck dispatching. You literally have no excuse. Start for free. And if you need more one-on-one help, if you need more help putting all the pieces together, then join Dispatcher University. But start for free, start making money in this industry. Speaking of the free course, if you haven't seen the full free course already, make sure you go back, watch all these videos, okay? So these are all the free course videos that I made for you guys. Make sure you watch all of them in order. But thank you so much for watching, guys, and I'll see you in the next one.